rushed to introduce us, but she couldn't smooth away the tension in the air. "Lady Raven Vesper." "It's an honor to make your acquaintance, Miss Nevin," the Countess said with a smile, which only made her eyes burn colder. I noticed she cast no shadow on the floor. "My son spoke very highly of you when I saw him last week." My mind went blank as I held her stare. I was acutely aware of the bloodstains on my chemise, the wrinkles in the gauzy fabric, the snarls in my hair. I knew I appeared like I had just risen from the gutter, and I swallowed, uncertain how to save this first impression of myself. Phelan, of course, blithely continued to sleep, and I regretted giving him such a strong tonic. "My lady," I said, and slipped hastily from Phelan's bed, as if the coverlet had caught fire. "Your son fought valiantly last night, but was wounded. I felt it best to stay beside him until morning." "And I thank you for your diligence, Miss Nevin," said Lady Raven. "I can handle it from here, and I would appreciate if you kept my son's wound a secret." I dropped a crooked curtsy, feeling as if every one of my bones had come out of socket. Mrs. Sterling hesitated before granting me a gentle nod, but I departed as swiftly as I could, retreating to the safety of my bedchamber. I sat in the shadows until my cheeks had cooled, and I opened my curtains and my shutters, basking in the morning light. I washed my face and shattered the mirror that hung on the wall because I was weary of seeing myself. I watched the cracks in the glass spread into a glittering web until Clem was broken into an array of pieces, and yet I still didn't feel satisfied. I needed to get out of this house, and I swiftly dressed and brushed the tangles from my hair, quietly descending the stairs. I emerged onto the front porch, standing in the very place the night had stood only hours ago. I shivered in the sun, longing for home, to rest in a place where I didn't have to pretend, and I cast my stealth charm and began to walk north. Imini was shocked to see me at the door. She had the townhouse to herself and was in the middle of scrubbing the hallway when I arrived. "What happened?" she asked, tossing down her bristlebrush to greet me. "Why does everyone assume something terrible has happened every time they see me?" I asked, exasperated. Imini pursed her lips, but I noticed how her eyes flickered over me from head to foot, as if ensuring I was hale. "Well, it was the new moon last night. I take it you were victorious?" I only sighed. Her eyes narrowed. "I think this conversation calls for tea and a hot breakfast. Come here, Clem." I followed her into the kitchen, thankful that she didn't ask questions while she cooked, but that she listened as I rambled on about the night. I wanted to tell her of the night, but refrained, and perhaps it was only because Phelan had seemed so intent on keeping it a secret. I was on my second cup of tea when I confessed. "I saw the Countess this morning. I just so happened to be sleeping in Phelan's bed when she arrived." Imini's face paled. "And why were you in Phelan's bed?" "Nothing happened. He was wounded, and he asked me to stay with him." Imini eased into the chair across from mine. She wrapped her fingers around her teacup, her eyes glazed in fear. I had never seen such a thing in her. She kept her emotions as guarded as she did her past. "I want you to stay away from her," she said. "Who? Lady Raven?" Imini nodded. "She's dangerous, Clem. She will stop at nothing to get what she wants." "How do you know that?" I asked, breakfast suddenly like lead in my stomach. "Have you ever heard about the Count of Amorous?" "Her husband? No." "That's because he's dead," Imini said. "Been dead for almost 16 years now. There was much speculation at the time he died. One day he was fine, the next, he fell sick. He died 3 days later, bloated and choking on his own blood. The Countess was a young mother to 2 boys, and it all seemed rather tragic, until rumors began to fly that the Duke of Bardillis was the boy's true father and not the Count, and that perhaps the Countess had poisoned her husband to get rid of him." I gnawed on my lip, processing Imini's story. This would be perfect for my exposé on the Vespers. "Do you think she killed her husband?" Imini wiped a wrinkle from the tablecloth. "Yes, I do. She poisoned him." "But why?" I asked. "Why would she kill him? She hasn't gotten with the Duke since then." Perhaps the Count had come to know too much about her. Perhaps she wanted to raise her boys on her own. Perhaps she had simply tired of him. Perhaps he was in her way. Imini shrugged. No one knows, so that's why I'm telling you to give her a wide berth. That did nothing to reassure me. Not when I recalled how Lady Raven's gaze had been icy, beholding me in her son's bed. Papa said she's an old acquaintance of his, I said. Imini snorted. Yes, and why do you think he's now working in the mines, and has given up magic, and wants nothing more than to evade the Vesper boys? I wasn't sure, so I remained quiet. Imini began to gather the plates, carrying them to the wash bin. I thought the silence would continue to hang between us, but then she looked at me and said, "He doesn't want the Countess to find him." I was relieved to see the Countess's carriage was gone when I returned to Oberon Street. The minute I stepped into the foyer, Mrs. Sterling met me with a sigh of relief and a tray of tea and biscuits. "There you are, Miss Nevin. Gave us all a fright, wondering where you had gone." "I'm sorry," I said, flushing when I realized I had been absent most of the day. I'd honestly thought no one would care. "I went for a walk." I was worried that Mrs. Sterling would have that reserved gleam in her eye, the same from that morning when she found me in Phelan's bed. But she only nodded and extended the tea tray to me. "Do you mind carrying that up to Mr. Vesper?" I accepted it and carefully ascended the stairs. Phelan was sitting upright in bed, loose papers spread before him. He was intently reading, his hair damp from a bath. He was wearing clean clothes, my stitches hidden beneath his shirt. It almost felt like I had merely imagined the events of last night, as if it had all been a dream. "Did Deacon find her yet?" Phelan asked, presuming I was Mrs. Sterling. "He didn't need to," I replied, drawing his attention. I stood on the threshold holding his tea tray, and for a moment, he and I stared at each other. Words seemed to be lost between us. "I thought," he began, but his voice faded. "That I had run away," I finished with a teasing cadence. He hesitated. Where indeed did he think I had gone? But withheld whatever he wanted to say or ask me. "Come in, Anna." He dropped his gaze to the papers before him. That afforded me the chance to slip past the mirror, and I set his tea tray down on his bedside table, mindful of the new jars of herbs that now sat by his glass of water. "I see the doctor has been here," I remarked, watching as Phelan gathered his papers into a heap. "Yes, and my mother." "I know. I met her this morning." Phelan's eyes darted back to mine. "Did you? She failed to mention that to me." "No, I don't think she would have," I said, wandering to the window. The curtains were tasseled back, the shutters were open, and I stood in a stream of sunlight, watching the street below. "I was in bed beside you when I met her." "Oh." I couldn't resist glancing back at him, how he flushed and hurried to pour his cup of tea, thankful for the distraction. "Do you remember anything from last night?" I asked. Phelan took a sip, but his gaze found mine again. "I remember everything." I had to break our stare first. My skin warmed when I thought about how I had touched him last night, how he had seen my bare back, how he had asked me to stay with him. "I need to tell you something, Anna." I braced myself. Surely his mother had convinced him to dismiss me, and I waited for it to come, for Phelan to let me go. He set his teacup in its saucer. He was drawing this out to, no doubt, make me nervous. "What is it, Phelan?" I asked, impatient. "I'm going away," he said. I gaped at him, unable to hide my shock. "To where?" "I can't tell you, but I'll return in a week or so, and I need you to remain here, to record the nightmares that may emerge, and to give the portion of dream tax to the Duke's collector, who will be arriving any day now to claim it. I also need you to discreetly pass on a payment to a friend. You will note that there is a purse with a red ribbon in the safe, where I store the money. When they stop by to borrow a book, I need you to ensure they receive that money." I was quiet so long that he frowned, concerned. "Anna?" "Yes, I will do these things for you," I said, inwardly shaking myself. When do you leave? Tomorrow. This must be a trip of great importance, since you should be at home, recovering in bed. He refused to answer, returning his attention to his stack of papers. I sensed that his mother had given him this order. And then the realization hit me like a strike to my body, and I turned to the window quickly, before Phelan could see the emotion ripple across my face. I knew where he was going. Kierswith. 24. 3 days after Phelan departed, Lord Darren called. I found him waiting in the library, standing before Phelan's bookcase, intently studying the volumes on one of the shelves. He pivoted when he heard me enter, a well-practiced smile on his face. I smelled the bergamot of his cologne, a sickly sweetness mingling with that odd scent of molded parchment. And I knew he was here for me, not the tax. "Miss Nevin, it is good to see you again." "Your Grace," I said with a curtsy. "Forgive me for calling so unexpectedly, but I wanted to speak to you. Please sit." I obediently lowered myself into the chair, but my dread kindled. A few spells rose to mind, in case I needed to cast them on a whim. "I wanted to inquire about this last new moon," he began, taking Phelan's seat behind the desk. "Was it my nightmare that materialized?" "No, Your Grace." He waited for me to elaborate, and when I didn't, the Duke raked his fingers through his beard. "I know you cannot tell me which dream manifested," he said. "Forgive me for asking, but I need to know how Phelan was wounded." "How do you know he was wounded, Your Grace?" "I have ears and eyes everywhere, Miss Nevin. Nothing happens in this province that I do not know about." His words were unsettling, but I was determined that he would never know how much he rattled me. I sighed as if relieved and leaned closer to him, my elbows impolitely resting on the desk. "I'm happy you already know of it, Your Grace. Did the Countess inform you?" "No, she did not." There was no emotion in his face, in his voice when he spoke of her. The monotone only made me more suspicious of their relationship. "I confess that I have been worried about him, especially since his mother sent him away. He should be resting in bed." The Duke didn't rise to my bait. He made a noise of contemplation, and then said, "What wounded him? An element of the nightmare, or something beyond it?" I was quiet, wondering if he was accusing me of being a poor partner. "Choose your answer carefully, Miss Nevin," the Duke warned in a voice like honey. At last, the threat I was anticipating. "I want the truth, even if that gives me no choice but to remove Phelan from this post. Or you, for that matter." He doesn't want Phelan in danger, I realized, and then saw this as my chance to have Phelan's aspirations and accomplishments shattered. I could tell the Duke Phelan was weak, vulnerable. But even if my desire had originally been to see Phelan lose his home and sense of purpose, I was now tied to him, and I didn't want to relinquish what I had gained just yet. I reveled in being a warden again. "Phelan and I vanquished the nightmare," I said. But then something else emerged, something unexpected and malevolent. It wasn't recorded in his ledger. "What was this unexpected thing, Miss Nevin?" I hesitated. The Duke sensed it and softened. "You will not betray him by telling me." Oh, but I certainly felt like I would be. Phelan hadn't told 2 of his closest friends. He couldn't even describe it to me, his partner. It was almost like Phelan had been ordered not to speak of it. "I think you should ask Phelan when he returns, Your Grace." Lord Darren smiled and leaned back in the chair, but his gaze never left mine. "I am going to tell you something, Miss Nevin. Something not many people know, and yet I am going to trust you with this secret." I sat frozen, hating how eager I was to hear what morsel the Duke had to offer me. "Phelan was not born with illumination," he began. "He was not accepted into the luminous school until I waived his entry. In fact, he failed every single entrance exam. But I saw the potential in him. I gave him a place in the school. I funded his education, and I ensured he received this portion of territory when he was ready to become warden. I have had a hand in shaping him into the magician that he is, despite the fact that I have no light in my bones, and it would be a shame to see my investment lost before its time." I listened, and his words began to spark thoughts I had never entertained before. The Duke had been married years ago, but his wife had died not long after their vows. He was a widower, childless, heirless, and if the Duke had played such a quiet but steady hand in Phelan's upbringing, if he thought of Phelan as an investment, then the Duke had greater plans for him. Whether Phelan knew it or not remained to be seen. "You plan to name him as your heir," I whispered. The Duke was silent, studying me with sharp intensity, as if he had underestimated me before now. "Yes, Miss Nevin. You must not breathe a word of it to him or any other. You understand?" "I understand, Your Grace." "And I want to know what is threatening him on the new moon nights." I could see no other way to avoid it. I told the Duke about the night. He listened with a scowl. "This sounds like someone who can control and influence nightmares." "I've never heard of such a thing," I said, transfixed by the imagining. "How is the knight able to do this?" "Something or someone is providing him with a door to enter the dreams on the new moon." "Who would have such power? A magician?" Lord Darren was pensive for a moment. "I do not know, but you will not be able to vanquish him in the dream realm. You will have to locate him in the waking world and defeat him here." "Not a small feat," I said, but I was surprised by how eager I was for this challenge. I wanted to uncover the knight's secrets, his purpose, his source of power, even if that entailed me working with someone like the Duke. "Indeed, it is not," Lord Darren agreed. "But if you can find a way to remove his helm in the nightmare, you would see his face. And if you see his face and describe it to me, I would be able to locate him in the province." The Duke was not making a suggestion. He was giving me an order. I thought about the places I knew the knight had appeared. Months ago, on Phelan's first new moon as a warden, Kierswith the night before Phelan had arrived, and then again on one of Phelan's streets, this October new moon. This didn't feel random to me. It felt like the night was after Phelan, and it chilled me. "If the night arrives on this upcoming new moon, then I will find a way to do that, Your Grace." "And you will come to me at once with the description, Miss Nevin?" I nodded, although my mind was whirling, remembering how the night had almost beheaded me and sliced Phelan open. "You have a concern, Miss Nevin?" I met the Duke's gaze. "Yes. The knight is a formidable opponent, immune to magic and blades. I don't know how Phelan and I will manage to remove his helm without suffering damage to ourselves." Lord Darren steepled his fingers together and pressed them to his lips. "If magic and weapons are useless against the knight's armor, that must mean the armor was forged by a Devia magician." That hadn't crossed my mind, but now that it had, other pieces began to fall into place. Wild speculations. I wondered if the card game of Seven Wraiths somehow influenced the ability of the knight's armor. If both of them were tied to nightmares, and both of them made by Devia magicians, perhaps they were linked somehow. "There is a smith not far from here," Lord Darren continued. "He is one of the best in the province, a Devia who can layer enchantment into steel. I will have him forge something that will help you both. If it's armor, it will be more of a hindrance than a help, Your Grace. It will only slow us down, and we must be swift." "It's not armor, Miss Nevin," the Duke said, rising from the chair. "I will put the order in, but the smith will most likely want to meet with you about measurements." "Very well, Your Grace. And what shall I tell Phelan about where this gift arrived from?" "Tell him it is from me." He fell silent, pensive, but his gaze remained on me. "Phelan speaks of you often, Miss Nevin." And I didn't know why he would say such a thing until the Duke shocked me further by adding, "Would you want to be a duchess?" "No." "A reflexive answer, Miss Nevin, as if you have contemplated it before." The truth was, I had never thought about it, but the Duke was making me anxious. What I did know was the last thing I wanted was to be a pawn in a noble's game. "If I ever became a duchess," I said, "it would be by my own choice and merit, and not by marriage." "Ah, you could become the Duchess of Seren then. That throne is open to anyone who could ascend the mountain and break the new moon curse. Which I hear is not nearly as simple as it sounds, I said. The mountain doors won't open unless all the wraiths are together. And who knows where the 7 of them are hiding these days, if that legend is even true. How do you know this? He asked sharply. I bit the inside of my cheek, the pain my punishment for speaking so freely. Just a rumor, Your Grace. My mother used to tell me a few mountain stories when I was a girl. The Duke's calculating silence continued to roar. I felt the urge to state, I'm not a madcap, if that's what you truly want to know. I think we all are madcaps in one way or another, and a warden like you already has all the training one would need to defeat whatever nightmares lurk in that old mountain fortress, the Duke countered, arching his brow. But as you said, Miss Nevin, the wraiths are but a myth, faces in a card game meant to frighten young children. Now then, I have taken more than enough of your time today. I rose, thoughts muddled by all he had said to me, and began to follow him to the library doors, until I remembered the dream tax. Your Grace, the tax? He paused and gave me a smile, one that crinkled the corners of his eyes. I wasn't fooled by the gentleness of his demeanor. I saw the glint of greed within him. My collector will arrive later today, Miss Nevin. The money never passes through my hands, not until it has been marked and accounted for. I curtsied and waited until Mrs. Sterling had seen the Duke out, and the house fell quiet once more. But I could smell a trace of the Duke's cologne again, and I opened a window to let the potent fragrance escape. The library seemed to soften in relief that the Duke was gone, and I approached the hidden safe in the wall. I whispered the spell into the dust motes, and watched the safe's door appear in the wall with a mercurial gleam. The door conceded to yawn open beneath my hand, recognizing me, and I stared at the bundles of coins that rested within its belly. A small portion of this money was mine, for Phelan and I took a percentage and split it between ourselves. My first proper paycheck, I thought, before locating the bundles Phelan had set aside for the tax collector. 4 bags, each the size of a cantaloupe, swollen with coins. I studied them, one by one, and felt their weight in my palm. So much money, I thought with a disbelieving heart. So much money. 2 days after the Duke's visit, I received a request from the smith to come to his shop. It was a tricky place to find, and I walked past it twice before I finally found the shop door, which was so unremarkable that it nearly blended into the brick wall. The doorbell rang when I entered. The shop was composed of a small chamber, smelling of leather and iron and cleaning oil. Swords of all kinds were displayed on one wall, as well as axes and daggers. A few suits of armor caught my attention. I paused before a steel-plated set that reminded me of the one the knight wore, only far less sinister. Indeed, I felt as if I had stepped back in time. All these weapons and armor. Not many people possessed such things anymore. They were figments of the past, and the air was dusted with nostalgia, with the memory of fading things. May I help you? I turned to see a middle-aged man with thinning brown hair and sharp eyes, a pair of wire spectacles perched on his hawk nose. He wore a leather apron, and his hands were covered in grime. I'm Anna Nevin, I said. Ah, yes. I need to take your measurements. He hurried behind his desk and found a spool of measuring tape. I had told the Duke that armor would slow Phelan and me down considerably, and I wanted to protest until the smith measured my height and my left arm, studying my shoulder and the way I stood. You're not making armor? I asked. No, a shield. A shield would be helpful, I thought, although I remembered how the knight's sword had shattered Phelan's rapier like it had been composed of glass. It could just as easily sunder a buckler, but I held my doubt. How long have you been practicing Devia? I asked. The smith glanced at me, a suspicious arch in his brow. Long enough, I suppose? Were you a warden before? No, but I am familiar with Avertana. Do you often create enchanted armor? He gave me an exasperated expression. Do you often come into shops and ask 100 questions? I blushed. I'm sorry. I just find your vein of work quite fascinating. That mollified his gruffness. Slightly. Creating enchanted armor is extremely difficult, even for the most experienced magicians. It would take years to achieve one suit. Now then, Miss Nevin, I'll deliver the shields to Mr. Vesper's townhouse when they are ready. He wrote down a few notes, which I took as his way of dismissing me. I began to leave the shop when something caught my eye. A leather weapon belt, hanging overhead. It was the twin to the one I had possessed, the one my father had purchased for me when I began to fight at his side on the streets of Hearswith. The twin to the one Olivette had worn the other day. My breath caught. The resemblance was uncanny, undeniable. Papa must have bought it from this shop. "Another question, Miss Nevin?" the smith asked, noticing my rapt attention. I wondered if this smith was Olivette's father, remembering how she had told me that her father had made the weapon belt for her. And I opened my mouth to ask more about the belt, to tell him I knew Olivette. But something gave me pause, a warning, as if I had felt a draft. "No, good day to you, sir." That afternoon, I began writing my exposé at Phelan's desk. I used his ink and quill and a blank journal I had purchased, and started listing the things I wanted to include. The Countess buys art supplies for herself and is a magician. Potential devia? The Countess poisoned her late husband, the Count, because she was bored of him, she had a liaison with the Duke, he had uncovered a secret of hers she wanted to keep buried. Lennox and Phelan may or may not be the Duke's children. Phelan failed his entrance exams, holds no illumination, and would have never become a magician if it wasn't for the Duke's influence. "Miss Nevin?" Mrs. Sterling opened the library door. It startled me so badly my quill shot across the page, and I hastened to close my journal. "I'm sorry to interrupt, but a visitor has come to borrow one of Mr. Vesper's books." "Yes, give me one moment and then send them in, Mrs. Sterling." She nodded and left. I hurried to charm my journal so no one but me could read it before opening the enchanted safe, retrieving the purse with the red ribbon. It was swollen with coins, and I wondered what Phelan had set this sum aside for. A creak sounded on the threshold. I spun to greet the visitor, only to stiffen in shock. Words froze on my tongue as I stared at the girl from the art shop, Blythe. She gave me a tentative smile, tucking a stray curl behind her ear. "I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I'm here to borrow one of Mr. Vesper's books. He said you could help me." I swallowed my shock, as well as the hope that she would remember me. I was in disguise, and I had nearly forgotten it. Yes, of course." I walked to her and extended the coin purse. Her delight was tangible. She beamed at the purse, cupping it with both hands. "Oh, this is so much more than I thought it would be. Please thank Mr. Vesper for me." "And what am I thanking him for?" I wanted to ask. "Of course." "Thank you," Blythe whispered again, sliding the purse into her leather satchel. "My brother is a warden of a few streets that have fallen on hard times and cannot pay the Duke's tax, so Mr. Vesper's donation is much appreciated." "Phelan will be pleased to hear of it," I said, struggling to hide my surprise. This side of Phelan was new to me, and I didn't like how it made me doubt my prior assumptions of him. "I also have a message for you to give to Mr. Vesper," Blythe said. "A few weeks ago, he asked me if I had seen someone named Clementine in the art shop. I told him there had been a pretty girl named Clem with red hair, and he wanted me to inform him if I ever saw her step foot in the shop again." "And has she?" I asked, clearing my throat. Blythe shook her head. "No. But the strange thing is his mother, Lady Raven, also asked about the girl. She wanted me to follow Clem home the next time she visited the shop. I thought Mr. Vesper would be interested to know his mother is also looking for her. I hope Clem is not in any sort of trouble." "On the contrary," I said with a slight grimace. "Perhaps they want to commission her." "Perhaps. Well, good day to you." "Anna Nevin." "Anna," Blythe said. I remained standing in the library long after she departed. The shadows grew long, gnarled roots around me. The Vespers knew I was in the city, and I thought of the spell I had planned in case Phelan discovered who I was, the spell my father had insisted I have prepared. At the time I created it, I had believed that I would never have to cast it. Now, I was no longer sure. 25. Phelan returned after a week and a half's absence, and he brought the first frost of autumn to the city. I reunited with him in the library that evening, where he stood before his shelves, frantically leafing through a book. And when that failed to entice him, he set it down and reached for another, his fingers swiping through the pages. "You were away longer than you said you would be," I greeted him, closing the library doors behind me. Phelan turned. His hair was tousled, his clothes uncharacteristically wrinkled from the journey. "Yes, forgive me, Anna. I hope things were uneventful here?" "Quite," I said, joining him before the shelves. "The dream tax has been passed on to the collector, and I gave the red ribbon purse to your contact. She was very thankful for the amount." "Good. Did she have any other messages for me?" "She hasn't seen your old rival, Cordelia Clementine," Phelan corrected me. "Yes, whatever her name is, in the art shop." He sighed and carelessly dropped a book on his desk. "Just the news I wanted to hear." "What else have you done to try and locate her?" "I've contacted a few art shops and checked her Luminous Society files," he said. "There's not much there to glean, as both of her parents are highly private people and paid to have their records guarded. But it seems her mother is proficient in Metamara and performed stagecraft, so I've begun to check with theaters in the area." My pulse skipped. I had never thought about him tracing my mother to me, because she went by her stage name, and had been doing so for nearly a decade since she split with my father. Despite that, I was tempted to dismiss myself and send an urgent message to my parents, but I quenched the impulsivity and chose to take another route. I lingered in the library, watching him draw book after book from his vast shelves. "What are you looking for, aside from Clementine, that is?" "A certain volume," he said. "I can't remember its title, but it has an essay on trolls that I need." "Trolls?" I echoed, thinking of Mazarine. "Why is that? Did you encounter one?" "Perhaps." Phelan sounded distant, resuming his search. I watched. There were moments when Phelan looked at me, or when our skin brushed and I felt something electric pass between us. I told myself it was merely from two enemies being in close quarters, until I realized that I had, unfortunately, come to miss him during the time he was away. But more than those unsettling feelings, I needed to distract him from Mazarine, from hunting me and my parents. "This house is far too quiet at night without you," I said. That brought him back to me. He met my gaze, and I wondered what he saw in my eyes, because Phelan smiled. I took a step back, and it was like we were bound by an invisible tether, because he suddenly forgot about the mess of books around him, and took a step forward. "Leaving so soon, Anna?" "Well, you're knee-deep in books," I said, waving my hand. "We can talk more tomorrow." "Talk more about what?" he asked. "The fact that you missed me?" I suddenly couldn't tell if he was humoring me or deadly serious. "I never said that I missed you. I said that it was quiet here." He took another step closer. "Then let me be the first to confess. I missed you." "I have no doubt." "I should have taken you with me." I tried to imagine that scenario, going to Hearsworth with him, staying in my old house with him and his brother, walking streets I knew like the lines on my palm, and pretending it all meant nothing to me. "You should have." My voice was husky, full of longings he would never understand. "And I'm weary of trolls and dusty journeys, and missing Clementines, and having to deal with my brother's snark," he said, and the space between us closed a little more. I had to tilt my chin to look up at him. "And what can I do about that?" "Distract me." He shouldn't challenge me with such a thing. I could give him all sorts of distractions, and I raised my hand and grasped the ribbon that held his hair at the nape of his neck. Slowly, I pulled it loose, and I listened to his breaths quicken as his dark hair spilled around his shoulders. Not once did he look away from me as my hands deftly unfastened the top 2 buttons of his waistcoat. My fingertips traced the faint scar my rapier had left on his cheekbone. I stepped back to regard him. "Yes, you look much better as a rogue." Surely that comment would offend him, but he laughed, and the sound was golden, incandescent. I longed to hear it again, as soon as it melted away. "Come, the distraction isn't over yet," I said, inviting him to follow me from the library. "Go set a pot of tea to boil, and then meet me in the drawing room." "What for?" "That would spoil the fun now, wouldn't it?" He only arched his brow, but a smile lingered on his mouth, and I hated how I suddenly wanted to taste it. Phelan took the corridor to the kitchen. I stepped into the drawing room and found the cards. I stoked the fire in the hearth and lit a few candles by magic, and then I sat in a high-backed chair and waited for him to arrive with the tea. He must have used magic as well to prepare it, because he arrived sooner than I anticipated. The mirth that had been in his eyes just moments ago waned when he saw 7 wraiths laid out on the table. "Honest to God, Anna, I'm tired of this game," he said, setting the tray down. "It's all Deacon wants to play, night after night, and—" "As I know," I replied. "But I have something important to say to you, and I think it will help if we are holding the cards." He only sighed and poured us each a cup of tea, settling into the chair across from mine. I had a strange feeling that he would do just about anything I asked of him, and it made my hands tremble. He watched as I dealt, and the silence was thick as we studied our cards. I wanted to gather as many of the wraiths as possible, and was delighted when I drew the heiress, a young woman with long dark hair and sorrowful blue eyes, a white dress accentuating her lovely figure. A golden belt was cinched at her waist, where a small dagger was sheathed in a bejeweled scabbard. When I tilted the card in the light, tears of blood streamed down the heiress's cheeks, marring the ivory sheen of her gown. It was a disturbing sight, one that made me forget where I was until Phelan nudged my foot beneath the table. "It's your turn, Anna." "Will you trade with me?" I asked. To my surprise, he did. I gave him the 8 of clubs, and he gave me another wraith. The guard. He was decked in armor, his face obscured by a helm. But when I tilted the card, flames began to lick up his body, melting the steel into quicksilver, and I could see his face, screaming in pain. "You are terrible at this game," Phelan drawled. I ignored him and asked, "Do you know who illustrated these cards?" I had an inkling that his mother had painted them. I had seen her buying supplies in the art shop, a place I now wished I had never stepped foot in. She cast no shadow, and there was that uncanny portrait of the twin brothers, tucked away in Phelan's desk. "Yes, I do." "Who is it?" He shifted in his chair. I sensed his discomfort, and his voice was wary when he said, "What's this really about, Anna?" I laid down my cards, face up, so Phelan could see them. The 2 wraiths caught the firelight, gleaming as if they breathed, as if they lived, trapped on the paper. "I think the enchantment surrounding these cards is giving the knight away into dreams that are not his own," I began. Phelan frowned, contemplating. "Go on." I couldn't tell him that my conclusion had not only come from the Duke, but also from Elle Fielding and Hearswith, who had lost a round of 7 wraiths and suffered a nightmare for it, a dark dream where the knight had trod. The cards and the armor, both made from different Devia magicians, were somehow linked together by nightmares. I just did not know how yet, and I hoped Phelan would give me insight. "We know that whoever loses this game will have a nightmare as punishment," I continued, tracing my fingertip over the burning guard, the weeping heiress, both who had betrayed their duke a century ago. "I think the nightmares spawned by this game are providing doorways, or portals, for the knight, who is wearing enchanted armor, to physically pass into them." Phelan, frowning in contemplation, set down his cards to mirror mine, and I saw that he had been holding the spy mistress, Mazarine. Her horns flared and then vanished, and I swallowed the questions I wanted to voice, questions that would betray all the things I shouldn't know. "My mother painted these cards," he confessed at last. I noted that she is a magician when I met her in your bedroom, I said carefully. I didn't realize she is also an artist. His gaze flickered to mine. Not many people know of her skill. She hardly speaks of her Devaya magic to me. Have you ever asked her why she paints these cards? No. Does she know that the knight has wounded you twice now? Yes, of course she knows. He was becoming agitated with my questions. I swept the cards off the table and shuffled them. Phelan watched me with hooded eyes as I dealt us a new hand. Your mother is making these enchanted cards, unaware that she is also giving someone the chance to wreak havoc on the new moon, I said. You and I need to discover who the knight is, and what they want. Perhaps they are simply seeking a challenge, but perhaps they have a bone to pick with your mother. Hence why they have attacked you twice now, Phelan. And why the knight appeared in Hearswith the day before the brothers had arrived, as if the knight had known they were coming. Phelan looked pale in the firelight. You think the knight will come on the November new moon if one of us loses at cards and dreams tonight? Yes, I said. I didn't tell him that I believed the knight had specifically targeted him, and that it was vital we discover who this vengeful person was before they killed him. Then whichever of us loses must also choose to forego a remedy in order to dream tonight, Anna. Yes, I said again, softer. I bit my lip. I couldn't afford to be the one to lose and dream. I needed it to be him. He stared at me for a long, uncomfortable moment. I didn't look away from him. I held his eyes as he held mine, even as he seemed to steal my breath. Very well. He picked up his cards, as did I, and my hopes were dashed when I saw that I held 3 different wraiths: the advisor, the lost one, and the lady-in-waiting. If I was going to win, I would need Phelan to trade cards with me 3 times. He refused to trade at all. I lost with the 3 wraiths in my hands, and when I surrendered them, face up on the table, Phelan fell quiet. Another round, he murmured, and worked to shuffle and deal. I didn't want to acknowledge what he was doing or why, but he purposefully lost the second round. Defeated, Phelan rose with a weary groan and drained the last of his lukewarm tea. Take a remedy tonight, Anna. I'll be the one to dream. Surely the knight will be delighted to use my nightmare as a doorway this upcoming new moon. To my shock, I stood and said, No, let us both dream tonight. Perhaps it was because of the late hour, somewhere long past midnight when reality begins to blur into recklessness. Or perhaps it was because we were both exhausted. Or because I liked him more than I wanted to. And the thought of him suffering through the night so I wouldn't have to vexed me. Or perhaps it was merely because I had never allowed myself to dream at night, and I longed to experience it. All right, he agreed. Together, we banked the fire and extinguished the candles, ascending the stairs to the second floor. There was an awkward pause before his door. Phelan stalled for a moment, holding a candlestick. The solitary flame carved shadows on his face. Pinpricks of light shone in his eyes. I knew he wanted to say something else to me, and so I also tarried on my threshold. I'll leave my door open tonight, he finally said, darting a glance at me. If you need me, call, and I'll come to you. I nodded and slipped into my chamber, shutting the door behind me. But I stood there for what felt like years, stiff with apprehension, and I decided to open my door and leave it that way, just as Phelan had left his, and I prepared for bed. I lay down in the dark, drawing the coverlet up to my chin. If I dreamt of my old life, of a girl with auburn hair and charcoal-streaked fingers walking the streets of Hearswith, I would break all laws of wardenship and fabricate a nightmare to record in Phelan's book. And if this nightmare happened to spawn on the new moon, then I would be exposed, and I would flee, as Papa had prepared me to do. I drifted into sleep before I felt wholly prepared for it. When I woke hours later, the sheets were crumpled around me, the night pitched dark and cold, the hour before sunrise. It was not a nightmare that had startled me awake. It was the emptiness, the howling quiet, a terrible sense of unease crept over me. I hadn't dreamt at all. I sat forward in bed with a gasp. I was chilled to the bone. I trembled, full of aches I had never felt before. It was as if I had slept in a snowdrift on midwinter, and I struggled to rise. My fingers and toes were like ice. My sleep was dreamless, although it shouldn't have been. My mind was hollow, but I told myself it was nothing to worry over. Nothing to worry over as I left my room and crossed the hallway to where Phelan's door sat open with invitation. I took 2 steps into his chamber and then halted, as if I was truly losing my mind. I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't seek him out for comfort. Anna? He was awake, as if he had been waiting for me. I listened as he shifted in bed, sitting forward. Anna, are you all right? Yes, I replied, and the lie sat in my mouth like glass. Something that would tear me up as soon as I swallowed it. And I said, No, I'm not. Do you want to join me? There's room for both of us. I already knew there was room in his bed. I had slept at his side once, and it had been one of the best nights of sleep I had experienced since leaving Hearswith. I couldn't see in the dark, but I surrendered and felt my way to his bed. I listened as he moved the blankets, as he fluffed a pillow, as he made space for me. I eased into the warmth of his bed. The sheets were like silk, steeped with pine, meadowgrass, rain, and spices. The smell of his skin, and his soap, and the ice I had felt upon waking dreamless began to melt. The bed was generous enough that we could both lie side by side without a chance of touching, and I relaxed, sinking into the feather mattress. But I could sense him, how slim the distance was between our bodies. If I reached my hand out to the gentle darkness, my fingertips would brush his shoulder, his hair, the line of his jaw. I felt safe lying beside him. As the tingling left my limbs, I asked myself why I didn't dream. A voice echoed in my memory, as if in reply. Tell me, Clementine, have you read one of my nightmares recorded in your father's book? Mazarine's words, haunting me weeks after she spoke them. And then it was like she was speaking to me, because I heard her whisper, Have you read one of your own nightmares in your father's book? Anna? I was thankful he spoke, breaking me from my reveries. I listened to him breathe, wondering if he was about to tell me what nightmare he had dreamt, if I would need to write it down for him. And when the silence deepened like a canyon between us, I thought he had drifted asleep until he spoke again, and his confession echoed through me. I dreamt of nothing. 26. It must have been the cards, I said later that morning, watching Phelan pace the library. Perhaps the enchantment has worn away in them from being passed through so many hands. No, he said. Those cards will never lose their enchantment. Not while the curse still lives on the mountain. Do you think the curse will ever end? I don't know, Anna. I fell silent. I hadn't told him that I was also dreamless. As far as he knew, I had suffered a nightmare while he had suffered nothing. And if I was honest, there was a piece of me that wanted to tell him the truth. To confess and watch the furrow in his brow ease. But I feared it would make me too vulnerable. How does your mother create the cards? I asked. How does she enchant her illustrations with nightmares was what I truly wanted to know. Phelan stopped pacing. His back was angled to me. His attention was fixed on the frost-laced window. One would never think he had experienced a bad night. He was impeccably dressed, and his raven-dark hair was held by his customary ribbon. But his eyes were bloodshot and distant. Even when he looked at me, I sensed he was far away. I'm not sure. I know very little of Devia magic, he sighed. The sound could have come from my own lips, as if our worry was the same. I need to go tend to a few things. You can have the rest of the day off, Anna." He left in a rush, grabbing his top hat and coat from the rack on his way out. For a moment, I didn't know what to do with myself and this unexpected day of freedom. And then I smelled the aroma of Mrs. Sterling's cooking drift down the hall, browned butter and golden crust and strawberry preserves, and I knew exactly where I wanted to go. I went to see Imani. She had the townhouse to herself again. Mama was at the theater, Papa at the mines. I sat on a kitchen stool with Dwindle purring on my lap. Even in a different shape, my cat knew me. Bright October sunlight flowed in from the windows as I watched Imani bake. It almost felt like the Vespers had never happened to us, and we were back in Hereswith. Almost. "It looks like they've been feeding you well," she said, as she kneaded dough on the counter. "The food is good," I replied, "but I do miss your galettes." She tried to hide how much my comment pleased her. Only a hint of blush warmed her cheeks. "If I had known you were coming, I would have a whole tray ready for you." I smiled, but I said nothing else for a while, the words suddenly feeling too heavy to speak. I would have been content to simply sit silently in Imani's presence until she looked at me with her keen eyes. "What's troubling you, Clementine?" It was a relief to have someone I trusted, someone who knew me in all my shades, ask me a direct question. "What does it feel like when you dream, Imani? Do you dream every single night if you don't take a remedy?" "It's been a long while since I dreamt," she replied, returning her gaze to her dough. But her attention remained fixated on me. "Once, when I was younger, I dreamt vividly every single night. The good dreams were like sustenance, feeding me all throughout the following day. And the bad ones? Well, I think you know what nightmares are like, Clementine." I mulled over her reply, and then asked, "Is it common to wake up and forget what you dreamt the night before?" That brought her eyes back to mine, sharp and probing. "Why do you ask, child?" "I'm merely curious." "Then, yes, sometimes." The stiffness in my shoulders eased. I stroked Dwindle's calico fur and thought perhaps that had been the case for me last night. But the longer I tried to convince myself, the weaker it felt, because both Phelan and I should have been battered by nightmares, and nightmares were not the type of dream to be forgotten come sunrise. "There's something I want to tell you, Clem," Imani said, wiping her hands on her apron. "The other week, when you came for Monday night dinner, you asked if November 17th held any significance." "And does it?" I prompted, my interest catching. "It doesn't in Bardilis, but once, long ago, that date meant something in Seren. It was a night of feasting, when the people of the mountains lit fires and ate their favorite foods and danced beneath the stars. It was the last feast of autumn, because the snow comes early in the mountains." "Why didn't you mention this to me when I first asked?" Imani glanced away. "You know speaking of the mountains grieves me, Clem." She was about to say something else, but the front door creaked open, and we both turned, surprised to see my father appear on the kitchen threshold. "Papa!" I greeted him. He stopped upright and gaped at me a moment, and I noticed that he had washed the grime of the mines away, and that his hair was brushed, and he was wearing fine clothes. He wasn't pleased to see me. "Why are you here, daughter?" he asked in a brusque tone. "Shouldn't you be with Phelan?" I slowly rose from my stool, setting Dwindle on the floor. "And shouldn't you be at the mines?" Papa glanced beyond me, to look at Imani, but by the time I spun around, their silent conversation had ended. "Forgive me, Clem," my father said gently. "You are taking a risk by coming here in broad daylight. I didn't expect it. I haven't forgotten my stealth charms. Come, sit with me in the drawing room." I moved to follow him until I smelled something odd. It was faint at first, and I told myself it must be coming from the kitchen. But when I stepped into the drawing room and could still taste the bergamot and parchment in the air, I halted, watching my father sit in a leather chair. "You've been with the Duke," I stated, Papa gazed up at me, his face frozen. His lips hardly moved as he asked, "What makes you think that?" "You smell like his cologne." "Don't be ridiculous, Clem." "Don't lie to me!" I cried. The emotion welled, sudden and fierce. It took me off guard, and I drew in a deep breath to calm myself. "What does he want with you?" My father continued to stare at me. His face was like a stranger's, cold and suspicious. I couldn't read him, and fear sparked within me. "Sit down, Clementine." "Was he the one who ordered you to protect Mazarine?" I asked. "Does he hold something over you, Papa?" "Yes, and that's all I can say to you of the matter." I hadn't expected my father to reply, so when he did, it nearly made me keel over. He rose and approached me, cradling my face in his palms. I could smell the bergamot on his skin, as if he had shaken the Duke's hand. "Did you make a bargain with him, Papa?" I asked in a hoarse voice. Please, I thought. Please tell me no. My father only studied me, as if he was desperate to find a semblance of his daughter in my disguise. "You've met the Duke, Clem?" He was turning the conversation on me. I tried to step away, but he held me steady. "When?" he asked, and I heard a thread of worry within his voice. "What did you meet with him about?" "Papa." "Answer me." "To record a dream of his, weeks ago." "Is that all?" "Yes." But I had hesitated, and Papa had heard it. He knew I was lying. "Clem," he whispered. "What else happened?" I had always trusted my father, and I saw how naive that was of me. To never question him, to always tell him everything. "That was all," I said, and I felt the stone of my heart settle, as if it would never crack and relinquish me. "But perhaps you should tell me why you met with the Duke." "I don't want you to worry over this, Clem," he said. "All is well. What I want you to do is continue playing your role as Phelan's partner safely and shrewdly. Do you understand?" I nodded, even as his hands continued to cradle my face, firm within his grip. "Good," he whispered, and his fingers fell away. "Now then, do you have any news about the Countess?" I did. I knew that she was a Devia, and she had been creating enchanted cards for 7 wraiths. I knew that she was trying to keep Phelan's new moon nemesis an absolute secret, for reasons I could only marvel at. I had an inkling she had once had an affair with the Duke, and Phelan and Lennox were the offspring of that liaison. But if my father would not be forthright with me, then why should I be with him? "No news, Papa. But Phelan is searching the theaters, seeking Mama." "I'll let her know," he said. "You should return to your post before you are missed." I let him walk me to the door, Imini slipping a few cheese pastries into my hand. My father and I paused in the foyer, and I knew he wouldn't open the front door until I had cast my stealth charm. But I delayed. I was still hungry for answers. What would happen if I ceased taking remedies at night? Papa frowned. "That would be a foolish thing to do, Clem." "But what would happen if I did?" I insisted. "Would I dream, Papa?" He was silent, but his stare held mine for a long moment. "You would dream, daughter, and there is no telling how terrible those dreams would be." I cast my stealth charm. He opened the door for me, and I slipped out of the townhouse without another word. I walked a few blocks before I came to a stop near the river, and I stood on the mossy bank for a while, acknowledging the truth like a bruise on my skin. My father was deceiving me. I didn't drink a remedy that night. I lay in bed with the door open, like it had been the night before, as Phelan's was, on the other side of the hall. As if some channel had been forged by our dreamless slumber, and if I dared to rise, its current would guide me to him. I stared up into the darkness, afraid to fall asleep, afraid to discover what awaited me on the other side, afraid of the answers that I sought. I slept beneath the shadows of a canopy, beneath the watch of the stars. I woke to the fragile light of the sun, and I was cold again, as if I were in an empty cavern, or lost on a winter sea. There was nothing for me to experience in sleep, despite what my father had sworn. Again, I hadn't dreamt. 27. The shields arrived. I had honestly forgotten all about them, and Phelan and I stood side by side in the library, staring at the two shields laid out on the desk. The larger one was for him, made of dark glistening wood and silver studs. Its companion was smaller, crafted from a red wood with golden accents. The one the smith had made for me. They were beautiful, and when I traced the edge of mine, I felt a chill in my hand. I tasted mist and rust and salt in my mouth. Enchantment that was forged deep into the essence of wood and steel. "Why did these arrive?" Phelan asked tersely. He had been in a foul mood since the day before, and I could only assume it was due to his dreamless sleep. "I didn't order them." I cast a careful glance at him. "The Duke had them commissioned for us." "Please tell me you didn't, Anna." "That I didn't what, Phelan?" "Tell the Duke about the night." I was silent. Phelan groaned and dragged his hands down his face. "He knows too much and all but owns me. I don't want to be any more indebted to him than I already am." I remembered what the Duke had said about Phelan. His investment. I dared to wonder if Phelan was his son, but I would never breathe that assumption aloud. At least, not yet. "You don't like the Duke?" I asked. "I won't say that I dislike him," Phelan replied. "But he is everywhere I turn, watching me, advising me, ordering me." He paused, and a light of realization flickered through him. "He came here while I was away, didn't he? Did he force the truth about the night from you, Anna?" "No, but he was concerned about your well-being." Phelan groaned again and walked to the window to gaze beyond the glass. "Well then, I suppose we have no choice. The shields it is." "The shields are to protect us while one of us removes the knight's helm," I said, and Phelan turned to stare at me. "We need to identify whoever it is." "Removing the helm will be impossible." I sighed at his pessimism and lifted my shield. It was heavy, but not to the point where I would be unable to wield it. I slid it onto my arm and met Phelan's stare. "I think you and I can do it." "He might not even appear this upcoming new moon." "Why? We've been playing Seven Wraiths every night. We've all but rolled out a welcome rug in our dreams, inviting him to the streets on the new moon." "But I still haven't dreamt." I glanced at him. "Were you able to speak to your mother about it?" Phelan never answered, as we were interrupted by Mrs. Sterling, who brought in a pot of slippery elm tea and a pile of letters that had just arrived in the post. Phelan and I sat at the desk, drank tea, and sorted through the correspondence. Most were nightmare requests, and I made a list of names we needed to visit. "This one is for you," Phelan said, handing a thick envelope to me. I accepted it with reservation. Who would write to me? And then I saw the golden wax seal, and I slowly opened it, slipping out an exquisite invitation. Lady Raven Vesper was inviting me to a dinner party, following the next new moon. November 17th. I stared at that date until it swam on the paper. Imini's words flooded back to me. It was a night of feasting, when the people of the mountains lit fires and ate their favorite foods and danced beneath the stars. Did the Countess know this? Was this all some coincidence of dates? I didn't think that it was, and I must have been staring at the invite too long because Phelan asked, "Would you like to attend it with me, Anna? As my date?" My heart quickened at his offer. I hated that it did. I hated that I wanted to go with him. I winced, swallowing the pain and the desire, and dropped the invitation on the table. I'm fairly certain your mother loathes me, I replied. She doesn't loathe you. I have nothing to wear. I'm afraid that excuse won't do, Anna. I'll provide you with something. Of course you will. Is that a yes, then? Yes. No. Phelan leaned across the desk and said, I know you dislike this sort of thing, as do I, but my mother has given me an order, so I cannot escape it, and I told her I would not attend without you. That caught my attention. She orders you to attend dinner parties? Not often, but this time, yes. And he smiled, as if that would help change my mind. It was not the charm of his smile, but the enticing thought of seeing the Countess again, in her mansion. I would have access to her private residence, a Devia magician with a multitude of secrets, and I knew this opportunity would not come again. It was the perfect chance to glean more information for the exposé I planned to write about the Vespers. Very well, I conceded. I will go as your date, but only if I am the one to remove the knight's helm on the new moon. His smile melted into a scowl. I waited for him to protest, but instead, he extended his hand across the desk and said, I agree to your terms. I hesitated only a beat before I reached out and let my hand slide into his. We shook on it. The moon waxed. Phelan and I gathered nightmares. We walked the streets in the evening with our shields on our arms, growing accustomed to their weight. We planned strategy. We planned a dance with the night. We planned for the unexpected and the expected. The moon waned. I no longer drank remedies at night. I never dreamt, and I refused to dwell on what that might mean. I blamed it on the tattered state of the cards. I told myself the magic of the game was weak and worn. I never asked Phelan about his nights, but I knew he wasn't dreaming either. I knew the long, dreamless nights were wearing him down with worry, because I felt it too. How it made one crave warmth, to feel something other than numbing emptiness. Sometimes, I found myself concerned for him, and how distant he was. Something had changed within him. He seemed guarded and preoccupied. I occasionally wished that I had been honest with him about my own sleep, for despite how close I felt to him now, my lack of vulnerability had built a wall between us. 2 nights before the November new moon, he came home late from visiting his mother. I was already in bed, but I heard the front door slam, followed by a crash that shook the walls. My pulse leapt in my throat as I grabbed a robe and flew down the stairs. I found Phelan in the throes of dismantling the library. I stood, stunned, as he viciously swiped his books off the shelves. Volume after volume was hurled to the ground, until the floor was nearly covered in exposed pages and scuffed covers. He took to his desk next, completely unaware of me. There was a whirlwind of fluttering papers and quills and shattering glass, ink spilling like dark blood. "Phelan," I said, but my voice was nothing more than a rough whisper. He went to the window, where his potted plants were arranged. He took each one in his hands and hurled them against the wall. Vines and flowers went limp in clumps of soil. I dared to step closer to him. "Phelan." He froze, at last hearing me. When he turned, I saw that his eyes were red-rimmed, and his cheeks were flushed from anger or from weeping. I didn't know. But I had never seen him like this. He released a sharp breath when he met my gaze. I wanted to ask him what had happened, but I couldn't find the words. They lodged in my throat as I stepped over his ruin. "Anna," he said. His voice was hoarse. He no longer sounded furious, only sad. "Anna, you should leave." I halted. "Leave?" He set down the pot he had been about to toss. "Yes. Get far away from me, my family." My fingers curled into fists as I wondered if he had discovered my true identity. He hadn't mentioned Clementine Madigan since the day I'd conveyed Blythe's message, but I sensed he was still searching for me. "You would tell me to leave 2 days before the new moon?" I asked, incredulous. "Why?" Phelan turned away, surveying the damage he had wrought. "I can't tell you why, but I want to give you the opportunity to leave while you still can." I stared at him, stunned, as he began to pick up books and set them back on the shelves. The volume of Nightmares was sprawled in the middle of the floor. I retrieved it, smoothing the pages that had bent. Phelan paused, watching as I walked the tome to his desk and set it down. "Remember that night you told me that you weren't kind?" I asked. "Well, in case you failed to notice, neither am I." "Anna," he began, desperate. "You should—" "No, listen to me. I have invested too much time, sweat, and blood in you and your streets for you to dismiss me over some family matter you refuse to divulge. I'm not going anywhere, Phelan Vesper." I left him to clean the library on his own, but I sat in bed by candlelight, too anxious and angry at him to sleep. I reached for my journal and reread my exposé, eventually turning the page to write what Phelan had said to me earlier. "Get far away from me, my family." I stared at those words, and I wondered what had inspired them. I needed to know. His mother must have done something awful. And I shut the journal. My door was open, as it had been every night, and yet I was still surprised to see him appear, standing on my threshold long past midnight. He had never come to me in the dark, as I sometimes did to him, to lie close enough to feel his heat, but far enough that we never touched. We stared at each other for a long, fragile moment, a moment when I wondered if he was about to ask if he could sleep in my bed, and I felt terrible warmth course through me. "You're right," he said. "I'm sorry." "For what?" I would never be above making him grovel. "That you had to see my fit downstairs. That I told you to leave." He paused, but his eyes shone like gemstones in the firelight. "I need you, and if you had departed as I first wanted, I would have soon come after you." I shivered, but I refused to dwell on how his words made me feel, like I was sugar melting in tea. I needed to know what his mother had done to upset him. "You can talk to me, Phelan." He was quiet. His gaze dropped for the briefest of moments, down to my throat and the loose neckline of my chemise. "I know. Good night, Anna." He left, striding to his bedroom across the hall. I thought it was probably for the best, and slid into the safety of my cold sheets. 28. The November new moon arrived at last. Phelan and I walked the cold, darkened streets with shields in our arms, waiting for the dream to arrive. The trees were succumbing to bareness, limbs creaking in the wind, and leaves gathering on the cobblestones, damp and golden and fragrant beneath my boots. I could see my breath, a steady plume of smoke, and I felt the chill of the air bite my cheeks. It began to drizzle. The street lamps cast hazy circles of light, and I shivered as moisture gathered in my hair, beaded on my raiment. A dankness settled into my bones. My shield sat snug on my arm, but the uneven weight of it was agitating my shoulders. Phelan said nothing as he stood at my side, but he frequently checked his pocket watch. We hadn't discussed the library dismantling again, or what had driven him to do it. In fact, he had kept me at a polite distance, and I hated to admit that his reserve bothered me. I could barely see his face in the darkness, but when he looked at me, his eyes were bright, almost feverish. "This weather is granting us a disadvantage," he said. "As long as we stay close together, we should be fine," I replied. But I couldn't deny that he was right about the disadvantage. The streets were slick from the drizzle and patches of leaves. We continued to wait as the rain began to fall steadily, soaking through our clothes. "If something goes amiss," Phelan began to say, "I want you to retreat to the house and lock the door." "I'm not retreating and leaving you." He never responded, because the nightmare manifested in the streets with a sudden and fierce gust. It blew us both off our feet. We sprawled on the wet cobblestones, breathless and wide-eyed and clumsy with our shields. "What was that?" I asked, scrambling to my feet, my gaze peeling the darkness. We both heard a clatter behind us, the sound of something climbing up a trellis, rattling the shutters of a nearby house. I turned. It looked like a man upon first glance, but then I saw that he was some manner of demon, with pale, scaly skin, sinewy wings, and long talons in place of nails. His eyes were lambent, and he hissed when the shutter remained locked against him. He flew to the next window, seeking to unlock it. I was alarmed to see a figment of a nightmare so intent on breaking into a house. "Is this a child's nightmare?" I asked Phelan, because I failed to recognize it. "Yes, the demon comes and takes the child through the window," he replied. We would have to climb after it on the trellis, which would be difficult with our shields. Phelan shed his buckler in the street, and I followed suit. Together, we approached the townhouse. "Is there anything else that happens?" I asked. He waded through a bush to reach the base of the trellis, taking hold of the lattice. He glanced at me and said, "No, just the demon and the kidnapping." The demon finally noticed us. He hissed from his perch on a second-story window ledge before flying to the next house. "We'll have to be more discreet." Phelan headed to the path that wound to the backyard. But the demon had his eye on us now, watching with a taunting glare. "Wait, Phelan," I said. "We need to set a trap for it, or else we'll be chasing it from townhouse to townhouse until dawn." Phelan paused. "What sort of trap?" I was already taking a step back, returning to the street, my eyes on his house. "Anna?" He hurried after me. "I'm going to sit in my room with the window open and the shutters unlatched," I said, breathless. "You need to be in the backyard, prepared in case the demon manages to drag me out the window." I waited for him to protest. To my surprise, he didn't. I slipped in the front door and locked it behind me, and Phelan went to the garden in the back, where he could see my bedroom window. I hurried to light a candle in my chamber. I opened the window and unlatched the shutters, and I drew a chair up center to it and sat. The rain continued to fall, a quiet melody. I was frozen to the bone, waiting to hear the demon's claws rap on my shutters. It didn't take long. The demon burst into my room with needles of rain. He expected to find me in bed, so I had a moment of surprise to cast my magical net. He screeched and flung himself against the wall, attempting to cut through the vines I had draped over him. They held, and I watched for a moment, until the demon had tired himself. I sought the golden key, thinking it should be somewhere on the demon's body, a place to stab him. There was no golden weakness. But from the corner of my eye, there was an alluring gleam. I turned to my open window, the casement slick with rain. There was a hint of gold at the edges, and I suddenly understood, although it seemed very reckless. I didn't give myself another moment to doubt. I called my magical net back to me, felt the corresponding recoil like a whip striking my hand. But I gritted my teeth through the shock of pain, and leapt for the demon as he made to flee through the window. He hissed as we glided into the night, as if I was suddenly a great hindrance to him. And I thought about being a child dreaming this nightmare. I thought about how the entire crux of this dream was that the child was terrified to let the demon carry them out the window, and yet how it was the key to ending it, to awaken. The demon dissolved into smoke beneath me. I was flying, falling, tumbling. I aimed for the closest roof and eased myself down with a slowing spell. But it was still a rough landing. I hit the shingles, knocked a few loose as I slipped, scrambling for purchase. I cursed the rain in my temerity, thinking of all those lessons when my father had instructed me to be cautious. Those lessons felt as if they belonged to another life, another girl. I hung from the gutter and eased my way to the corner of the house, where I could drop down to a trellis. Halfway in my descent, the lattice groaning like it wanted to break. I heard Phelan on the ground beneath me. "Are you all right, Anna?" I paused to glance down at him. The rain sat on his face like tears. His dark hair swept across his brow in a terribly endearing manner. "I'm fine. The demon is gone." And the lattice responded by finally cracking beneath me. I was suddenly spilled into the darkness below, into Phelan's frantic arms. The impact sent us sprawling into a bracken patch. My hands delved into the damp soil above his shoulders, my legs straddled his waist, and I felt every point of contact between us. The heaves of his breaths beneath me, how his warmth chased away the cold nip of the night. I attempted to slip off him, stiff and awkward in my drenched clothes. He grasped my waist, tightening his hold on my hips as if he wanted me to remain, or perhaps to simply cease moving. One of his hands rose to carefully tuck a thread of tangled hair behind my ear, so he could behold my face in dim light. And when his thumb traced my lips, as if he had imagined kissing them, a gasp escaped me. I felt a hint of pleasure and pain, both lurking deep in my chest. I winced as if a needle was prodding my heart. "Anna?" he whispered, uncertain. I instantly shrank away, realizing this was foolish, to allow myself to be so close to him and enjoy it. His fingertips grazed my jaw as I retreated. I refused to acknowledge the confusion and chaos of my feelings then, but I knew I would have to later, like a sunburn appearing on my skin. "We should go," I said, successfully sliding off him this time. "Another battle awaits us." That sobered him. Maybe the night would come, and maybe he wouldn't. But lying in a garden entwined with Phelan Vesper was a bad idea either way. We returned to our original post, the streets empty and lamplit, gleaming with rain. I fixed my shield upon my arm, preparing for the second leg of the night. My adrenaline was beginning to ebb. I felt sore and weary, and my drenched clothes were chafing my skin. It's almost impossible to judge time on a new moon night. I don't know how long Phelan and I stood there, our breath like clouds, our skin pebbled from the cold, our shields waiting on our arms. But it felt like hours until the silence was broken by an unexpected sound. Someone was singing in the distance, a slurred chorus that echoed off the townhouses. Phelan and I both whirled to look behind us. In a ring of lamplight, I saw a man stumble. I could see he had a bottle of wine in his hand, and he continued to sing, defiant and foolish, and utterly unaware of himself. "Gods above," Phelan said, exasperated. "I take it he's not part of the nightmare," I said. But I felt a jolt of worry. It was always dangerous for residents to wander the streets on the new moon, even after a nightmare had broken. I had heard horrible stories of how magicians had inadvertently slain innocent mortals who had been in the streets because the wardens believed they were part of the nightmare. Of course, this typically only happened to magicians who were unprepared, those who did not study and memorize their nightmare ledger. "It's Alan Hugh," Phelan groaned. "And no, he's not part of the nightmare. He's very real." "You should do something," I whispered, thinking it would be disastrous to have a drunk Alan wandering the streets if the night appeared. "Can you take him home?" But even that was a risk, to make Alan's wife have no choice but to unlock her door on this capricious night. Phelan sighed. "Yes, he lives one street over. I'll take him there now. Will you—" "I'll wait here for you," I said. Phelan must have heard the resolve in me. I was not about to trail him and this drunk individual. He nodded and began to run up the street, splashing through puddles, calling for Alan's attention. I watched until they had vanished into the darkness. I soaked in the silence again. I closed my eyes and leaned my head back, face upturned to the sky. And that's when I felt it, a tremble in the cobblestones beneath me, a shift in the wind around me. The rain eased as if nature was retreating, hiding. I opened my eyes and watched the night appear. He was unchanged. He walked his same steady, heavy-footed pace. His armor was still blood-stained. His helm still inspired a blaze of terror in me. He drew his sword, and the tip of it rang on the stones alongside him, a warning for me to run from him. I walked to meet him, shield ready on my arm. "I'm faster," I reminded myself. "Stay out of his reach, and if you stumble, remember the shield." He took his first swing at me. I danced out of the sword's path. I would wear him out, and I taunted him again, stepping close to provoke him, darting away from his reach. He swung. I evaded. I believed I could continue doing this until dawn, and I had every intention to, until the knight feigned a move, and I misread him. He turned and caught me by surprise, but my reflexes saved me. I swung my shield around to block. His sword lodged within the wood, and I expected my buckler to crack in two, but it held firm, suddenly illuminated as its enchantment stirred. I was drenched in golden light, and the knight bent to it, to me. I stumbled backward, and his sword came with me, embedded in my shield. I was amazed at the sight of him disarmed. He seemed stunned as well. And I claimed that moment of surprise, just as I had done with the demon. I swung my shield and the hilt of his sword at his chest, and the blow rocked him from his feet. He went down with a grunt on his back. "Anna!" Phelan shouted from a distance, and I knew he was running to me, but I didn't spare him a glance. I let my shield slide from my tingling arm and stood over the knight, my foot on his chest. He was dazed, frozen on the cobblestones. I knelt and removed his helm. The streetlight spilled over his face, a face I knew alarmingly well. It was my father. 29. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I hovered above the knight and stared at his face, familiar and yet hauntingly strange in the darkness of the new moon. A face that was beloved to me, and yet there was no recognition within him as he stared up at me. His eyes were unforgiving and sharp as flint. His auburn hair was lank in the rain. His mouth was pressed in a hard line, and vengeance burned within him like stars. I recognized him, and yet part of me denied it. My father appeared younger, with the shadows playing over his features. Startled, I realized I had seen him like this before. On the night when the Vesper brothers had arrived to Hearswith, and Papa had been sick. He had asked me to glamour him to look hale, and as I cast the spell, I had caught a glimpse of his younger self. Before I could demand why he appeared this way, what he was doing, how he had walked into this nightmare, my father reached out and took hold of my throat. His grip was fierce, unrelenting. I gasped and clawed at his hand, but my fingers were useless against his armor. He is going to kill me. The thoughts burst in my mind as the world tilted. I struggled, I viciously fought him, and it only made my blood thrum faster. I could hear Phelan shout my name again, his boots echoing on the street as he ran for me. My sight was dimming, my lungs burning, and yet I held my father's vicious gaze, unwavering, and rasped, "Papa! Papa!" My father grew still. He stared at me, his eyes widening like he had woken from a dream. Before I could rouse another strangled word in my throat, he released me, hurling me up and away from him as if I were weightless. My hair streaked across my face as I glided through the rain, as I hit the cobblestones with a painful jar. Phelan reached me a moment later. His arms came about my body, drawing me up and holding me firm against him. At first I thought I didn't need his strength, until I realized that my feet were numb. "Anna! Anna!" Phelan turned me toward him. I gasped a broken, terrible sound. My neck throbbed as I leaned into him. My voice emerged weak and brittle. "Where is he?" Phelan glanced beyond me to where the knight had been just moments ago. "He's gone, Anna." I didn't believe him. I looked to where I had seen my father, gleaming in blood-stained armor, where my father had almost strangled me. It was as Phelan said. The knight had vanished, retreated, but his sword remained lodged in my shield, and my shield lay on the cobblestones, a testament to what had happened. I felt my awareness fading, and I bit my lip until the pain sharpened me. "Stay awake! Stay awake!" Phelan's breath was labored as he led me to his house and ascended the porch stairs. He bore me inside and kicked the door closed. The sound reverberated through my body, and I could see the concern in his expression, a wrinkle of fear on his brow. He carried me upstairs, past my bedroom, into the lavatory. He spoke, and the candles ignited, washing us in rosy light. Gently, he set me down on the tile floor, propped up against the cabinets. I knew there was a mirror directly above me, and it hovered like a blade about to fall. If I wasn't so drained, I would have shattered it. Phelan knelt and drew my hair away from my neck, studying the column of my throat. I imagined bruises would soon bloom. "I'm fine," I said, and I wanted to send him away, but couldn't find the strength. His fingertips traced my neck up to my jaw, to the arch of my cheek. A soft caress that made me ache. He held my face in his hands, and I closed my eyes, surprised by the surge of trust I felt for him. I breathed deeply until I had calmed myself. Slowly, I could feel my limbs again. Slowly, my fear faded, and a bitter coldness replaced it. The ice seeped into my chest. I opened my eyes. Phelan was watching me intently. Whatever shone in my gaze made his hands fall away. "I'm going to draw you a warm bath," he said, reaching for the handles. Water began to flow from the faucet, and he cast a heating spell over it. The chamber became warm, steamy. Lavender intoxicated the air. I could have fallen asleep, propped up against those cabinets, lulled by the sound of running water. But I continued to see my father's hauntingly young face, feel his hand on my neck, choking me. "Did you see the knight's face?" I asked. Phelan was still on his knees, tending to the tub. A jar of bath crystals was in his hand, and he poured them into the water. "No, I didn't. But you did, Anna?" "Yes," I whispered, and Phelan waited until the tub was full before turning off the faucets. He returned to me, on his knees. "Did you recognize the knight?" he tentatively asked. "You seemed to hesitate when the helm was removed." "I've never seen him before," I lied, and Phelan nodded. But I thought I saw his eyes shudder, his jaw flex. "Do you need me to help you into the tub?" I almost laughed until I realized how shaky I was. I tried to unlace my bodice, but my hands were trembling. "If you could help me undress, I can do the rest." He did so with great care, unbuttoning my boots first. He slipped them off my feet one by one. He unlaced my bodice and drew my skirt down, and I could hear him breathing, deep and steady, like his heart was pounding. Soon I was sitting in my damp chemise and my knee-high stockings, and he hesitated before he reached beneath the hem of my undergarment to find the top edge of my right sock. I felt his fingertips trace my skin as he slowly pulled the wool down my leg, leaving goosebumps in his wake. I closed my eyes as he reached for the second one, and I was wondering if I should let him completely undress me, when he paused, my stocking pooled around my ankle. I looked at him, brow arched. He was frozen, staring at something on my left calf. 2 scars made by fangs, on a night not unlike this one. When I had nearly drowned and had pulled myself into Phelan's boat. They were scars I thought he would never see, and so I had left them when Mazarine transformed me. He met my gaze. I couldn't read the thoughts that lurked within him, if he suspected I was not who I appeared to be, but nor did I have the energy to reassure or lie to him. "I can handle it from here," I whispered, and waited for him to slip away, the door latching behind him. I drew myself up with help of the cabinets, kicking off my left stocking. I let my chemise fall away, and I stepped into the bath, sinking into the warm water with a tremor. Alone at last, I indulged the softer side of myself. I covered my mouth and wept. I don't know how long my mind whirled before a wave of misgivings crashed on me. I embraced the pain and finally relived my father's betrayal, seeking to make sense of it. How long had he been hiding enchanted armor, and why was he stepping into nightmares? What power was he channeling to do it? Why had he not recognized me? Why had he appeared to look 20 years younger? I wiped away my tears, my neck aching from his brutal hand. And then I studied my own palms, my fingers, the length of my brown hair. All of them lies, a facade that I had made for myself. "Oh my gods," I whispered, watching my hands quiver. My father must also be wearing a disguise. He was two-faced as I was. How old was he truly? Why would he need to hide his face? His age? I would have to go to him and insist he answer my questions. Questions that threatened to burn through me. Questions that I wanted to hone into swords and pierce him with. He had lied to me. He was a hypocrite. He had nearly strangled me. I laid my fingers over my neck. I felt the stone half of my heart grow colder than the ice on the mountains. I would have to take him by surprise at the mines that evening, when he left his shift. And while I felt too restless for it, I slept most of the day. Late afternoon sunlight crept through my curtains when I woke, and I saw that Mrs. Sterling had left a tray of food by the bed. It must have been hours ago, because the tea and soup were cold. I rose and dressed, avoiding my reflection in the shattered mirror. My neck was sore. I imagined the bruises were beginning to show on my skin as I silently crept down the stairs. I paused in the foyer, listening. I reached out with my magic, mindful to go gently, or else I might gain their attention. Mrs. Sterling was in the kitchen. She stood at the counter making dumplings. Flour was on her apron, on her face. She sang beneath her breath. Farther down the corridor, I sensed Phelan in the library. The doors were open, and he sat with the Book of Nightmares cracked before him. He was so still he could have been hewn from stone as he stared at the page. His worry hung in the air like a thundercloud. And then, beyond the back door, in the garden, was Deacon. He was supposed to be gathering herbs for dinner, but he was preoccupied with whittling a stick into an arrow. I called my magic back to me and slipped away from the townhouse, careful to make no sound. I hurried down the street, fighting the sensation I was being followed. It eventually overcame me so greatly that I did pause and wait in the alley between two shops to see if anyone was trailing me. Phelan, most likely. But I never saw him, and I imagined I was simply being paranoid after discovering that my father was not who I believed him to be. I called a horse and cab and traveled to the northwest point of the city. I lingered in a shadow by the mine yard, waiting for dark, when my father's shift would be over. It seemed like I waited an eternity before the miners began to file out of the earth, their faces streaked with grime. My father was at the end of the line, his head bowed, his boots dragging. I intercepted him, grasping hold of his shirt and tugging. "What?" He let out a startled sound until he realized it was me. He followed me to an alley, and his concern nearly smothered me. "Has he discovered you? Do we need to flee?" I gaped at my father. He acted as if nothing had happened the night before, as if he had not tried to strangle me. "Clem!" he urged, impatient. "Who are you?" I countered coldly. He blinked, taken aback. I could just discern his face, the face of a 47-year-old man who I had implicitly trusted, as a nearby lamp limned us with faint light. "What? You heard me," I snapped. "I have no idea what you mean, Clem." "It's Anna, and you do know Ambrose." I drew my hair away from my neck so he could see the bruises. The shock and fury on his face were electrifying. My father reached for me, but I evaded him, my stomach knotting. I was going to be sick. I was shaking, fuming. My anger was so keen it felt like I might break apart. "Did he do this?" he demanded, his voice trembling. "No, Phelan did not do this to me. You did. Last night." "Last night?" he whispered, bewildered. And then he realized it had been the new moon. "Wait a minute, Clem, wait!" But I had already taken a step away from him. When he moved to follow, I held up my hand, and he halted. "Where did you get the armor? What spells are you casting to step into the dreams? Why did you wound Phelan twice? Why are you disguising your face?" He stared at me as if I had lost my mind. I felt trapped in an upside-down world with him, one where nothing made sense, and all I could hear was my own uneven pulse, beating like a drum in my ears. "I have no idea what you speak of, Clem." My eyes burned with angry tears. "I know you're wearing a glamour, one that makes you look far older than you are, and I want you to stay away from me in both worlds, the waking as well as the new moon realm. Stay away from Mama and Imani. Do not come near me or Phelan again, or I will have the Duke eviscerate you. Do you hear me?" "Daughter, please," he said, stepping nearer to me. "Explain to me what happened. Did you see me in a dream?" For a moment, I almost believed him, that he had no recollection of last night. But I wouldn't be deceived by him and his act. "Don't come any closer to me," I warned. "Did you not hear me? I don't trust you. You are vile and deceptive, and I want no part of you." I turned and began to stride away. "Clem! Clem!" he shouted, which only fueled my anger as he recklessly exposed my cover. I gathered my stealth charm about me, slipping from his reach and his sight. And yet, I couldn't resist. I glanced over my shoulder to see my father on his knees in the street, dazed as if I had just given him a mortal wound. 30. It was late when I returned to the townhouse. Mrs. Sterling and Deacon had departed for the night, and I found Phelan sitting in the drawing room before the fire, a glass of wine in hand. "Miss Nevin?" he greeted me as I joined him in the room. I should have known then that something was wrong, but my mind was trapped in a daze. "Are you all right? We were worried about you." I sank into the chair across from his. "I'm fine. I went for a walk. I apologize for missing dinner." I met his gaze, shocked when I saw that his dark hair was unbound, brushing his collarbones. Why was he regarding me in such a way, as if he were memorizing me? "Is there something on your mind?" he asked. "No." It was strange how his eyes, slowly taking me in, made me ache to be known, to not have to hide and pretend and feel this rock in my chest. "You know you can confide in me, Anna." "Let it crack," I dared myself. "Let yourself fall and come undone and be who you want." "I know." The enticement lasted for a minute before I regained control of myself, glancing away from his intensity. I watched the safety of the fire, and I realized I was just like my father, cut from the same cloth. Deception and secrets and vengeance and lies ran thick in our blood. "Can I tempt you with a round of 7 wraiths?" Phelan asked quietly. "I'm sick of 7 wraiths," I replied, pinching the bridge of my nose, when I inevitably envisioned my father in that blood-stained armor. "Then grab another game. I think it'll take your mind off whatever is troubling you," he said. "At least for tonight, while you are here with me." I sighed, but conceded to look at him once more. His gaze was on my neck, on my bruises, I realized, and I watched as his knuckles drained white. "Very well," I said, and rose. I was glad to turn away from him, walking to where the cupboard sat against the wall, just beneath the mirror. I crouched to avoid its taunting gleam, opening the cabinet and sifting through the other board games until I found one that seemed promising. I stood without a second thought. I hadn't heard him move. I hadn't sensed his presence. Not until it was too late. Phelan stood behind me. I met his stare in the mirror, and his shock sent a pang through me. He beheld me as I truly was, the girl he had first met and championed. Neither of us moved or spoke. It felt as if ice had fettered my ankles, sprouted in my chest, making it difficult to think through the frost that gleamed between us. And then he broke it with his voice, the ice and the uncertainty, and my entire facade. Clem. The sound was beautiful and terrible, piercing me like an arrow. I felt a crack in my chest. It wasn't deep. It was only a hairline break, the stone faithfully holding to my heart, even as the pain swarmed. I pressed a fist to my breast, clenching my teeth until I thought they would chip. Hold yourself together. Don't crumble like this. I did the first thing that came to mind. I hurled a spell at him, even though he hadn't moved or threatened me. No, all he seemed capable of doing was staring at my reflection, stricken. Vines rose up from the rug, thorns and leaves and indigo blossoms. They wove together in a whispering rush, and my intentions were to trap him, to form a cage about him. It would give me the time I needed to flee. But when I thought about running, I had nowhere to go. For that had been my father's plan all along, and it was now worthless in my eyes. And when I saw the pain and betrayal in Phelan's face, I could not entrap him. I reined my spell back a fraction, so that my vines would form a wall between us, a barrier. He studied it for a moment, my impulsive defense. I watched through the gaps in the vines and leaves as he slipped a dagger from the inner pocket of his jacket. He began to cut through my enchantment, hack by hack, and it gave way to him. Flowers sundered beneath his blade, their petals cascading to the floor. The vine snapped and recoiled. The leaves hissed into steam as he dashed through them. My spell held valiantly, giving me the time I needed to run. Run, I thought, and yet I couldn't move. My desire ran dark and deep. I wanted to face him again, wholly known. I wanted to answer his challenge. I wanted to clash with him. And so I waited and watched him work through my enchantment. My thorns dragged over his face, leaving bright scratches behind. They clawed at his hair, at his clothes, and when he finally emerged on my side of the wall, he looked the most disheveled I had ever seen him. He looked untamed, half wild. He stared at me, panting, blue petals and silver leaves in his hair. He tossed his dagger aside. Slowly, we circled each other, our gazes holding as if we were both prey, both predator. Say something, I wanted to shout at him. His silence was overbearing, crushing. I couldn't read his thoughts. And then he smiled, but it was scathing, sharp and unfamiliar. The sight of it sent a thrill through me. I hurled another spell at him, an arc of light. He was ready for it, taking it in his palm, dissolving it into shadows. For all my disguise, he knew me well, and that was maddening. I struck him again and again, but he caught my spells effortlessly, as if he knew exactly what to expect from me. He turned my fire into smoke, my wind into dust, my light into shadows. He accepted everything I gave him, and yet he didn't retaliate. He refused to counter my moves, and I didn't know if he was waiting for me to tire myself, or if he simply didn't want to risk hurting me. This would never end. The two of us circling, me striking, him absorbing. I turned away from him, frustrated that he wouldn't spar with me, and he caught me around the waist. I tripped over my own vine, snaking across the floor, and down we went. We tangled, our limbs entwining, and our hands catching, and our breaths mingling. I saw it in his eyes at last. The shock of my deception was wearing thin, and the realization kicked in like a second heartbeat. I watched his eyes darken when he remembered my interview, how I had attacked him, when he remembered all the lies I had spouted to him, when I had told him to get on his knees and apologize, when he had tried to summon me and thought he had failed. "I should have known it was you," he whispered, his mouth dangerously close to mine. His skin flushed with anger, indignation. I was satisfied to see it, to know my vengeance had run its course, that I had hurt him as he had once hurt me. We rolled on the floor, caught up with each other, unable to separate ourselves, as if a spell had bound us, and I finally emerged on top. I straddled his waist, held him beneath me, and before I knew it, I called his abandoned dagger. The weapon came willingly into my hand. I set its glittering edge to his throat, and he went still, his gaze fixed on mine. And I thought, is this who I am becoming? I didn't recognize myself in this tenuous moment. "Clem," Phelan said. "Clem." He dared to take a gentle hold of my wrist. I recoiled from him. I tossed his dirk away. It landed with a plink in the rug. I slid off him and stood, trembling. He sat forward and rose with fluid grace, putting a safe distance between us. I felt him stare at me, a heated moment I was reluctant to acknowledge. But soon, the draw to meet his eyes was irresistible. I glanced up and held his gaze, unrepentant. I knew I had wounded him, deeply. He lowered his guard. He looked devastated. "I hope you enjoyed every moment you played me a fool," he said. "Phelan," I whispered, but my voice turned to ash in my mouth. "I hope you achieved whatever it was you wanted. I hope all your lies were worth it." He took a step back. I felt the space between us like a chasm had formed in the floor. I felt completely hollow. "Bravo, Miss Madigan." Phelan held out his arms to grant me a mock bow. He spoke a charm beneath his breath. I had never heard it before, and I tensed until I realized it was not directed at me, but at him. I watched him fade away. He was gone. Alone, I sank to the floor, to the remains of my vines and thorns and withering magic. 31. He didn't come home. I sat in the library at his desk, watching patches of sun travel across the floor. I waited for him, words gathering in my chest, building like water behind a dam. Words I wanted, needed to say to him. An explanation. An apology, even. Maybe. But Phelan never returned. My disguise still held firm as my own skin. When I drew a deep breath and held it in my chest, I could feel the small crack within me. I wondered how much longer I had until the stone half of my heart shattered. If I could suffer a few more blows before the spell relinquished me. Mrs. Sterling found me at noon, concern creasing her brow. "Miss Nevin? May I ask what happened in the drawing room?" I had cleaned it the best I could, but my vines had left a few fissures in the wall and the mirror. "A slight altercation, Mrs. Sterling." Her eyes widened. "I hope no one was harmed?" "No, all is well." The lies still flowed smoothly from my mouth. Gods above, I sounded just like my father. She nodded, but didn't seem convinced. "A package has arrived for you." At first I thought it must be from Phelan. Something ominous. Something to make me pay for all my deceit. But Deacon carried in a narrow clothes box and set it carefully on the desk before me. "What is this?" I asked, wary. "Your dress, Miss Nevin," Mrs. Sterling said. "For the Countess's dinner tonight." Oh, that was tonight. It was the 17th of November, and I had hardly known it. I rubbed my brow, keenly distressed. But I tempered my feelings before Mrs. Sterling or Deacon could detect them, and I smiled. "Thank you. Have you heard from Phelan this morning? He left early before I woke. Yes, Miss Nevin. He wrote and said he would be away for a few weeks. Oh? A few weeks? I paled at the thought, wondering where he had gone. Did he not tell you? Mrs. Sterling asked kindly. She finally inferred that the slight altercation had been between us, and that I was completely in the dark. He didn't, but no matter. I'll tend to things here while he's away. I granted her and Deacon a smile, but it was weak, and they saw through it. Oh, and you received a letter. Mrs. Sterling reached into her apron pocket to extend an envelope to me. I accepted it, immediately recognizing the Duke's crest. Let us know if you need anything, Miss Nevin, the housekeeper said, as she herded her grandson from the library. I scowled as I opened the Duke's letter. I was not surprised by his message, succinctly written. Miss Nevin, I surmise that the new moon was a success. Please send me a detailed description of the man in question, as soon as possible. Lord Ivor Darren, Duke of Bardillis. I held the Duke's letter over a candle flame and watched it burn. I was not ready to expose my father, and yet I didn't know what I was waiting for either. I stared at the clothes box, but refrained from opening it. I quickly gathered my cloak and departed, heading to the townhouse that Olivette and Nura shared a few streets over. They were sitting in the dining room, still wrapped in their robes, eating a late brunch. I was suddenly overcome with strife, wondering if Phelan had revealed my deceit to them. Anna! Olivette greeted me warmly. Come join us, there's plenty. Her vibrant response was a relief. But Nura sensed my distress, even as I sought to hide it. She set down her teacup and bluntly said, What's wrong? I hesitated on the threshold. I was wondering if you two had seen Phelan today. Perhaps he dropped by this morning? Phelan? Olivette echoed, glancing to Nura. No, he hasn't. And he hasn't sent a letter in the post to you? No, Nura said, rising. Did something happen? Yes, I breathed. We got in an argument. During the new moon? No, afterward. He left, and I haven't seen him, and I don't know where to find him. What was wrong with me? I sounded desperate. If I didn't know better, one would think I had feelings for him, and I cleared my throat, embarrassed. You are afraid he will expose you, I told myself, and there was a kernel of truth in that statement. He now held something over me, and I was uncertain what to expect from him. If he would use it against me, if I should go ahead and reveal myself before he did. Nura reached out to gently take my arm. Here, sit and eat. Things always feel worse on an empty stomach. I sat. My shoulders were sore, my knees ached. I drank a cup of tea and relented to eat a few bites of egg and steak, Olivette watching me with obvious concern. Do you want to tell us what you quarreled about? She whispered. I set down my fork. No. It was foolish, though, and he is quite angry at me. That's so hard to imagine, Olivette said. I don't think I've ever seen Phelan angry. He's so mild, so even-tempered. Until he met me, I thought. It's natural in our line of work, Anna, said Nura. Partners will inevitably butt heads. You shouldn't beat yourself up over it. I'm sure Phelan is taking the time he needs to sort through whatever has come between you. But you'll see him tonight to smooth things over with him. I frowned. Tonight? At his mother's dinner. He wouldn't miss that. He wouldn't? Olivette smiled. Of course not. His mother gives him an order, and he follows it, every time. Ollie, Nura warned. You shouldn't speak of the Countess like that. What? Olivette shrugged. It's the truth. I stood, suddenly overwhelmed by nerves. I probably shouldn't go tonight. What if he planned to expose me at the dinner? But the more I imagined it, Would Phelan do something like that to me? What? Yes, you should come, Anna, Olivette insisted. You can ride with us tonight. I was silent, contemplating all my options. To go, to stay, to run, to confront. Nura stood beside me. Gently, she drew the hair away from my neck and saw my bruises. "Is this Phelan's doing?" she asked in a low, sharp voice, one that made me shiver. "No, it wasn't him," I replied. "An unfortunate result of the new moon." Olivette gasped, also seeing the bruises from across the table. "Anna, oh my gods, what happened?" "It's nothing," I said, taking a step away from them. "I'm perfectly fine." And it was a good reminder for me to glamour the bruises until they healed. "I think I will ride with you tonight to the dinner, if you don't mind." "Of course," Nura said. "We'll come pick you up at 5:30. I left before they could press me for further answers, retreating to Phelan's townhouse. I rested most of the afternoon, but soon my uneasiness swelled, and I prepared for the Countess's dinner. The dress Phelan had tailored for me looked to have been spun from gold. It rushed off my shoulders and softly held my curves, tiny jewels sewn along the hem and the neckline. I had never worn something so beautiful. It felt like sunlight on my skin, warm and soft, alluring. I glamoured my bruises, and then touched a few lank strands of my hair. I decided to braid it into a crown, weaving within the plaits a golden ribbon that I found in my wardrobe. The sun set. The stars were beginning to smolder in the sky when Olivette and Nura arrived. I sat on the bench across from them, rocking with the sway of the cab, and listened to them talk. A low, pleasant stream of conversation. One that I failed to join, because my thoughts were distant, roaming. "My father will be so delighted to finally meet you tonight, Anna," Olivette said. I blinked, returning to the cab. "Your father will be at dinner tonight?" "Yes." "How many people will be here, do you think?" I asked, nonchalantly. But my dread rose. Something was going to happen tonight, and it wasn't going to be pleasant. "I'm not sure," Olivette said, glancing at Nura. "This is the first time we've been invited to one of the Countess's dinners. They are selective affairs, though. Many of the upper class hope to win an invitation." That did nothing to ease my sense of foreboding. All too soon, the carriage arrived at the Countess's mansion. It was a grand estate, out of reach from the street by a long private driveway. The house was built of creamy stone and a gray-shingled roof, 3-storied with large mullioned windows, creeping ivy, and multiple chimneys. The front doors were on the 2nd story, and 2 curved staircases blossomed from the courtyard up to the entrance. Through the dusky light, I could see a long stretch of shallow water to our left, a reflection pool, and the hedges of a garden. I followed Nura and Olivette out of the coach and up the stairs. A butler took our cloaks and led us deeper into the mansion, to a spacious ballroom, where the floors were blue-veined marble, the ceilings arched and coffered. Hanging chandeliers burgeoned with silver-wrought leaves and candles. Music haunted the air, and servants milled about with flutes of sparkling champagne. I expected to see a crowded room, a night full of people I could lose myself among. But it was a small, intimate party. Nura and Olivette drifted toward the musicians, but I remained standing, soaking in the grandeur of the room. And I couldn't help myself. I looked for Phelan among the black jackets and top hats. He was nowhere to be seen, and I buried my disappointment just as the Countess caught sight of me. "Miss Nevin," she said, and I sank into a deep curtsy. "I am honored you have accepted my invitation." "Thank you, lady. The honor is mine." "Come take a turn around the room with me," she invited. "We are still waiting on a few more guests to arrive, but let me introduce you to an old friend of mine in the meantime." I fell into a stilted stride beside her, and soon realized she was taking me directly to the Duke, who was standing beside a man I recognized, the smith who had created the shields for me and Phelan. "This is Lord Darren, the Duke of Bardillis," the Countess said. "And this is Aaron Wolfe, The most renowned smith in the province, as well as Olivet's father. Miss Nevin, the Duke greeted me with a languid smile. A pleasure, as always. Your Grace. I curtsied, and then looked at Olivet's father. Mr. Wolfe? I shall leave the three of you, the Countess said suddenly, as if it had been her task all along to deposit me at the Duke's feet. And perhaps it had been, I thought irritably, as I watched her stride across the room. Were the shields a success, Miss Nevin? Mr. Wolfe asked. His face and voice were so carefully guarded that I couldn't tell if he was surprised to see me here tonight. Yes, Mr. Wolfe. Thank you. The smith nodded, and there was an awkward lull until he glanced at the Duke and said, I should go say hello to my daughter. I wanted to beg him to stay, to not leave me alone with the Duke, but I held my tongue. When Lord Darren stepped closer to me, I flinched. I trust you received my letter today, the Duke said in a low voice, offering me his arm. I hesitated, but only for a breath. I rested my hand in the crook of his elbow and permitted him to slowly walk me around the edges of the room. Yes, Your Grace. I apologize that I have not had time to write a response. You saw the knight's face? I did. Can you describe him to me? I envisioned my father's face. The words rose to illustrate him, but I couldn't speak them. Even with his betrayal, I couldn't find the desire to expose him. No, Your Grace. I fear it was a dark night. It would be impossible for me to describe it in detail to you. Then we are in luck, the Duke said, coming to a stop. I glanced up at him, but his gaze was elsewhere, cutting across the room. Did the knight perhaps look like that man? He asked, indicating a new dinner guest. I turned to see who he spoke of, and the hair rose on my arms. My father stood just within the ballroom, speaking to the Countess. Clean, his beard trimmed, his hair slicked back. He was not a miner, but the magician I had always known him to be. He wore a top hat and a white waistcoat and a black jacket with a rose in his lapel. On his arm was my mother, dressed in a blood-red gown, overlaid with a net of black stones. And trailing them was none other than Imini, wearing a blue dress with lace sleeves, her steel-blonde hair swept up in a loose bun. I froze, but my mind flooded with anger, shock, a multitude of questions. What were they doing here? My silence was answer enough for the Duke. Good, Miss Nevin, he said, amused. I am glad Mr. Madigan could whet your memory. Now, if you will excuse me. My hand slipped from his elbow as he rejoined the Countess. I continued to stand, stranded. My father sensed my stare, his eyes rising to meet mine. He appeared just as surprised to see me, his mouth going slack. If not for my mother guiding him away, distracting him with a flute of champagne, I'm sure my father and I would have fought in the Countess's ballroom, ruining my guise for good. Even Imini paused, setting a tense gaze on me. I almost went to her. She had always been my refuge, a safe place for me to call home. And yet, tonight, she was like a stranger. Ignore them, I told myself. You have never seen them before. The ice thickened in my chest. I was cold, calm, poised. A girl with a stone trapped in her ribs. And then, I felt his stare. My eyes scanned the ballroom until I found Phelan nearby, standing in one of the archways, draped in shadow, watching me. I wondered how long he had been leaning against the frame, observing my precarious walk around the room. But the moment our gazes met, the glittering firelit world faded around us. There were only shadows, and a path that connected him to me. A path that felt treacherous to walk, in the sense that it might undo me. His face was smooth of expression, his eyes inscrutable. I wanted to know what he thought of me when he had started to suspect I wasn't who I claimed to be. and I didn't know if he planned to expose me, or if he would ever forgive me. I told myself not to care, but a small fracture was within me now, and my regrets began to trickle through it.
Even the deepest of ice eventually gives way to fire, Mazarine had once told me.
I turned away from Phelan, unable to look upon him a moment longer. I found my way back to Nura and Olivet, who were in high spirits. "Oh, there's Phelan," Nura said, looking beyond me.
"Why isn't he joining us?"
Olivet wondered, waving him over.
"Have you spoken to him yet, Anna?"
"No." Nura exchanged a swift glance with me before saying, "I'll go speak with him." She left me and Olivet, and I tried to focus on conversing with her, but my worries tugged, and I watched Phelan speak to Nura across the room. He was saying something solemn to her. She frowned, listening, and then she glanced back to where Olivet and I were standing, and I thought for certain he had just exposed me. "Shall we go speak with your father?" I asked Olivet, with a hint of desperation, lacing my arm with hers. But no sooner did we begin to approach Mr. Wolfe did my parents begin to speak to the smith, and I came to a halt.
"What's the matter?"
Olivet asked. "Do you know those people? The ones speaking to your father?" She studied my parents. Papa looked up at me, held my gaze for a beat too long.
"The woman is Sigourney Bertel, one of the most esteemed performance magicians in the province. Have you ever been to one of her shows, Anna?"
"No, I have not."
"Phelan should take you to one soon, then," Olivet said. "As for the man, I've never seen him before, but he seems familiar with her."
She paused, and then added with a hint of anger.
"And he keeps looking at you. Do you want me to say something to him?"
"No, but thank you, Olivet." I narrowed my eyes at Papa. He finally ceased glancing at me with that worried gleam. Sweat began to bead my skin, and I reached for a flute of champagne, a tremor in my hand. I watched Imini next from the corner of my eye, and when the Countess walked a loose circle around her, my dread turned into a leaden thing, weighing me down. Their conversation didn't look friendly. I openly observed as the Countess finally ceased her predatory walk about Imini, and their lips moved, but I couldn't read them from where I stood. Why would someone as haughty as Lady Raven invite my parents, Imini, me? Why would she invite someone like Olivet's father, who worked with his hands and kept to the shadows? Why would she invite Nura and Olivet? I couldn't make sense of this dinner party and the odd mixture of guests, and it only heightened the sense that something was wrong. Nura returned to us. I struggled to focus on her, waiting to feel her scathing glare, for her to expose me for the fraud I was. It never came. She was too preoccupied with Olivet. She wove their fingers together, brown and white, and whispered, "Come here, Ollie. We need to speak." I watched them retreat to a quiet corner of the ballroom. I felt bare, alienated. I drained my champagne and decided I would leave. This night held nothing promising or good for me, and I didn't care if I offended the Countess. I turned and nearly stepped into Phelan. "Going somewhere, Miss Nevin?" he said, cordial but cold. The cadence he would give to a stranger. "Yes, I'm going home, wherever that might be." But I didn't step away. I stood facing him, so close I could smell the spice of his aftershave. "Will you let me pass, Mr. Vesper? I know I'm the last person you want to see tonight." "You read minds now?" "Yes, for 3 gold coins." "You seem to have already emptied my pockets," he said, "or else I would pay." "Go ahead then, Mr. Vesper." He arched his brow. "Go ahead with what?" "Expose me. Reveal who I am. That's why you told your mother to invite my parents and Imini here tonight, no? Take your vengeance on me, and let's call a truce. We can part ways, and you never have to see my deceptive face again." He smiled, but it wasn't gentle. It was a wince, as if something within him ached, and he leaned closer to me. I know you believe this night is about you, Miss Nevin. Let me assure you, it's not. And you can leave now if you want. I won't stop you. But you will come to regret your impulsive departure when the sun rises." "You speak in riddles," I said, breathless with anger. "Why are my parents here?" "You will discover that soon enough," he replied, "if you choose to remain." It was a challenge, one he knew I couldn't resist. The dinner bell rang. I followed the stream of guests into the dining hall, surprised when Phelan chose to sit beside me. The table was long and narrow, sparkling with fine china and glasses and silver candelabras. Once everyone had taken a seat, I noticed that 2 chairs were empty. "2 more guests will be arriving later," said the Countess, as if she had heard my thoughts. She was the last to sit at the head of the table, the Duke to her left, Imini on her right. And only once she had taken her seat did the servants file into the dining hall, bearing the first course. It was a thick green soup I had never seen before. It was also chilled, and I didn't know what I thought about it when I forced a spoonful into my mouth. Nura and Olivette also seemed disgusted with the green mystery. They were sitting to my left, and I watched from the corner of my eye as they took only a few polite sips. My father, who had somehow managed to sit directly across from me, drank the entire thing, savoring it. Conversation flowed quietly. I didn't even try to engage with Phelan. He, too, was often silent, speaking minimally, when the Duke attempted to draw him into a discussion about dreams. The second course arrived. Another strange dish I had never tasted before, but it looked to be roasted poultry on a bed of sautéed greens and buttery porridge, with pickled beets on the side. I didn't know how to properly eat it, so I watched my father, who once again acted as if this dish was one of his favorites. Were these recipes from Seren? I was too shy to ask, but it was the only explanation I could come up with, especially when I recalled how Imini told me the significance of November 17th to the Mountain Duchy. Course after course was served. All of them were bizarre and unfamiliar, and I struggled through this seemingly endless dinner, thankful that no one took much note of me. I was beginning to believe that Phelan had fooled me into staying when the dessert was delivered, a lemon pudding with berries and cream, and Phelan leaned close to me, to whisper into my ear, as one does to a lover. I didn't move as his lips brushed my cheek. "Something is about to happen tonight," he said. "You must not expose who you are. Hold your act." And then he leaned away from me, as if he hadn't spoken such dire words, dipping his spoon into the pudding. My father was watching us, though. I lifted my eyes to his, and the tension eased in his face, as if he also knew what was about to unfold, and he was waiting for it. The doors opened with a bang, startling half of the table. The candlelight flickered as Phelan's brother, Lennox, entered the room. He looked windswept, his clothes wrinkled, his cravat knotted crookedly, as if he had arrived here in great haste. He wasn't alone. Mazarine accompanied him, Mazarine in her human disguise. My breath left in a rush, my body tensed until I felt Phelan's hand on my knee, beneath the table. "Hold your act." The Countess smiled and rose. "At last you have arrived, my son, and I see you have brought our guest of honor." "Indeed, mother?" Lennox said with a triumphant smirk. "Miss Mazarine Thimble of Hereswith." I couldn't take my eyes from her. There was a trickle of blood flowing from her lip, and her silver hair was snarled. It was almost impossible to believe that she had been bound and brought roughly into the city. Mazarine, a bloodthirsty, dangerous creature of the mountains. But in this moment, she had been tamed. Her hands were fastened behind her back. "Perhaps you would like to sit and join us, Mazarine," the Countess said. "Or perhaps you would like us to call you by your true name." Mazarine smiled. It was frightening, even with her human face. "I will not sit and eat at your table, even if you tried to serve the best of Seren foods. Call me by my name, heiress." Lady Raven stared at the troll. The only evidence of her displeasure was the tightening of her jaw. "Welcome, Bryn of Stonefall. It has been a long time since last we met. Ambrose Madigan has shielded you well the past decade, but alas, all good things must come to an end." Mazarine spat on the table. Lennox took a fistful of her hair and yanked her head back, and I felt compelled to rise until Phelan tightened his hold on my knee. Even my father gave me a sharp glance, one that ordered me not to interfere or respond. I watched, but my mind was reeling. "You have us all together, Lady Raven," Mazarine, Bryn, said, with a malicious gleam in her eyes. "Why delay? Prove your point." The Countess lifted her hand in response. An emerald ring gleamed on her finger. 5 servants who had been standing against the wall stepped forward. They no longer held platters. They held daggers. And they moved in unison, approaching the table. Mazarine was stabbed first. A servant plunged the blade into her chest, where it met her bone with a crack. The troll laughed as dark blood ran down her dress, as it seeped into the silver tangles of her hair. Next, Aaron Wolfe, Olivette's father. He didn't fight or protest as a dagger split his heart. He seemed to welcome the mortal blow, and Olivette lunged to her feet, overturning her chair, screaming and screaming and screaming. Her father didn't even look at her. He closed his eyes, sorrowful, peaceful, as if he were already dead. The blood dripped from his chair, pooling on the rug. My heart pounded in my ears, an uneven rhythm. I trembled. Phelan's hand remained warm on my knee, holding me steady, holding my guys in place. I drew in slow, deep breaths, but the air was full of copper, the metallic taste of blood. The Duke was next. He didn't fight it either, but surrendered to the blade. It pierced his broad chest, and he only sighed, complaining how the Countess had just ruined his best waistcoat. When a dagger found Iminy's heart, I nearly rose from the table to lunge across it to reach her. "No, no, no!" my thoughts rang, until she looked at me and gave the slightest shake of her head. I had seen that look before plenty of times. She was scolding me, even as her blood marred her blue dress. "Stay there, Clem." I read her thoughts. "Be patient. Be shrewd." And then my father. The last servant approached Papa's chair. A noise of distress slipped from me when I saw the flash of the blade. The dagger sank deep into my father's heart with a wet thump, down to the silver hilt. His blood rushed forward, fast and bright like a rose had bloomed over his breast. It sprayed over the white tablecloth, speckling the china and the candelabras in crimson. I watched its cascade, numb with shock, waiting to feel my face crack like an eggshell. Because I sensed it rising, somewhere deep within me. Clem was screaming in my bones, furious to escape. Witnessing Iminy's and my father's murder was going to shatter my disguise. This is the end of me. My lips parted, full of ragged breaths, as if I had run for hours. But my father remained upright. Soon his blood slowed, and then ceased altogether, leaving only a red stain on his waistcoat. He sat in his chair and breathed with a pierced heart. My mother remained at his side, eyes closed and her face pale. But even she was not surprised. She wasn't protesting or reacting to the violence that was unfolding around the table. I couldn't fathom it. I prepared myself to see Papa slump in the chair, to gasp his last breath. But the dagger held no power over him. My father cannot die. Olivette continued to weep, but Nura held her in her arms. Nura had known this was coming, I realized. That was what Phelan had whispered to her earlier that night. And Nura stared at him now, both furious and fearful. But Phelan's focus remained on his mother, who stood at the head of the table, calmly watching the demise of her dinner guests. I waited for Mazarine, the troll, Mr. Wolfe, the smith, Lord Darren, the Duke, Iminy, and my father, the magician, to drop dead. But they continued to breathe, sitting in their blood-soaked raiment, waiting. Their gazes strayed to the Countess. Mazarine laughed, and the sound broke the brittle tension in the room.
"You have proven who we are, Lady Raven," the troll said. "Now prove yourself to us."
The Countess didn't hesitate. She took the last dagger from the servant who waited beside her chair, and she plunged the blade deep into her side. I felt Phelan flinch, but he said nothing. Beneath the table, I reached for his hand. Our fingers intertwined. The heiress, I thought, studying the Countess. And then I dwelled on her companions, the wraiths who I had held as cards in my hands. Her companions, who she had commemorated by painting them over and over, lending her magic and her sorrow to a card game. They had been mere illustrations to me in those moments when I had been playing a game, and I had never dared to believe that I would one day sit at a table with them, beholding their accursed state of being. I had never contemplated that I was the daughter of one of them. The advisor, I thought, staring at my father. He was the mountain advisor. And Imini? I wasn't sure what her title was among the wraiths, but all my life, I'd believed what she had told me, that her ancestry was rooted in the mountains, but she had been born in Bardillis. Never had I imagined she had been part of the court that had sundered Seren, that she had been there when it fell apart. My childhood, my entire life, had been built upon lies. "Welcome, old friends," the Countess said. "It has taken me years to find some of you, thanks to Bryn of Stonefall's magic of disguises, but here we are, reunited after so much time apart." "What do you want with us, Lady Raven?" the Duke asked, yanking the dagger from his chest. "I was quite happy in Bardillis. So were you." "Happiness never lasts for our kind," the Countess said before glancing at my father. "Ambrose's twin brother, Emrys, has withstood the curse for 100 years on the mountain. We left him behind a century ago, the lost one of our alliance. He has carried the curse and walked the fortress in the clouds as penance for slaying my brother, the Duke of Seren, but now Emrys has found his way out. He walks dreams on the new moon, taunting us to come home. Twice he has wounded my son, and by the vengeance of his blade, I no longer had a choice but to gather you all to answer his challenge." She held up her chalice of wine, as if preparing for a toast. "We scattered like chaff when the curse began. We went our own ways and sought to live our own quiet lives. I lost track of you, as you did with me. But the time has come, my old friends. It is time we returned home. It is time we remembered ourselves and dreamt again. That we no longer wake from cold, dreamless slumber. That we live and feel as mortals do. That we die when the time comes. For we have dwelled hidden and forgotten in this province for far too long." She paused, and I was suddenly hanging on to her every word. I felt them resound in my soul, in the dreamless depths of my being. It is time for us to return to the mountain. It is time for us to end the curse. Part 3. Mountain of Dreams. 32. I stood in the foothills of the Seren Mountains, on the edge of Bardillis Province, savoring the cold bite of the wind as the sun set. It had taken our party a full week to travel from the city to the border, but now we were here, full of anxious thoughts and a heavy sense of foreboding. We would approach the mountain doors the next day. Part of me hoped the doors would refuse us entrance, but Imini had once told me that they would open if all the wraiths approached together. I studied the fortress in the clouds, carved into the summit. I had been traveling with the Vespers party, everyone believing me to be Anna Nevin, save for Phelan and my parents and Imini, all four of whom I hadn't properly spoken to since the Countess's bloody dinner. I had an act to perform, and I ignored my family. But at night, when I was alone and embraced by darkness, my anger burned so bright it felt like a fever was ravaging me. Lie after lie, my parents and Imini had fed me, allowing me to grow up beneath deceit. I didn't want to even look at them. But I knew I needed to eventually speak with Imini and my father, whose twin brother I had mistaken as him. I needed more information about this mysterious uncle who had almost strangled me on the new moon, and I deigned to ask the Countess more about Emrys during our journey. "He's Ambrose's identical twin, and the mastermind behind the assassination," Lady Raven had said to me. "He slayed my brother, and the mountain made him pay for it, holding him captive while the remainder of us left. If he wasn't so cold-hearted, or better yet, if he hadn't tried to kill my own son, I would feel pity for him." "Who made him the armor?" I had asked next. To say I was nervous to meet Emrys once we ascended was an understatement. He had only released his hold on my neck when I had called him Papa, and I surmised it was because he realized I was his niece. Which meant he knew who I was, and I couldn't afford to be exposed as Clementine Madigan yet. "Why, Aaron Wolf made the armor," the Countess had replied, as if I were daft to not realize it. We had been traveling in a coach together. Phelan and Lennox were in another, as Phelan was still avoiding me as much as I was avoiding my own family. "How old were you when the curse happened, Lady Raven?" "That's impolite to ask, Anna," the Countess had replied stiffly, but it only confirmed my suspicions that she was wearing an aging glamour, just like my father, to look older than she was, even though she had lived well over a century. In fact, most of the Wraiths had become magicians. The Countess, my father, Mr. Wolf. Imini never had, but then again, Imini wasn't wearing an aging charm to fool unsuspecting people. I was almost certain of it. I had then dared to press my luck, and asked her, "Who is that other woman in our party? I think her name is Imini." "Ah, yes, Imini," the Countess said with a hint of malice. "I once called her by another name long ago. She was my lady-in-waiting before the curse. She used to dream with me about how we could make Seren a better place if my brother was off the throne. And gods, I remember the day she told me twin boys had been left on her doorstoop. She did not know what to do with them, and I told her to take them to the orphanage and wash her hands of them. Someone else would eventually want them. But no, she kept them, and I knew they would grow up and break her heart, as children are prone to do." One of those twin boys had turned out to be my father, and I had not pointed out that the Countess herself had borne twin boys, and that life sometimes had a twisted sense of humor. "Regardless," Lady Raven had continued, clearing her throat as if the memories still haunted her, "Imini hid from me a long time after the curse, when we wandered the province and tried to make new lives. I recommend that you stay clear of her. She's as slippery as an eel." That conversation had happened days ago, but I was still mulling over it. I sighed and turned away from the mountains and my recollections. Our party was setting up camp, and I walked to where the Vespers servants were rushing to erect the tents. I had a tent of my own, as did Lennox and Phelan, although the Countess ensured to set her tent between ours, as if she had anything to worry about. Phelan had hardly looked at me this past week, speaking to me only at a polite minimum. Most of the time, I didn't care. But then there were other moments, usually at night, when I watched the moon begin to wax, when I felt the sting of his dismissal. I longed for the way it had once been between us. I had tried to speak to him. One evening, I found him standing alone a few yards from camp, and I had joined him. "I know why you came home angry that night." He had glanced at me, and I waited, hoping he would talk, that we could settle this rift between us. Of course, I didn't truly know why he had stormed home and destroyed the library that evening weeks ago, but I could imagine that was the day his mother had told him who she was, who he was, the son of a Wraith, and that she was gathering up her erstwhile companions with the intention to return to the mountain. "Perhaps," he had said before walking away. "But I don't want to talk about it with you, Anna." His words still stung when I recalled them, but I also couldn't fault him for being angry at me. I swallowed that memory and watched the first star break the dusk as I returned to the camp. Tents were pitched in a ring with a fire in the center. Olivet and Nura were currently struggling with their tent, until Nura gave up and enchanted it to rise. My parents and Imini were already camped as well, Imini beginning to cook dinner over the flames. And then there was the tent for Mazarine, who everyone gave a respectful berth, and the Dukes. I drifted to a log beside Nura as she began to chop carrots for a stew. I helped by peeling a mealy potato, and I waited until Olivette, who was tending the fire, rose to fetch more sticks. "Have you figured out who is who?" I whispered to Nura. She knew I spoke of the mountain court, the 7 wraiths, and was quiet for a breath, but her eyes darted around the bustle of the camp. Some of the wraiths were obvious, others I was still trying to identify. "I believe so," she began in a low tone. "Mazarine is the spy mistress, obviously. The Countess is the heiress. I think the woman called Imini once served the Countess as her lady-in-waiting." She paused to dump her carrot rounds into a cast-iron pot. "I think Olivette's father is the advisor." I held my tongue. I believed that was my father's former position, but I was still uncertain. "And what about the Duke?" I whispered. "The Master of Coin," Nura said without hesitation, and I nodded. "But what I'm wondering," I began, lowering my voice a shade more as one of the Vespers' servants tossed a split log on the fire, "is how the Master of Coin was able to worm his way into being Duke of Bardillis. If he can't age, and wasn't born into the Darren family, then how did he manage it?" "It's a mystery," Nura agreed. "And I think there is some old magic at play here. The Duke is obviously disguised, as Mazarine is. Maybe she fashioned a glamour for him to appear just like the real Duke, so the Master of Coin could seamlessly take his place without anyone realizing there had been a swap. It alarmed me to think the Master of Coin had been wearing a full-blown guise, just as I had been. That he had been masquerading as a well-known beloved person, Lord Darren. But this would explain why the Duke had ordered my father to guard Mazarine over a decade ago. Because if something happened to the troll, then the Duke's disguise would surely crumble. I discreetly glanced up from my peeling to catch sight of him on the other side of the camp, speaking to Phelan. "His Grace certainly pays a great deal of attention to Phelan," Nura said sharply. "I've noticed that as well." She glanced at me. "You and Phelan are still at odds?" "He refuses to speak with me." "Well," Nura said, scraping her second batch of sliced carrots into the pot, "sometimes conflict can't be resolved with words alone. Sometimes it requires settlement of a different sort." And she gave me a shrewd smile. A burst of laughter escaped me. "Ah," she whispered, "you have drawn his eyes now. Is he hurling daggers my way?" "On the contrary. He looks immensely jealous of me, as if he longs to be the one who made you laugh." I smacked her arm, which made her chuckle. "Don't tease me, Nura." "If you doubt me, then look for yourself, Anna." I did, unable to resist. As soon as my gaze touched his, Phelan languidly glanced away, back to the Duke, as if I didn't exist. "Oh, yes," Nura said, also noticing. "You have certainly gotten under his skin." "Whatever did you do, my friend?" I focused on my potato peeling, thinking if she knew the truth, she would despise me. Perhaps I enchanted him, and the spell has broken. Olivette returned with an armload of branches and dropped them before us, and I didn't realize she had been crying until Nura leapt to her feet. Ollie, what is it?" Olivette glanced at her father, who sat on a nearby rock. Mr. Wolf froze, stricken. He made to rise and approach, until Olivette turned away. "I'm not going with him," she announced, dashing tears from her cheeks. "He's lied to me my entire life. Why should I believe anything he says now? Why should I risk myself by returning to some cursed mountain fortress?" "Come, let's chat." Nura took a gentle hold of Olivette's hand, guiding her away from the camp. I hesitated until I saw the sheen in Mr. Wolf's eyes, and I stood, following Nura and Olivette. I could relate to Olivette more than anyone else in this camp. Her words could be my own, as if she and I were reflections of each other. And I wanted to say, "I understand how you feel. My childhood has also been built upon lies." I considered confessing to them, these 2 girls who had become my friends. What if I opened my mouth and told them everything? That I was a girl named Clem who had lost her home and wanted Phelan to pay for it. Would they still trust me afterward? Would they hold my secret? Don't be a fool, I told myself. I quietly approached Olivette and Nura. Shh, Ollie. It'll be all right, Nura was saying, drawing Olivette into an embrace. We don't have to ascend if you don't want to. I wondered if seeing the mountain had churned up these feelings in Olivette, to realize how close we were to returning to a place that our parents' sins had cursed a century ago. The sight of it had done so to me. I felt as if my blood was singing. It was nearly impossible to sleep at night. This isn't my curse, Olivette said vehemently. It's theirs. They're dragging me into it, and you, Nura, and even you, Anna, and everyone is still holding so many secrets, and no one knows who to trust or what awaits us when we reach our destination. I can't do this anymore. She buried her face in Nura's neck and sobbed. My gaze drifted to the meadows that lay south. Hearswith was not far from here, perhaps half a day's travel. I was so close to home, and yet it felt as if all along I'd belonged here, at the footstool of the mountains. I knew why the Wraiths wanted me and Phelan and Lennox and Nura and Olivette to accompany them. The legend claimed that nightmares roamed the fortress in the clouds. It was the heart of the new moon curse, and all of us were trained to fight such dangers. But it didn't make the uncertainty any easier to bear. Olivette finally wept the last of her tears, Nura stroking her hair. I know much has changed lately, Ollie, she said. But your father is a good person. Perhaps he wanted to tell you who he was, but he didn't know how. Olivette was silent, but she was listening. And he's doing the right thing, Nura continued, framing Olivette's tear-streaked face in her hands. He's partly responsible for this curse, and he's now returning to hopefully see its end. And if we are successful, then the Seren Duchy can be restored. And who will take the throne? Nura paused, but she glanced at me with an unspoken request. Who would you want to see on the throne, Olivette? I asked. Olivette was quiet for a beat, wiping her nose on her sleeve. I don't know, but not me. I don't want it. What about you, Nura? I don't want it either. Not without you. Nura tightened her embrace. But don't you remember how you once wanted to be a madcap, Ollie? Gods, don't remind me. You thought it would be a grand adventure to see the fortress in the clouds. So did I, after I met you. Olivette's gaze drifted to the summit. And now I realize how foolish I was to want that. We could all die tomorrow up there in that dank fortress. It took me this long to realize how much I love Endelion. And those music classes we thought about taking. I don't want to die before learning how to play the flute, Nura. We aren't going to die, Ollie, Nura whispered with a smile. After this is over, you're going to learn how to play the flute, and I'll learn how to play the violin. I decided to give them a few moments alone, and walked to the fire, the stars gathering overhead as the dusk deepened. Soon, Olivette and Nura returned, and I remained on the wolf side of camp with them, even though I made sure I ate the food the Vespers servants had prepared. No one talked much that night, not even the Duke, who had strangely seemed the most affable out of our traveling party. We continued to sneak glances at the mountains, at the fortress. It was dark. There was no visage of life in the stone, and yet all of us knew my uncle resided there, walking those corridors, waiting for us to return. The lost one. I wondered if he would challenge and kill us on sight. Lady Raven, the Duke finally drawled, since you are the one who has so generously collected us all and dragged us across the province to the mountain, what is the plan for tomorrow? How are we to prevail? Lady Raven took her time in responding, holding her goblet up for a servant to refill with wine. We'll approach the mountain doors tomorrow morning. They'll open because all of us are present. And then we'll ascend and speak to Emrys. What if he doesn't want to speak? Mr. Wolf asked. He nearly killed your son, Raven. Twice. I know what he did, Aaron, she snapped. He attacked Phelan to prompt me to act. That is all.
Good thing we have plenty of wardens, Mazarine said wryly from where she sat in a shadow, crunching on chicken bones. The nightmares will no doubt run rampant.
We are prepared, the Countess insisted. All of us are here and ready. There is nothing to worry about.
But someone is missing from our party, Mr. Wolf said.
His statement made me glance around the fire ring. Everyone was accounted for. Who do you speak of? Nura asked. The smith glanced at my father. Where's your daughter, Ambrose? Everyone froze, either to gape at my father with surprise or regard him with suspicion. I played the act, looking at him with an arched brow. Papa calmly ate the last spoonful of his stew and set his bowl aside. Imini, who was visibly anxious at the turn of conversation, took his bowl and began to wash it. My mother sat on a rock nearby, her long dark hair boasting a blue sheen in the firelight, her face sorrowful. Yes, where is Clementine? The Countess asked. I've heard so much about her. Should she not be here with us? Both of my sons are. Aaron's daughter is here. Where is yours? I don't know where my daughter is, Papa said. After our town was lost to us, she was angry with me and ran away. I haven't been able to locate her. You don't have any tricks up your sleeve, do you, Ambrose? The Countess queried with a laugh. Although perhaps I should also ask the same of you, Miss Bertel, since you are a seasoned stagecraft performer. My mother narrowed her eyes. What are you implying, lady? That you have schemed for Clementine to arrive at the mountain fortress after we have ascended and taken all the risk and danger. Mazarine snorted and cracked open a new chicken bone. Thankfully, no one paid her any heed but me. I told myself to inhale, exhale, to not draw any attention, but my body was wound tight, and I think Nura sensed it, sitting beside me. Clementine has no idea who I truly am, Papa answered. I have withheld my past from her, and when she does discover it, the last thing she'll want is to be anywhere near me. His words dampened the mood of the camp. My father stared into the flames, as if his only daughter was truly lost. But through the fire and the dancing shadows and the starlight, I felt someone watching me. I lifted my gaze to meet Phelan's. This time, he did not look away. 33. I couldn't ascend the mountain the following morning without speaking to my father in private. The questions were devouring me, and I remembered the things I had once said to him when my heart had been wrung by betrayal. You are vile and deceptive, and I want no part of you. I retired to my tent and waited for the camp to fall quiet. I cloaked myself with stealth and slipped into the night, cautiously approaching my parents' tent. I hesitated a beat. I was anxious to enter unannounced, because I was uncertain about the status of their relationship. I had been surprised that my mother chose to accompany my father on this journey, given their past. But perhaps love was not something easily forgotten, even when it had burned down to ashes. I was beginning to understand why their marriage had unraveled all those years ago. My father was deathless, dreamless, cursed, a magician of the mountains, and my mother wasn't. She was of Bardillis. She would age and die. She could dream. And yet she had guarded his secret, as Phelan was guarding mine. I slipped into their tent without stirring the canvas. They had not gone to bed yet, to my vast relief, but they sat close to each other, a few candles burning around them, casting monstrous shadows on the tent walls. My father startled when he saw me materialize. "Clem!" he rasped, and I held my finger to my lips, silently rebuking him. "Anna," my mother said, "we were just speaking of you." I drew a deep breath, burying the resentment and bitterness that bloomed within me. I told myself that I would handle this conversation as Anna would, as an outsider with little emotions attached, and whispered, "I don't have long, but we need to talk, Ambrose." He nodded, glancing at my mother. She rose, brushing the wrinkles from her dress, and said, "I'll keep watch." She departed, touching my shoulder on her way out, and I took her place on the ground, facing my father. He cast a quick spell. I sensed his magic drifting around us like feathers, enclosing us in the tent, so our voices couldn't be overheard. "What can I expect when we stand in the mountain fortress tomorrow?" I asked. "I don't know, but I imagine my brother will greet us." He paused, his gaze drifting to my neck. He was remembering the bruises that had been there, inspired by Emrys's hand, and he said, "I'm deeply sorry that he hurt you on the new moon." "I thought he was you." My father smiled, but it gleamed with pain. "You would have known who he was if I had told you the truth from the beginning." "Yes, the truth would have been nice," I said, my skin flushing. "You and your brother are the twin boys in Imani's story?" I remembered that tragic tale of hers. At the time, I hadn't realized she was sharing a glimpse into her own past. "You and your brother, she raised you, didn't she?" "She did." I studied my father's face in the candlelight, lean and handsome and yet creased with sorrow. I wondered if he had been Imani's quiet boy, the lover of books and knowledge, or if he had been her wild boy, reckless and untamed and full of challenge. "How old are you, Papa?" He chuckled. "Well, I was 25 when the curse fell, but I've been alive for nearly 127 years now." "Can I see your true face?" He hesitated, but nodded. I watched as his glamour melted away, and I saw him as he was, frozen in time as a young man. And even though I was prepared for the sight, it was still strange to behold. "It's one of Mama's spells, isn't it?" "Yes," he answered, and the glamour returned. "Without it, I was unable to stay in one place too long, for fear of people becoming suspicious of my agelessness." "Why did you choose to become Warden of Hearswith?" I asked. "Did you want to be as close to your brother as you could, even as the curse kept you apart?" He was quiet for a moment, but his brow furrowed. "Yes and no. I do miss my brother. Some days it is nearly unbearable. But I was also given an order to protect Mazarine." "The Duke's order?" "Indeed." "He's wearing one of Mazarine's guises." "He is, as you know well yourself." "And he must have killed the real Duke quietly," I surmised. "And then had Mazarine enchant him so he could replace Lord Darren without anyone knowing there had been a swap." My father was silent, but I saw how my spoken revelation softened his eyes. "How did you get dragged into this, Papa?" "The Duke found me by chance years ago, even though I had tried to melt into Endelian society. My marriage to your mother was on the rocks by then, so when he offered me Hearswith with a few terms attached, I took it." We both heard a sound beyond the tent, a nightingale's call. I knew it must be a warning from my mother, and yet there was still so much more I wanted to ask my father. "The Countess thinks we are scheming," I rushed to say. "She's concerned about me arriving." "Why?" "Because for the era of the curse to fully come to an end, a new duke or duchess must claim the mountains and reinstate a court," Papa said. "The Countess of Amorous no doubt thinks I am going to try and position you as sovereign. I believe she has similar plans when it comes to one of her two sons." I held his stare, wondering what my father saw within me, if he saw light or darkness, if he saw truth or deceit, if he would make a case for me to rule, or if he thought me too reckless, too ambitious. And I didn't know what I wanted. These thoughts were new to me. They swarmed like a hive, and I didn't want to entertain them for too long, for fear they would overcome me. Another bird call. I stood but lingered, because I had one more question. "Papa, why can't I dream at night?" "Because of me, Clem," he said, rising to his feet. "Because of the curse in my blood. It runs through you, daughter." Did that mean the mountains owned a part of me? That I had a place among the clouds? Would I dream again once the curse was broken? Where did I truly belong? I felt divided, yearning for Hearswith and my old life. But that had been a life built upon a facade, and so I acknowledged the other half of me, which secretly longed for something new and dangerous. Papa must have read my slant of thoughts. He continued in a low voice. You inherited the curse, but something else as well. You also have a claim. A claim? To sit upon the throne. Is this what you want for me, then? Mere weeks ago, I wanted you to lead a normal life, he said. One where you could draw, paint, become a Devia magician if you wanted. I sensed the Countess was hunting us when her sons arrived in Hearswith, and I fought it as long as I could. I tried to keep us from being discovered by her so our lives could move forward here. But everything has changed now. We've been drawn into this century-old conflict, and you are the only one I would see end it. I stared at him. How can I trust you now, after all the lies you have raised me beneath? In what world would I believe what you are telling me? In what world would I follow you up the mountain? My questions wounded him. Agonized, he reached for my hand. I sidestepped his touch, a knot in my throat. There was a warning in my chest, a painful scrape of stone against tendons. Listen to me, daughter. When we ascend the mountain tomorrow, alliances will be formed. Not all of us are promised to survive. If you want to throw your lot in with the Vespers, then by all means, you are grown and your own person. But if you want to take the throne, you have my support, as well as the Duke's. The Duke's? I remembered how my father had met with Lord Darren one afternoon not so long ago. How his hand had smelled of bergamot, a cologne the Duke must wear to hide his true scent. That rotting smell of parchment. For years I protected Mazarine for him, my father said. And now the time has finally come for me to call in a favor. He will support your claim to Seren, should you desire it. Another bird call, this time more insistent. I didn't want him to see how his words had affected me, and I asked, was the Duke of Seren good or cruel? Papa had never told me mountain legends when I was a girl. Imini had occasionally, and her myths had depicted the Duke as an oppressor. But I wanted to hear what my father thought. He was cruel, Clem, a man bent by selfishness. But that doesn't absolve me for what I did, what I planned as a member of his court. And it's all the more reason why I refuse to see someone unworthy take the throne again. I nodded and slipped from the tent. I tried to put myself in his place, in Imini's place. What would I do if I was in the court of a cruel person? Was it right to kill them? I kept to the shadows, tossing off my stealth charm halfway to my tent. I entered through the canvas door. I heard the clink of beads, the rustle of fabric, and I startled to see the Countess standing there. Lady, I said, rigid with shock. I felt a spasm of fear that she had uncovered my journal with my exposé, which was sitting just behind her, tucked away in my satchel. What would she do to me if she read it? Where were you? She asked. Visiting the privy. For 10 minutes? I had to walk a good way to find a private place, I said. Your servants mill around the camp like ants. She was pensive for a moment, as if weighing my voice for a lie. May I help you with something? I asked. You and my son have quarreled, she stated tersely. What about? I think you should ask him, lady. I have, and he will not tell me. She pulled her fur cloak tighter about her, but her eyes never left mine. Whatever has come between you, you need to settle it before we arrive at the fortress tomorrow morning. I sighed. What is this truly about, Lady Raven? Phelan cares for you, Anna, she said. And I couldn't help it. My mouth fell open, drawing a snicker from her. Do not act so surprised. Any fool could see it. Any fool could see he can hardly bear to look at me. That may be, but I know my son very well, and when he does allow himself to look at you, there is an ocean in his eyes, the Countess said. I will not see you usher his downfall. His downfall? Lady Raven, I am his partner. A partner who had once schemed of gathering all his family's dirt and publishing it in the paper. A partner who had once drawn his blood with a rapier and reveled in his groveling. She wasn't wrong to doubt me. Partners have turned on each other before, she countered. I want you to swear allegiance to my family. Your vow will come into great importance when we stand in the fortress hall tomorrow, when the curse realizes we have all returned to the place of our betrayal. The last thing I wanted was to swear my allegiance to the Vespers. My father's words rang in my thoughts. I had his support, as well as the Duke's, although I was reluctant to believe it just yet. I could most likely also garner Mazarine's support, but I didn't know if I desired any of it. I hoped I would have a better sense of what to do and what I wanted when I reached the summit. In the meantime, I held an advantage, and I wasn't afraid to play it. "I will swear my allegiance to you, Lady Vesper," I said. "I will fight on your behalf until the curse is broken and the Mountain Duchy is restored." "Good, Anna. Come, kneel before me and give me your vow." I did as she wanted. I knelt among the blankets and furs of my makeshift bed and held out my right hand. She unsheathed a small dagger from her belt and bestowed a quick, shallow slice to my palm. The wound stung as I spoke my vow to her. "I, Anna Nevin of Endelion, pledge myself and my magic to your service, Lady Raven Vesper, Countess of Amaris. I will serve you and your family from this moment until the curse breaks on the mountain and the Saren Duchy is restored. Should I break my word, you have the power to bring me harm by whatever way you see fit, according to my betrayal." She nodded, pleased with my words. I rose and she wrapped the wound on my hand with a strip of cloth torn from one of the blankets. "The first thing I ask of you is to make amends with Phelan," she said. "You once guarded his back on the new moon nights in Endelion. I would ask it of you again." "You believe someone in our circle would harm him?" I asked. She nodded, and I could sense she was warring with her words. To tell me, or to withhold what she thought. When she continued to hesitate, I said, "The Duke, perhaps?" "The Duke and I do not often see eye to eye, but he would not hurt my son," she replied. "I do not trust Ambrose Madigan." "The magician? Is there a reason, lady?" "His loyalties are questionable," the Countess replied. "He was once very close to his twin brother. They were inseparable before the curse. I would not be surprised if he chose to defend his brother instead of restoring the duchy." "I'll keep that in mind, lady, as well as watch over Phelan," I said, and I hated how her statement about my father planted a seed of doubt in my mind. "Although your son tends to hold grudges, I don't know if he will ever forgive me." "Oh, I have no doubt that he will," she said. I watched her walk to the tent entrance, the night wind stirring the canvas as she departed. I stood for a moment longer, contemplating all the paths before me. Anna Nevin might have given her vow to the Vespers, but Clem Madigan's allegiance remained to be seen. 34. We rose early with the sun and prepared to ascend, leaving our tents pitched, as if we would soon return for them. The Vespers and the Duke's servants would remain behind, tending to the camp. I didn't carry much. A satchel stuffed to the brim with several changes of clothes, green apples, a wedge of cheese, the journal with my exposé notes, an inkwell, and quill. My father had snuck a dagger to me, and it was hidden in its leather sleeve tucked away in my boot. I walked with the Vespers party through the long frosted grass, my father, mother, and Imini leading the way. We were silent, pensive. All too soon, we reached the mountain entrance. 2 great wooden doors sat before us, thrice the height of a woman, arched and latticed with iron. I thought about how long it had been since the passage or the lift inside had been used. "And how are we to open these doors?" Lennox asked with a huff. "The doors will open on their own, since all 6 of us are together again. Emrys, the 7th, is already here, of course," Mazarine said from the back of the line. "Approach the doors, Ambrose." My father closed the distance between us and the entrance, and just as the troll predicted, the doors creaked open on their own, streams of dirt cascading from the stone lintel above. The mountain seemed to rumble, as if recognizing the broken court that stood at its feet. The twin doors came to a rest, gaping open like a mouth, eager to swallow us. The passage was dark. I could smell damp stone, and rich earth, and rotting wood. "Bryn," the Countess said crisply, pivoting on her heel to regard the troll. "Why don't you lead the way?" Mazarine snorted, but moved to the head of the line, passing my father with a polite nod. "Do you need fire?" he asked, but she didn't answer. She stepped into the darkness of the passage and vanished, and we waited, uncertain. "Should we follow her?" Nura whispered from behind me. No sooner did she speak the words than fire bloomed in the passage. Torches bracketed on both walls ignited one by one. We followed Mazarine's path. I could feel the heaviness in the air, cold, quiet, sentient air. The floor beneath our boots was swept clean, set with stone. The walls on either side were recessed and carved with moons and suns and people, relics of the duchy that had once dwelt here. This place felt like a tomb. The passage opened up into a vast cavernous chamber. From the faint reach of the firelight, I could see wagons full of cobwebs and crate upon crate, stacked in clusters. A storeroom of sorts, or once a place of trade. And it felt vast, endless. I stayed nearby the Vespers, but my eyes roamed my surroundings with its high ceilings that melted into darkness and the stone pillars that stood like trees. I kept waiting to come across skeletons, thinking it must have been pandemonium when the curse unfolded here. "Ah, here is the lift." The Countess's voice broke the heavy silence. Mazarine had already located it. The troll stood beside a sleek platform of wood, its railings made of iron. She studied its pulley and gears. Lanterns burned at the four corners of the lift, granting light to see. "It's still functional." My father joined Mazarine's side, examining the lift's operation. "Yes, it looks just as we left it all those years ago. It hasn't aged a day." "Enchanted," Olivet whispered in awe. "Cursed," Nura added. Mazarine glanced up from the lift to study us, her eyes catching the firelight like those of a cat. "Ambrose was brave enough to lead us to the doors. I took it upon myself to lead us into the passage. Now it's your turn, Lady Raven of Amorous, to be the first to take the lift." I watched a shadow dart across the Countess's face as she frowned, but then she seemed to have a change of heart and smiled. "Of course, Mazarine. My family and I will be the first to return to the fortress. It is only fair. Come, Lennox and Phelan. And you too, Anna." I followed them onto the lift. I remained near the railing, but my palms were slick with perspiration as I imagined being toted upward, into the darkness and unknown, on this piece of shaky wood. The Duke stepped forward to unexpectedly join us. "I will ascend with you, Lady Raven," he announced gallantly. "How kind of you, Your Grace," the Countess replied. But I heard the twist in her words. She didn't want the Duke to accompany us. "Are we ready?" Mazarine drawled. The Countess nodded. The troll shifted a lever, and the lift began to groan and shake. The chains tightened and rotated through a great wheel, and up we went. I held on to the railing and looked down at my parents and Imini. They were staring at me, worry and fear drawn in their faces. I was being carried away from them, out of sight, and I felt a twinge of anxiousness. I glanced away from them at first, casting my eyes up to the darkness and the unknown. It was a slow but steady rise. We began to pass by different stone landings, silent and shadowed, but the lift did not stop. We continued to inch upward, the chains ticking like a heartbeat, and I knew we were in the fortress, surpassing the lower floors. No one spoke, but I sensed the Duke watching me. I ignored him and kept my eyes on the wall of stone, waiting for us to reach our destination. The darkness was gradually fading around us, as if we were ascending from night into day. The lift jerked to a halt, and I stumbled backward into Phelan. He grasped hold of my arm, steadying me, and he didn't let go until the Countess took the first step off the lift, onto the highest landing of the fortress. Sunshine streamed in through skylights in the ceiling. The floors were set with stone, smooth and polished and accented with small blue jewels. The landing opened up into a wide chamber that broke off into 4 different corridors. We stood in the sunshine and drifting dust motes, staring at each of the passages. And behind us, I could hear the lift beginning to lower with a loud clang. "Mazarine has inadvertently given us an advantage," said the Countess. "We should explore before the others arrive, see if we can locate Emrys." She glanced at me. "Anna, you will go with Phelan. His Grace and Lennox will come with me." "Should I not accompany Anna and Phelan?" the Duke dared to say, "since you and I are familiar with these passages, and they are not?" Lady Raven's annoyance was nearly palpable, but she nodded at the Duke and said, "Very well." She and Lennox took the western corridor, while Phelan and I followed the Duke into the eastern one. Lord Darren and Phelan both had rapiers sheathed at their belts, and their hands strayed to the hilts as we walked deeper into the silent fortress. I didn't sense danger, only sorrow and cobwebs of memories. Vibrant tapestries dressed the walls, pleading to be admired after so many years missing a beholder. I paused before one, captivated by its quaint beauty. It depicted a view from the mountain fortress, overlooking a lush valley. The longer I stared upon the tapestry, the more I felt as if I could step into this scene and find myself in a sun-drenched meadow, cradled by the mountains. I began to reach out, my fingers touching the finely woven threads. "Miss Nevin," the Duke said, breaking my reverie. I glanced to where he and Phelan waited a few paces away, both of them regarding me. "Please stay close to us," he said. "I do not know where Emrys is, and I do not wish to risk losing you to him." The Duke led us to the fortress hall, a place Phelan and I had both walked on the new moon, in Knox Birch's Nightmare. The scene the Countess had painted on the card of the Lost One. It felt strange to stand in a place I had seen dimly before, as a bewitched reflection. But I recognized it. The blue banners of heraldry on the walls, the arched windows, the multiple hearths, the tables and benches, the dais. But the Duke's throne was missing, and I exchanged a discreet glance with Phelan. "We shall sit here and wait," the Duke said, drawing out a bench at the nearest table. "What are we waiting for, Your Grace?" Phelan asked. "For the others to arrive. I do not know why your mother thinks wandering around is an advantage, Phelan." I struggled to understand her reasoning as well, and I conceded to sit at the table, eager for my parents and Imini and the Wolfs to arrive. Phelan remained standing, too restless to sit. He paced the hall, the click of his boots echoing off the walls. I waited until Phelan was out of earshot before I addressed the Duke. "What is it like, Your Grace, to return home after so many years away?" He glanced at me from across the table. I couldn't help but wonder what his true face looked like. "It is bittersweet, Miss Nevin. My thoughts and heart are full of memories." I thought about the conversation I'd had with my father the night before. The Duke had given my father Hearswith, but with orders. And I didn't know what the Duke wanted, but it seemed he was the Countess's opposition. I didn't trust the Countess either, although I did Phelan. I trusted him because he was protecting me by keeping my true identity a secret, for unknown reasons. Although, sometimes I imagined that I knew why, when Phelan looked at me. "What was your position in the Mountain Court?" I asked, and the Duke gave me a toothless smile. "You have not uncovered that yet, Miss Nevin?" "I have my suspicions." "Which are?" "You were once the Master of Coin." He studied me closer. "Not the guard, or the advisor?" "No." And I remembered how many coins Phelan's territory had paid to satisfy his dream tax. Does he truly want to break this curse? I wondered. Because once the curse ended, so did the new moon nightmares. There would be no need for wardens and the dream tax. Perhaps the Duke had lied to my father about supporting my claim. Phelan eventually grew weary of pacing and joined us at the table, sitting a few hand-lengths away from me. That ended my conversation with the Duke, and we waited for the others to arrive. Mr. Wolfe, Olivette, and Nura finally appeared in the hall, and not long after them, my parents, Imini, and Mazarine arrived. "Where is the Countess?" Imini asked, with a concerned frown. "And Lennox?" Nura added, noticing that he was also missing. "They are exploring the fortress," I replied, and I saw the suspicion in my father's face. "We should not progress without them," said Mr. Wolfe, brushing his hands through his wispy hair. "We need to make plans as one." And so we waited. I was beginning to wonder if Emrys had slain them both in some shadowy corridor when the Countess and Lennox appeared, no longer toting their bags. "Ah, good," Lady Raven said, taking note of everyone. "We are all gathered here." "Where were you?" my father snapped. She cast him a surprised glance. "I was reacquainting myself with my old home, Ambrose. My former quarters are exactly as I left them." Papa opened his mouth to say something else, but a loud bang stole our attention. We glanced to the dais, where a hidden door had been opened and shut without our notice. There stood Emrys, watching us with jaded eyes. He wasn't wearing his enchanted armor, as I'd half expected him to. He was dressed in blue robes, stitched with silver moons, with a dark shirt and trousers beneath. His auburn hair fell across his brow, just like Papa's, and his mouth was set in a firm line, also like my father's. I stared at him, amazed by the resemblance. If my father dropped his aging glamour, it would be difficult to tell them apart from a distance. "Emrys," Papa greeted him, slowly approaching the dais. "Hello, brother," Emrys said, gazing down at him. "It has been a long while, and yet look at you, wearing an old face like a man with something to hide." My father's shoulders drew back, tense. This reunion felt fraught, icy. I swallowed and hoped I could evade Emrys's attention. "I see you have brought your companions," Emrys continued, regarding the rest of us. We remained close together around one of the tables. No one spoke. We hardly dared to breathe. Emrys's gaze found Imini and lingered on her. His mother. Imini, who stood quiet and still, as if she had anticipated this moment for years, and now that it had come, she didn't know what to do, what to say to him. She remained silent, and I ached for her. I wanted to wrap my arms around Imini and bury my face in her dress, to breathe her in as I had done as a child. Oh, how she had loved me, the granddaughter she could not claim in word because of her and my father's secrets, but she had claimed me in love. And that love had given me a warm, safe childhood, despite the pain of my parents' separation. That love had clothed me and fed me and raised me, protected me. I hadn't fully appreciated her until this moment. Emrys opened his mouth, and I expected he would greet her. But different words spilled out, and his eyes coldly passed over her to Phelan, to the wolves, to the Duke. "At long last, the traitorous court is reunited. I hope your lives in Bardillis have been idyllic, a dream. Was it you, Ambrose, who gathered and rallied our alliance to return?" "It was me," the Countess answered, and boldly took a step toward him. "I found those who wanted to be forgotten, your brother for one, as well as the spy mistress and the master of coin. The three of them would have continued on for another 100 years if you had not found a way to haunt the new moon. And so it is I who answered your summoning, Emrys. I have brought us back to end this curse." "Raven," said Emrys, his eyes shifting to her. "You have not changed either. Do not lie and claim that you returned to ease my suffering." The Countess acted like he had struck her. Her face went pale. Her eyes glittered like she craved to stab him. "You are perhaps looking for the throne," Emrys continued, motioning to the empty dais. "The chair your brother once graced as Duke before you plotted to kill him, Raven." "We plotted to kill him, old friend." Emrys only smiled, but there was no kindness within it. I wondered if walking this fortress, abandoned and alone for an entire century, turned a heart into stone, deeper than Mazarine's old magic. "The throne does not appear until nightfall," he continued. "When it appears, your dreams will manifest. Be ready, for they will be eager to cut you to the quick." "Dreams?" my father echoed. "You have not dreamt since you left," Emrys said. "That has changed now. You stand in the mountain where the crime was committed, where the curse hooked your souls. Your dreams, then, will now return when you sleep. And there are no remedies here to keep them at bay, nor will these corridors and this hall be safe when the sun sets. If you do not wish to encounter the nightmares, remain in your room with the door bolted. But if you want to end the curse, one of you must break the dream and claim the throne." His words wove together all the stray pieces of my wonder, questions, and dread. We would dream, and our dreams would roam this place at night, just like they did on the new moon. What would my mind spin and create now that it could? "Oh, and one final warning," Emrys said, raising his hand. "Your deathless state is no more in these halls. You can bleed and feel your life ebb. You can feel the mortal sting of a blade. It would be a shame indeed to watch a number of you fall before the curse breaks." A hush settled over the group. The wraiths looked shocked to learn this. I snuck a worried glance at my family. "Go now and rest," Emrys said. "What little daylight you have remaining should be used to prepare for tonight. Bread, meat, and water will appear in your room by magic every evening an hour before sundown. I am sure I will see some of you in the hall when darkness falls." I waited for the Duke to rise first before I stood, hoping to remain hidden in the group. My father and the Countess returned to us, and I had to remind myself to follow her instead of Papa. Emrys's gaze found me just before I left the hall. With a chill, I realized he knew exactly who I was. 35. I chose a bedchamber across the corridor from Phelan's, near the Countess's grand suite. The room was small but clean, with a trio of windows, a bed with a feather mattress, a wardrobe in one corner, and a fireplace where enchanted flames burned. I unpacked my bag, eating one of my apples while I hung my clothes in the wardrobe. Who had once dwelled in this room? I wondered as I eventually sat on the edge of the bed. Blankets were folded at the foot of it, and a wolf pelt was draped over the middle. I tried to judge the time of day by the slant of light on the floor, and surmised it to be around 1 in the afternoon. And then I waged a war with myself. To fall asleep so I could last the night, or to resist for fear of dreaming. I eventually decided I would at least lie down. I stared at the ceiling for a while until my eyes felt heavy. The bed was soft beneath me, the fur warm across my legs. I drifted to sleep before I knew it. I am in Endelion. I walk the streets I guard with Phelan, and I don't know what I look like, who I appear to be, until I pass by a gilded mirror in a storefront. I'm Anna in the reflection, and it surprises me. I lay my hand over my breast, covering my heart. The stone within me holds, emitting a heavy permanence. It has grown into my flesh. It cannot be removed, nor will it ever crack and crumble. I suddenly feel lost, within myself and in the streets. I turn, struggling to breathe, until I see Aaron Wolf's shop. I step inside and walk among the swords and axes and armor. I approach the leather weapon belt, but it is something else that captures my attention. A slender dagger with a jeweled hilt. As I reach for it, Mr. Wolf appears, Olivette's father. "How much for the dagger?" I ask him. "The price is the secret you hold," he replies. And I know if I take this dagger within my hand, it will cut me, and Anna will bleed away. Mr. Wolf disappears, and I am left with a decision, to bleed or not. I choose not to, and it's not because I am afraid of the pain, but because I hear the pounding of an anvil in the distance. I follow the sound through a back door, down a dark tunnel that makes me shiver, into a workroom. Mr. Wolf is nowhere to be seen, but something claims the center of the chamber. I approach it cautiously, a warning ringing in my mind. It's a full suit of armor, standing upright, waiting for someone to step within it. As I draw closer, I recognize it. This is Emrys's armor, the one he wears on the new moon, trespassing into nightmares. Fresh blood drips from it. I watch it spill down the breastplate, pooling on the floor. I hear something move behind me, and I whirl to find Mr. Wolf standing in a doorway, framed by light, staring at me with shadows in his eyes. "Whose blood is this?" I ask. He doesn't answer, but an axe gleams in his hands. "Whose blood is this?" I ask again, louder. He takes a step closer to me, the floor creaking beneath him. I startled awake. It was twilight, and my clothes were drenched with sweat. I had no idea where I was, not until I sat forward and studied the sparse chamber that held me. Trembling, I slipped from the bed and warmed myself at the fire. although the dream's chill lingered in my mind. Why on earth had I dreamt such a thing? Olivette's father, of all people. I quickly ate a few bites of bread and meat that had appeared on my table as Emrys foretold, washing it down with water. I donned my boots and then sat on the edge of the bed, waiting for night to arrive. That's when I noticed a folded slip of parchment sitting on the floor, as if it had been snuck beneath my door. I rose and picked it up, suspicious, until I recognized Imini's handwriting. Be patient. Be shrewd. I smiled, remembering how she said this to me every new moon. But the warmth of the memory faded when I realized what she was saying to me. Don't get yourself killed, Clem. I took the dagger my father had given me into my hand, pacing the room, anticipating what was to come. The night deepened. Ready, I approached my door, but my fingers paused on the iron handle. What if it was my dream that materialized in the hall? I shouldn't have let myself sleep this first day. I had already failed on the shrewd part of Imini's message. I stepped into the corridor with such thoughts nipping at my mind, catching a glimpse of Phelan up ahead, striding through the candlelight toward the hall. I wasn't surprised to discover he was venturing out to encounter the night's offering, but I did wonder how many of us would. 6 of us were wardens, but that didn't mean all of us would roam the fortress, seeking out what could be our own nightmare. I followed him through the winding passages, past door after door, tapestry after tapestry. When I reached the entrance of the hall, though, I hung back, concealed in a shadow. I had a clear vantage point of the hall, and could see Nura and Olivette limned in firelight as they paced, waiting for the dream to appear. I sensed Phelan was nearby, but I could no longer see him. I tarried in the shadow, the stone wall rough and cold against my back. I'm not surprised to find you here, Phelan said, his voice emerging from the darkness on my right. I could say the same about you. We stood in awkward silence together, close enough to sense the other, but far enough away to have no chance of touching. Did you sleep this afternoon? He asked. Did you dream, was what he meant. Yes, I replied. Did you? He was quiet for a beat, and then said in a husky voice, Yes, I did as well. Another round of silence. I watched as Nura and Olivette grew weary of pacing the hall, choosing to sit on the edge of a table. They hadn't slept. I could see the exhaustion in their faces. Is your brother coming to fight tonight? I asked. I don't know. You should, I thought, biting the inside of my lip. I didn't desire to see Lennox take this duchy and restore it back to life, but I had no doubt he would believe himself to be the best candidate. I was opening my mouth to say something snide when I felt a rush of air. Phelan was in the shadow with me, and our arms brushed as he whispered, Anna. He had never said my phone name like that, with urgent awe, and I swiftly learned why when I saw the dream that manifested in the hall. I was walking the streets of Endelion. I stopped before a mirror in a storefront to look upon my reflection. This was my dream. Heat spread through me like a fever. Mortification and dread unfurled in my thoughts, and for a moment, I could only stand and helplessly gape as I watched my nightmare overtake the hall. I started to rush forward, only to be stopped by Phelan. Wait, he hissed into my hair. I froze until I remembered that Olivette's father appeared in the dream as a sinister force, and Olivette was in the hall, watching everything with wide eyes. I pulled away, and Phelan let me go. I entered the hall. I stepped into my dream. It was like treading a river, one that deepened with each step. The currents tugged me toward myself, this terrifying flesh and blood copy of Anna. What would she do if I caught her attention, if our eyes met? What would I do? I was relieved that I had not taken that bejeweled dagger, that I had not exposed my true self. Nothing about this dream gave me away as Clem, although it did mention my secret, and it raised suspicions about Olivette's father. We had nearly reached the end of the dream. The armor shone and dripped blood. Father? Olivette cried, staring at Mr. Wolfe holding the axe, I knew she was caught up in this dream just as I was, struggling to tell what was real and what was fantasy. She saw her father and thought it was truly him, arriving to assist in fighting the nightmare. "Olivette!" I called to her, hurrying to close the gap between us. My friends didn't know this dream like I did. I was the only one who held the advantage. The sound of my voice drew Dream Anna's and Mr. Wolf's attention. The moment they looked at me, I was overwhelmed. I sank to my knees, dazed as if I had been struck across the face. Nura was the one of us who responded. She cast a defensive spell as Mr. Wolf approached with the axe. Her magic arced with blue light, finding its mark in his chest. The smith stumbled back, but did not fall. It roused his anger, and he moved faster. "Wait, Nura!" Olivette shouted. "It could be him!" "This isn't your father, Ollie," Nura said, hurling another charm to slow him down. I could feel my pulse in my ears as I rose. Olivette was shouting, and Nura's magic was teeming in the air, scorching Mr. Wolf's clothes, burning his skin. But he continued to press us, swinging his axe. Nura blocked it with a charm and attempted to wrench the axe from his grip. Her magic rebounded and tossed her back a few yards. She landed lightly on her feet several tables away, and I saw the tension in her face as Olivette attempted to speak to Mr. Wolf's phantom. "Father, lower the axe," she said. He swung. Olivette gasped and lurched backward, scrounging up a magical shield, but the edge of the blade sliced her raised forearm. Nura launched herself over the tables, teeth bared, as she struck Mr. Wolf again with more force. He stumbled, granting her enough time to ease Olivette up and away, safely out of his range. Phelan appeared. He engaged with the smith so Nura could continue retreating with Olivette, who was weeping, her forearm leaving a trail of blood on the flagstones. We were all so distracted by Mr. Wolf's attack that we forgot about Anna. I glanced to where the shade of myself continued to stand by the bloody armor. I saw the gleam of gold at Anna's breast, the jewel she wore about her neck. I was the key to ending this dream. My stone heart was the weakness, the break. It had to be broken. And as soon as I realized this, Anna began to retreat from the hall. I pursued her. I didn't realize Phelan was chasing after me until I was about to slip out the side door Anna had vanished through. I felt his magic encircle me, slowing me down. "Wait," he panted, reaching my side. His magic loosened, and I spun to look up at him. "Let me come with you. Let me guard your back." I entertained the temptation, because the more I realized I would have to give my phantom a mortal wound, the stronger my reservations grew. But when I looked at Phelan, I knew he would struggle in wounding this reflection of me as well. "Help Nura and Olivette to their chamber and lock the door," I said. "Quickly, before Mr. Wolf reaches them. I will meet you there after I bring this to an end." My words struck a chord between us. We glanced at the dais, where the Duke's throne had appeared, illumined by a stream of moonlight. Emrys stood beside the regal chair, an observer as the night unfolded. His face was like marble, unreadable, but he was watching Phelan and me, watching Nura, Olivette, and Mr. Wolf, watching and waiting to see if this dream would break. I slipped from the hall. Phelan didn't follow me this time. The corridors were cold and dark, punctured by the flickering light of sconces. I followed the trail Anna left for me, sounds of her boots on the stone floors, a flicker of movement as she rounded corner after corner. She was leading me deeper into the fortress, down to the very heart of the mountain. In my dream, I had felt lost, and that sensation welled within me once more. I must have chased her for an hour, through every vein of the fortress. I walked through the dark kitchen, through dusty storerooms, through the armory, where swords and crossbows and shields hung on the wall, glinting in the dim light. Through a library with endless shelves of musty books, through rooms and suites long abandoned. I stopped in the main corridor, thinking she was about to bring me back into the hall. I stood ragged, bewildered. Surrender was softening me until she appeared at the end of the passage, waiting for me to follow. I no longer ran. I walked, which gave me the chance to draw my dagger from my boot. I slid the steel free from its leather sheath and held it in my hand, following Anna into a spacious suite. I knew at once this was the Duke of Seren's chambers. The moon was setting, but the last of its silver light streamed in through the open balcony doors. The wind sighed, stirring the curtains. Anna came to a halt, a strange mark on the floor between us. It was wide and dark. Old blood that had dried long ago. "This is where it happened," she said to me, meeting my gaze. "Where the Duke of Seren was murdered. Where the curse was cast. His sister always believed she was the true heir, not him. And when she hatched a plan to be rid of her brother, 6 other court members readily joined her, never dreaming of what their ruthlessness would inspire." The golden jewel gleamed at her chest. I let out a long breath, the dagger slick in my hand. "Why have you brought me here?" I asked. "Because you need to see it," she replied. "You need to stand on the same ground where the crime was committed." "Did my uncle kill the Duke?" She chose not to answer. I could hardly discern her face, the face I had drawn for myself months ago. "They say the Duke was a cruel man," I said. "Does that excuse the court of the murder they plotted? Lady Raven may have first spoken the idea aloud, but it lived in the other 6 hearts." I was quiet. "Go on." She taunted me when my hesitation continued. "Strike me and bring about the end." "You act as if you're not a part of me," I said. My hands shook, much to my dismay. She smiled. "Of course I'm a part of you." Knox Birch's nightmare suddenly came to mind. He had wanted to claim the throne of Seren, and he had cut down his wife and daughters to do it. He had sliced through his own heart, and had not even realized it until afterward, when the blood stained the ground, when he had obtained his desire at an unthinkable cost. But there is no other way, I thought. The dream had to be vanquished, so the throne could be claimed, and the curse broken. I wondered if the greed shone in my eyes like a film as I prepared to pierce Anna's heart. I wondered if one had to become a monster in order to end the curse. I took a step closer. One moment, it was just her and me. The next, a rough hand yanked me backward. I collided with someone's broad chest, the point of a dagger prodding my side just beneath my ribs. A little more pressure and it would pierce me. I froze when Lennox hissed into my hair. "Did you think I was going to let you be the victor here, Anna? Do you truly believe you are the one destined to break the curse? You, a girl from the gutter, who never deserved to be warden with the likes of my brother. You shouldn't even be here." I didn't reply, but I thought on the past, when he had defeated me for Hearswith, when he had stolen my home. All because I had hesitated. I stared at Phantom Anna, whose eyes slid to Lennox, as he held me roughly against him. Behind her, the balcony door sat open, eerily, as if they had been left that way a century ago. The sun was just beginning to rise, the mountains incandescent with gold. And I dared to spin and turn, risking the dagger he held at my side. It cut through my dress. I felt the blade bite my side, but I forgot the pain as I cast a repelling spell at him with deadly accuracy. Lennox was blown off his feet, hurled up and away to the other side of the room. He slammed into the wall, and for one wild moment, I thought I had killed him. I only felt a tiny bit of remorse. He slid to the floor with a grimace, his eyes shining with fury as he charged again. I dodged the spell he spouted at me. I effortlessly danced around the green fire he created, and we met in a clash that robbed our balance. On the cold, blood-stained floor, I struggled to slow him down, because he was crawling to reach Anna, and it was a race to break the nightmare before the sun did. The light was creeping ever closer through the window and doors, and I bared my teeth and dragged Lennox by the ankle back to me. Among the scrambling, I thought I saw the glistening of bones lurking beneath the Duke's bed, as if a skeleton had been swept beneath it. Lennox was dazed, but he fought me until I disarmed him. I flung his dagger away and held my blade at his throat. "Anna," he whispered, suddenly trembling, Anna, think of Phelan. He will come to hate you if you wound me. Wound you? I taunted. You mean to kill me? I stared at him, but from the corner of my eye, I watched as the sunlight inched closer to where Anna stood. She was becoming transparent, about to melt away. Do you know I swore allegiance to your mother? I asked, pressing my dagger deeper into his neck, just to see him squirm beneath me. He let out a yelp when a bead of blood welled. You fool! I'm fighting on your family's behalf, but if you get in my way again, I won't hesitate to cut you down. All right, he panted, lifting his hands. Get off me, will you? Around us, the room became illuminated. Dust and cobwebs and the patina of memories. The shadows gave way to light. Anna sighed. She turned into a wisp of smoke, victorious. The nightmare had slipped through my fingers, and the curse remained to be broken. 36. I couldn't stop shivering. I fetched a fur-lined cloak from my bedroom and laced it tightly at my collar before I knocked on Olivette's door. Exhaustion was heavy as a millstone on my shoulders. I waited for someone to answer. I could hear murmurs within the chamber, and then the lock was unbolted, and Nura cracked the door. Anna? She asked, glancing beyond me. It's me, I reassured her, and she welcomed me inside. Olivette was sitting upright in bed. Phelan stood before one of the windows, framed by sunrise, and Mr. Wolfe was tending to the fire. All of them looked at me when I entered. I stopped, feeling my vulnerability like a burn. I could hardly look Mr. Wolfe in the eye. How are you, Olivette? I asked, my voice hoarse. She held up a bandaged forearm. I'll be fine, Anna. It wasn't bad. It only required 25 stitches, Nura said pointedly. And thank gods you could sew it up without a hitch, Olivette replied, just as sharply. I sensed the two of them had quarreled, but it was centered on the fact that Nura had nearly witnessed her partner's dismemberment. Is it safe to assume you did not break the dream, Anna? Asked Mr. Wolfe. Unfortunately, I failed. I felt Phelan stare from across the chamber, but I didn't lift my eyes to him. You didn't fail, Anna! Olivette cried. Ah, sweet Olivette, who only saw the good in people. I smiled at her, but it sat on my face like a wince. Is there anything I can do for you? I asked, eager to wash away the stain of my dream. Can you brew a pot of tea from thin air? Olivette asked, and I laughed. How I wish. The meat, bread, and water once a day was fine, I supposed, but I couldn't deny that I craved a good stout tea. That's what I want the moment I leave this mountain, Olivette stated with a sigh. A pot of tea with cream and honey, and some blueberry scones. I caught the worried expression that crossed Nura's face as she gazed at Olivette. We might be on the mountain for a while. Miss Nevin, Mr. Wolfe gently drew my attention. May I speak to you in private for a moment? I nodded, but my throat was narrow as I followed Olivette's father into the corridor. Nura and Phelan told me the details of the dream, he began with a stammer. I feel like I must apologize, Miss Nevin. I stopped walking so I could face him. No, Mr. Wolfe, please. Don't apologize. The dream was mine. You are not at fault. He sighed, struggling to believe me. I imagined it was horrifying to see your daughter dragged into a room, crying and bleeding from a wound your phantom had given her. That may be, Miss Nevin, Mr. Wolfe said, but there was truth within it. I wondered if he was hinting at my secret, the price for that bejeweled dagger. And then I recalled the armor. You forged the armor that Emrys used to walk the new moon, I said. He nodded. I made it long ago, but the inspiration for it has always been betrayal. I began my service to the duchy as a guard, but my mind was given to other things, mainly the spells of Metamara, transforming one thing into another. My father was a smith, and as I held no other skill but to protect and guard, I began to learn how to craft armor and weapons. I soon joined Raven's inner circle, only because her brother, the Duke, wanted me to create more and more weapons that I felt were dangerous and wrong. And Raven was the only one who was powerful enough to protect me from her brother's bloody whims. She asked me to make enchanted armor. The 7 of us who desired to see the Duke gone had formed an alliance, and we were to draw stones to see who would give him the killing blow. Whoever was selected would wear the armor, as a way to protect their identity and themselves from any magic the Duke might cast in defense. So I began to forge it, and I thought all would be well with the plan, but none of us realized how slow the armor would make us. And to kill the Duke, one would have to be swift. I completed the armor, but we never used it. I left it in a storage closet in the castle armory, locked away. I forgot all about it when things fell apart, when I fled to Bardillis. I was silent, thinking on his words. I envisioned the Duke's chamber, the bloodstain on the floor, the bones beneath the bed, and I wanted to know who had been the one to kill the Duke. "Who drew the stone?" I asked. Mr. Wolf glanced away from me, as if he could not bear to look me in the eye. "What do you mean?" "Who drew the stone to assassinate the Duke?" "Emrys did." I retreated to my chambers. The sun streamed in through the arched windows, and the floor was bitterly cold beneath my feet as I removed my boots. My mind whirled, thinking of stones and armor, and what the wraiths must have been like before the curse had fallen. I had just pulled the ribbon loose from my braid when a knock sounded on my door. "Come in," I said. The door opened. Phelan stood on the threshold, hesitant, until I motioned for him to step inside. He did, shutting the door behind him. His boots were scuffed from the nightmare, his trousers ripped at the knee. His cravat and jacket were abandoned. His shirt hung slightly open at the neck draws, and I remembered the scars on his chest. "We need to talk," he said. I waited for him to speak and began to unwind my braid with my fingers, my hair coming loose in rich waves. He watched me, transfixed, until I asked, "What did you need to talk to me about?" "This is Mazarine's magic, isn't it?" I knew he spoke of my disguise, and I looked away from him, bracing myself for this conversation, one that had been brewing between us for well over a week now. I sealed the door and windows with a quick spell to hold our conversation private. "Yes." "Can you tell me why?" "Why I donned a disguise and became your partner?" I walked to the small round table by my hearth, where a pitcher of water sat. I poured myself a glass, but didn't offer one to him. "I was angry. You and your brother arrived without warning and challenged my father and me for my home. You won it, fairly, and yet I couldn't let it go. The way you both disgraced us. How we were now homeless." He sighed and dragged his hand through his hair. "Why did you come after me? What did you intend to do, Clem?" I made myself take a long swallow of water, but I was trembling, torn between my desires. To be shrewd and continue withholding things, or to let the truth unfold. I set down the glass and drew my cloak tighter around me, as if it could protect me from the discomfort of both choices. "Did you plan to kill me?" he asked. "Honestly, Phelan, do I look that merciless to you?" He stared at me. "I don't know what I see in you." "I wanted to disgrace you, as you had done to me," I confessed, walking to him. "I wanted to hurt you and your family, to make you feel the things that you had inspired in me. I wanted you to be devastated, and I wanted to win my home back." He stiffened, as if my words had cut him, but he held my gaze, insistent. "Did you ever plan to reveal to me who you were? Or were you going to up and leave me without a word, without a trace?" "I wanted to tell you, eventually." "To bask in your victory, I suppose?" "Yes." I sounded callous, and I watched Phelan flinch. "So Anna was all an act?" he asked. "In some ways," I replied carefully. "But in others, no. I was and still am exactly who I was before. Even in the moments when I was with you as Anna, I was Clem." "Did your father put you up to this?" "No. It was all my doing. My decision." "And do you feel the same as you did at the beginning?" he asked. "Do you want to see me devastated, disgraced? Do you want to hurt me, Clem?" How should I respond? I was suddenly terrified to be vulnerable in his presence, uncertain where such a path might guide us. "No, Phelan, you were not who I thought you to be at the beginning," I said, my cadence clipped with frustration. "You turned out to be different, and I wanted to despise you. I wanted to throw more kindling on my hate, and yet you gave me nothing to burn because you are simply too good. Even now, you are too good." I shoved his chest for emphasis. He didn't budge, but his hands rose to capture mine. "How so?" he said. "I told you I wasn't kind." "You gave me a room when you thought I had nowhere to go. You clothed me and spared no expense. You listened to me when I began spouting wild claims about 7 wraiths in the night. And even after you realized who I was, you protected me," I said. "You should expose me now. I don't know why you are holding my secret like it is one of your own." "And yet, perhaps I will expose you," he said. "In time." I froze, my hands still caught in his. "Are you threatening me now?" "If my dreams are a threat, then yes." He fell silent, as if he wanted me to find the explanation in his eyes. I couldn't see it, and pressed him for more. "What are you speaking of?" "I dreamt of you yesterday, Clem." My divided heart all but stopped. "I dreamt of you," he whispered again. "A nightmare, I presume?" I countered, unable to help myself. He smiled. "That I won't say, although you may see it whether I want you to or not." He paused, his mirth fading. "Do you understand what I'm saying to you?" I stepped back, suddenly overwhelmed. My hand slipped from his, and I walked about my chamber, in and out of the light. His dream might be the one to materialize tonight. Apprehension took hold of me like a claw. "How did you see me in your dream?" I asked. "In both ways," he answered. "I saw you as Clem, and I saw you as Anna." "That won't necessarily expose me," I said, breathless from the shock of his confession. But when I met his eyes from across the room, I realized that it would. Whatever his dream held, it was going to reveal my secret. "I'm sorry, Clem," he murmured, and he did sound contrite, as if he could control what his mind created in sleep. I almost laughed. "We have never dreamt, you and me. All our lives we have been void of dreams until now, and at last we dream, and your first is tainted by a treacherous girl who you must despise." "I would not trade such a dream," he was swift to say. "Not for me, not for the world, not even to break this curse. But for your sake in this strange game we find ourselves trapped within, I would." "Well," I said, glancing out the window. "Thank you for the warning, although perhaps you'll dream of something else this afternoon." Perhaps. But he didn't sound confident, and I was swiftly learning that our dreams were intent on unmasking us and our plans, our secrets, our past, what we hoped for, what we desired. An awkward lull beat between us. My face felt hot when I pressed my hands to my cheeks, and I wondered if I was getting ill. "I should go," Phelan said. "Let you get some rest." I turned and watched him leave, the door latching quietly behind him. I was still staring at it 2 breaths later when the door unexpectedly swung open again, Phelan's gaze finding me instantly. "I wanted it to be you," he said, his voice deep, rough-hewn. "When I returned to the museum for that final interview, gods, how I wanted it to be you." And he had gotten his desire, only not how he had envisioned it. I took the first step to him, and it broke the storm that had been building between us. He met me in the center of the room, and I had enough sense to flick my fingers and charm the door shut before we collided. His hands grasped my waist, drawing me to him. I took hold of his collar, my mouth hungry to taste his. Our lips met, cautiously at first, as we explored each other. My fingers drifted into his hair as I drank his sighs, his breaths. His hands moved to the curve of my neck. His fingertips traced the dip of my collarbones. I arched into him as he pressed me against the wall. Vaguely, I heard an inner voice remind me that I was held together by stone and ice. Vaguely, I remembered my disguise, and I told myself that I had not come all this way as Anna only to break now into Clem. My heart sang a vibrant ache. The pain branched through me, a sharp warning that stole my breath. "Phelan," I gasped, my fingers tightening in his hair. He drew away. Cold air washed over me. I opened my eyes to meet his gaze, afraid that he would see me come undone. But he was looking at my side, where he had pushed aside the drape of my cloak to touch me. His hands fell away. His right palm was smeared with blood. "You're bleeding," he whispered frantically. "You didn't tell me you were wounded." I had forgotten about the swipe his brother had taken at me hours ago, and everything seemed to crash over me at once. My exhaustion, my worry, my desire. "Come here." Phelan guided me to the bed, easing me down to sit on the edge of the mattress. "Let me tend to you." "Do you mean to undress me again?" I asked wryly. He wasn't amused by my humor. "You might need stitches, Clem." I winced, feeling the wound with each breath. "And what are you going to stitch me with?" "I brought my supplies." "Then perhaps you should fetch them." He stroked a tangle of hair from my brow. His thumb grazed my cheek to find my mouth, tracing my parted lips before he brushed them with his own. A soft, fleeting kiss. Heat flared through me as I watched him depart. Alone, I inhaled the solitude and pressed a fist to my chest, aching. It took me a moment to regain my composure, and I rushed my fingertips over my face, measuring my disguise. It was still intact, holding fast. But I sensed the frays along my edges. It wouldn't be much longer now. I stripped and examined my wound, arcing just over my hip bone. It wasn't deep, but it was steadily bleeding again, most likely reopened when Phelan had pressed me against the wall. A knock on my door. "Anna?" It was him. His voice made everything leap within me, breathless. "Anna?" I swallowed and reached for a clean chemise. It was wrinkled from being shoved in my satchel, but it was soft against my skin as I unlocked the door. Phelan stepped inside, carrying his medicine kit. "I can stitch myself," I said, reaching for it. He withheld the box, glaring at me. "Are you serious?" "As the grave. Hand it to me, please." "You're pushing me away from you. Why?" I hesitated, even as I longed to tell him everything. "No more lies, Clem," Phelan whispered. "We have both held our secrets long enough. Tell me what is troubling you. Tell me how I can help you." It was strange how those words of his struck deeper than his kiss. I wavered, leading him back to the bed. I lay down and let him stitch my wound, because I knew that I needed him to do it. And this was a good opportunity to get the answers I still needed from him, as he wouldn't be able to up and run if I asked something he didn't want to answer. I stared up at the ceiling while he stitched my side. "How long have you known of your mother's plans?" He exhaled, as if he had been waiting for it. "I sensed she was up to something when she gave me and Lennox orders to take Hearswith and study the Book of Nightmares for a dreamless sleeper. We suspected she was looking for a particular wraith, but I didn't realize her full intentions yet. When she finally told me that she herself was a wraith, and that she had located nearly all of her kind and planned to return to the mountain and break the new moon curse, I was furious. That was the night you saw me tear apart the library. It made me question everything. Who she was, who I was, what was to come for all of us. I bit my lip against the sting in my side. When did you realize who I was? When I saw those scars on your leg, he replied, cutting the thread. That entire day, I kept telling myself it was ridiculous, that there was no way you could have fooled me for so long. But I started to examine every single one of our interactions, and I realized I should have seen it right from the very beginning when you viciously attacked me at the interview. I struggled to hide a smug smile. I wasn't vicious. Phelan was silent so long it prompted me to look at him. As soon as I did, he leaned so close that our lips almost touched. You were indeed vicious, he breathed, but pulled away before I could kiss him. That's why I wanted you. And then after the new moon, you snuck from the house. I followed you all the way to the mines. I saw you speak to Ambrose, and I knew without a doubt it was you. He wiped my stitches with antiseptic, the air between us full of static. And then I whispered, Why didn't you reveal me to your mother? Phelan glanced away, repacking the medicine kit. I thought about it at first. I was so angry at you for deceiving me. But I couldn't do it. Every time I approached her about it, I couldn't speak the words. I felt like he was withholding something else. Why wouldn't he meet my eyes when he answered? I chose to be vulnerable in that moment, hoping it would encourage him to be the same, and sat forward, my stitches pinching my side. I took his hand, and I laid it over my chest, where my heart was beating. Phelan's eyes widened at first, uncertain of my intentions, until I said, My heart is only mine by half. He continued to kneel before me, pensive, his eyes studying me as his hand continued to rest against my breast, as he felt the uneven song beneath my skin. And where is the other half, Clem? I told him the truth about Mazarine's tonic, and what I had to surrender. I told him half of my heart was stone, and my disguise as Anna was dependent on its survival. That night, when you caught my reflection in the mirror, I said, when you said my name, the stone within me suffered a crack, and I don't regret that it did, because I had forgotten how vital it is to be known for who you are, and not for who you pretend to be. I had forgotten how good it is to be seen, even with flaws and scars. I wanted you to see me, but I can't risk it now, not until the end comes. You are making it more difficult for me because I've grown fond of you in the most impossible of ways. There was a long beat of silence. I was suddenly eager to know his thoughts, but I was too proud to beg for them. I waited, full of blazing tension, watching him. Then I will guard you until the end, even if that means I must do it from a distance, he said. His fingers traced down my arm to twine with my own, lifting my hand to his lips, to kiss the hollow of my palm, as if sealing me with a vow. Rest now, Clem. He relinquished me and stood. I sensed he was anxious about the things I had shared with him, but he hid his emotions well. Do you need anything before I go? He asked, halfway to the door. I studied him, wondering how this had happened to us. I yearned to say one word to him. Stay. But I shook my head, surrendering to the cold bed. No. He left. I soaked in the silence of the mountains, drawing my fingers through my tangled hair. Phelan had become my greatest alliance, while also becoming my greatest threat. And a few strands of auburn now shone among the golden brown of my hair. 37. Imani had slipped another message beneath my door. I found it as soon as I woke from my afternoon sleep, still heavy from dreams of Hearswith. This time she wrote, The Master of Coin? I stood and puzzled over it and why she had sent it to me. I contemplated going to her. She and I still needed to talk. But I knew it was too dangerous for me to be in any way associated with her, especially since I had cast my lot with the Countess. And I winced whenever I imagined asking Imini why she'd lied to me all those years. I honestly knew what her answer would be. To protect my father and the life he had built in Bardillis. To protect me, until the right time came to tell me the truth. I burned her message, as I had with the one the day before. I couldn't risk having them lying around my room. And as I watched the parchment curl into ash, I realized what she was trying to tell me. She wanted me to take the throne. And she must be doubting the Duke's, the Master of Coins, agreement with my father to support my claim. I threw on my charm of stealth and walked the corridors, my eyes keen to find the Duke. I eventually located him in the fortress's garden, meandering among tangles of shrubs. I stood behind the courtyard doors and watched him through the glass window panes. He paused to gaze at the astounding view that rolled beyond the garden walls, an overlook of the mountain city of Ula, built in tiers with houses of stone, abandoned and empty now, with nature overtaking it. I needed to speak with him, but I couldn't do it in the open, where the Countess might see. I hastened to the Duke's chambers. His door was locked, but I picked it easily enough with a charm. I settled in a chair where I had clear vantage of the door, my stealth still cloaking me, and waited. A quarter of an hour later, the door opened. The Duke entered the chamber, wholly unaware of my presence. If he had been more attentive, he might have noticed the odd wrinkle against the wall panel, a break in the pattern. But as my luck had it, he was too preoccupied. I gave him a moment to cross the floor. He came to a stop before the mirror, and he gazed at himself. From where I was positioned, I could only catch half of his true face in the reflection. He was old, much older than his disguise. His hair was long and silver, his face pale and crinkled as parchment. There was a scar on his brow, and a beard covered his face, gleaming like frost. He sighed. I understood a fraction of that feeling, and I watched as he turned to his refreshment table, as he poured a glass of water. The cup was halfway to his lips when my voice broke the silence. "The water is poisoned, Your Grace." The Duke startled. He dropped the glass, and I watched it shatter, the harmless water spilling across the floor. I released my charm as he turned, finding me instantly sitting in the chair against the wall. "Miss Nevin," he said, and he somehow managed to sound pleased to see me, although he was an exquisite pretender. "You have taken me by surprise." "Forgive me, Your Grace. I thought it best that I give you warning." "And who seeks to poison me?" he asked, glancing down at the puddle. "I will tell you, but only if you honestly answer 2 of my questions first." He laughed, a deep, robust sound. "Very well, Miss Nevin. Come, why don't you take a seat next to me, and we can share what little bread and meat I have remaining, unless it is poisoned as well?" I rose and joined him at the table, but I declined the meal. "Your food is safe, but I'm not hungry." He nodded, but seemed to hesitate before breaking the brown loaf. "Ask your first question, Miss Nevin." I waited until he had taken a bite. "Do you want the new moon curse to end?" "Of course I do," he answered, but he spoke too swiftly. "The nightmares have haunted us long enough in Bardillis. My people are weary of them. They are a great inconvenience every month." "Even if the dream tax fills your coffers?" He narrowed his eyes at me, but took another bite of bread. "That tax not only serves the betterment of the land, but pays magicians like you, Miss Nevin. Do you want to do such dangerous work for free?" "Wardens deserve to be paid," I said, "but the tax on dreams is excessive and unnecessary." "I suppose that means you are in favor of breaking this curse, Miss Nevin," he stated. "At the cost of losing your profession and income." "I'm in favor of breaking it," I replied. I had never imagined I would find myself in the throes of ending the new moon curse, and the Duke was right. To see it broken would change my way of life. But I wanted the Mountain Duchy to be restored. I wanted the realm to be healed. I wanted my father and Imini to feel less like wraiths and more like humans again. I wanted to do something beyond fighting nightmares, moon after moon, trapped in a vengeful cycle. "Then that settles your first question," he said. "Ask your second. Who do you support when it comes to the new sovereignty?" "Ah, we have at last reached the meat of the matter," the Duke said, and as if to make a point, speared the roast with his fork. "This is not easily answered, Miss Nevin. There are many factors at play." "Such as?" He chewed, and I knew he was giving himself time to form his answer. "I think the members of the original court have been given our chance, and we squandered it, didn't we? I am in favor of one of the children ruling. Lennox, Phelan, or Olivet? There is another one." "Who?" "Ambrose's daughter." The Duke cut another slice of meat. "Clementine Madigan." "A strange name," I mused. The Duke only arched his brow and ate his roast. "Well," I said, "where is this girl?" "You heard Ambrose the other night at the camp. She's missing." "Then she is not a candidate for the duchy," I replied simply. "So we shall set her aside. Who out of the three present would you support?" "You could also take the throne, Miss Nevin. We talked about this before. One doesn't need a claim to rule Seren, although it does help garner approval and protection." And that was when it hit me, what I wanted and what I didn't. I stared at the Duke and said, "I don't want to rule." "Very well." He sighed and set down his fork. "You know of my investment." "You speak of Phelan," who was a human, not a sum of money. But I held that comment between my teeth. "Phelan is for Bardillis. I only need his signature on the papers to officially deem him as my heir." "Are he and Lennox your sons?" The Duke didn't seem shocked by my blatant query. He only smiled and said, "You are not the first to wonder that. But no, they are not." "You must have some agreement with the Countess, then," I said, and watched how his expression shifted. It was only a minute change, but enough to inform me that I had struck a nerve. "And that agreement must have been forged long ago, because it seems as if the two of you don't see eye to eye now." "The Countess has always been ambitious," he answered. "I've known her whole life. She only makes decisions that serve her interest in the end. Phelan, as Duke, is one of them, because she thinks he is her weaker son. She thinks she can manipulate him and rule through him, and, you see, she has always wanted to rule. She never got over the insult that her brother was deemed more fit to be Duke, and not her. Ever since then, she craved power." "Then who do you think she wants to see rule the mountains?" I dared to ask. She was the one who was so keen on seeing this curse overturned. "My dear girl," the Duke said, and reached for my hand. "She wants to rule the mountains. She always has. A century has not changed that ambition of hers." I slipped my hand away from his hold. "But the nightmare must be broken before she can claim the throne." "And her two sons are wardens, aren't they?" he said. "She will have Phelan and Lennox break the dream, and she will claim the right to rule." I was quiet for a moment, and then I said, "Do you want to see her reign?" "I have already told you that I think our court has had its moment." "Then would you support Olivet Wolf, or Nura Sparrow?" He chuckled. "Olivet has made it quite clear she wants nothing to do with the mountains. She is Bardillis, through and through. As for her partner, I fear I do not know much about her to say if I would support her claim or not." He wasn't wrong. I sensed Olivet was uncomfortable here. She longed to return to Endelion. I sensed Nura did too. And it didn't feel right to put such weight and responsibility on them now, not when Olivet was still reeling from her father's secrets and had been wounded by a nightmare, not when both girls had outright said, "I don't want it." "You dislike Lennox?" the Duke asked. I did my best to keep my face neutral. "He's not who I envision for the mountains. But Phelan is." "Yes." The Duke sighed. "As I said, Miss Nevin, he is for Bardillis. I finished the phrase. And Bardillis is a well-established province. Anyone could be polished and trained to be sovereign over it, to inherit the land from you. But that is not so when it comes to Seren. Its people have been scattered for 100 years. Its fortress has been abandoned. Its court broken and cursed. I paused, hoping my words were finding their mark with the Duke. The master of coin. I don't know how long you've been disguised, Lord Darren. I don't even know your true name, and I won't ask for it. But I want you to consider releasing Phelan from Bardillis and supporting his claim for Seren. You say he is your heir, and yet your blood is of the mountains, not of the meadows and the coast. This fortress was your first home, Your Grace. Remember where you have come from. He was pensive, listening. I wondered how easy he would be to sway, if he would remain faithful to the bargain he had agreed to with my father, or if he would shift course. I knew my wisest action was to let him simmer on what I had said. I rose from the table. Take the remainder of the day to mull it over, I said. But if you do decide to join me in supporting Phelan's claim, come to the hall at sunset and raise your glass to me. I shall consider it, Miss Nevin, he said with a nod. Now then, who sent you to poison me? I began to walk to the door, but I turned to regard him one final time. I caught a glimpse of his true reflection in the mirror. An old, shrewd man was he. But two could play that game. The Countess, of course, I said, and departed without another word. 38. Eventide fell. I began to prepare for the night. I washed my face and braided my hair, hiding the auburn strands. I donned a plaid skirt, a fresh chemise, and a black bodice to lace over it, the clothes I felt most comfortable in. I drew my stockings up to my knees and put on my boots, my dagger tucked in its hiding place, and then ate the meal that appeared on my table. Pumpernickel bread and a roasted hen, and water still cold from a mountain stream. I was one of the first to reach the hall that night. The Vesper brothers were present, leaning against one of the trestle tables. I made a point to avoid looking at Lennox, but my gaze drifted to Phelan. He was already looking at me. I took 3 deep breaths before I broke our stare, walking the length of the hall. Every minute that passed heightened my worry. The potential manifestation of Phelan's dreams was the root of it, but there was also the possibility of my parents' dreams, or Imini's, or even Mazarine's to expose me. I didn't know if they dreamt of me or not, and it made me anxious. As soon as I thought about Papa, he appeared in the hall, dressed in his best and prepared to fight. I shared one fleeting glance with him, and then we both ignored each other. Nura and Olivet did not arrive, and I presumed they were resting that night, safe in their bedchamber. I watched the last of the light fade through the windows, and was surprised to see the Duke enter the hall, just as I'd requested. He held a glass of water, and he meandered over to Phelan and Lennox, speaking a few words to them. Perhaps he had only come here to taunt me. But then the Duke met my gaze from across the hall and lifted his glass to me. I acknowledged him with a bow of my head, just before he departed. Alliances were not carved in stone, it seemed. Phelan noticed our exchange, but only because I was never far from his attention, and I couldn't help but notice his every detail in return. The garments that fit him perfectly, fawn brown trousers and knee-high boots, a waistcoat embroidered with the phases of the moon, a cravat, a black-tailed jacket, and a rapier sheathed at his belt. His dark hair was loose, just as I preferred. The Countess entered the hall next, to my shock. She wore an ink-black dress with a fur draped diagonally across her body, cinched tightly at her waist with a belt of gold. A dagger was sheathed at her hip. I wondered why she was there. She was a magician, but not a warden, and I made my way over to Phelan's side after Lennox had vacated their table. "Your mother is planning to fight tonight?" I asked. "She plans to watch," Phelan replied. "But you're—" He caught himself, clearing his throat. "Mr. Madigan is joining us, I see." "Yes," I said, keeping my voice low. I hear he was once a great warden. I believe he still is, Phelan said gently. Phelan, I whispered, and I wanted to ask if he would claim the chair should the dream break tonight. He was the hope of the mountains, because Olivet and Nura didn't desire it, and Lennox was crooked in heart, and I was full of contradictions and lies. But I lost my courage. The words wilted within me. He waited, but his mother approached us, and the moment was lost. "Ah, I am glad to see you here tonight, Anna," the Countess said. "Yes, Lady Raven," I replied. "I'm ready to fight beside Phelan per usual." She smiled, but the warmth failed to reach her eyes. "May I have a word with you, my son? Over here with your brother?" Phelan released a soft sigh, one that I knew expressed his reluctance, but he accompanied his mother back across the hall to where Lennox stood. I took note of the three of them, plotting in a shadowy corner. My father, who walked the aisle alone, and then there was me, caught between the two, full of hope and doubt and plans of my own. The night arrived at last. The shadows in the hall sweetened until the multiple hearths ignited with enchanted flame, casting streams of light across the floor. It took a while for the throne to materialize on the dais, but once it appeared, Emrys arrived to stand beside it like a magistrate at court, and the nightmare was not long to follow. I watched the hall shift, molting its tables and benches and heraldic banners. The floors rippled into white marble with threads of blue. The timber beams in the ceiling sank to become arched and coffered. Chandeliers bloomed, glittering with silver leaves and candles. I recognized this place. It was the ballroom at the Countess's mansion in Endelion. I glanced across the way to look at Lady Raven. Her face was stark, her eyes wide with dread. This was one of her dreams. I hung back at its edge and watched. The Phantom Countess stood in the center of the ballroom, and beside her was a man, tall and trim with thick dark hair. He reminded me of Phelan, and I knew this was her brother, the Duke of Seren, the magician who had cursed this court and the new moon, whose bones now gleamed beneath his bed. The Phantom Countess startled to see him. "What are you doing here, Isidore?" "You are not pleased to see me, sister? Not even in dreams?" She was quiet, but I saw how she traced her belt, seeking the hilt of her dagger. Isidore noticed and smiled, fearless of her. "You cannot kill me in this realm." "I was not seeking to." "Then what is this blood on your hands?" he asked. The Countess glanced down to see she had smeared blood on her dress. She held up her hands, and they trembled as blood dripped from her fingers and gathered on the floor, inch deep. "Shall we see all the people you have killed, and those you hope to end?" drawled Isidore, and with a sweep of his hand, more people appeared in the ballroom. There were 10 victims in total, counting the Duke of Seren, and I didn't recognize any of them, but the air grew tense when they looked at the Countess, the woman who had set their deaths in motion. I saw a flash of red hair, long and loose and wild, as a girl walked across the ballroom through the blood. I felt a stitch in my side when I saw her face. It was me, Clem. And I didn't know why I was in the Countess's dream, not until I stood beside the Duke of Seren, and the truth sank into me like a blade. The Countess planned to kill me. I glanced around the nightmare seeking Phelan. I couldn't locate him among the fantastical gleam of our surroundings, but I longed more than anything to behold his face in that moment, to see if he had known of his mother's plans. Whatever else the dream had in store was altered, because Lennox stepped forward to walk among the victims, his rapier drawn and his hand up, ready to cast. He should have been more patient, I thought, with gritted teeth. Now he had interrupted the nightmare, and it would run its own reactive course. I would never know how the Countess's dream truly ended, if she succeeded in killing me. But perhaps it didn't matter. Lennox was focused on Clem. He wove his way through the victims to reach her, and I realized that she wore the golden jewel around her neck, just as Anna had the night before. The weakness was me and my stone heart, and I swallowed a curse, irritated that the dreams here seemed fixated on exposing my secret. Phelan appeared, trailing his brother. "What are you doing, Lee?" Lennox paused to glance over his shoulder. "She is the key to breaking this dream. Don't you see it?" Phelan gazed at Clem. His eyes were dark and filled with longing, and I wondered what thoughts ravaged him as he looked at my phantom. Clem was silent and pale, rooted to the bloody floor like a statue. The sight of her stillness made me nervous, and I took a step deeper into the dream. "This is not her, you know," Lennox taunted, sensing his brother's attachment, and prepared to pierce Clem's chest with the tip of his rapier. "Wait, Lee!" Phelan struggled through the crowd, who began to turn on him. The peaceful guise of the ballroom shattered, and Phelan had no choice but to divert his attention to defend himself. My father stepped forward, entering the fray. I watched him strike down one of the Countess's victims with a beam of light. He cut the Duke of Saren in half, unrepentant, and Isidore gasped, melting into smoke. The Countess must have been waiting for her brother to be conquered, for she interfered at last, her face flushed from the mortification of watching her dream on display. She ignored the phantom of herself and the teeming violence, and withdrew the dagger from her belt. "Kill her!" she ordered Lennox, nodding at Clem. My eyes drifted back to Clem, and my body coiled with energy, preparing to impede the Countess should the dream break. I watched this phantom of myself, who continued to stand, docile and gentle, and I wondered if I would go down quietly, if I would do nothing while Lennox attacked me. Lennox drew back his sword, preparing to strike Clem, and she waited until he had begun his forward thrust, the rapier glinting in the light. She moved her hand in a terribly familiar way, a movement I had performed many times, and her magic caught the blade before it could pierce her breast. The rapier submitted to her, bending back on itself to sting its wielder, and Lennox went wide-eyed in shock, emitting a scream as his own blade punctured his shoulder. How pleased I was in that moment. I stood in the shadows and watched with satisfaction as Clem flicked her fingers and hurled Lennox back. He landed on the floor with a groan, his rapier still lodged in his shoulder, and he mewled in pain, blood soaking his clothes. The Countess turned bug-eyed, glancing between her son and Clem. "Phelan!" she cried, shrill. "Come and finish this!" Phelan's clothes were shredded. There was blood splattered across his waistcoat and hands, although I didn't believe it was his. His hair was tousled, dark threads of it framing his face. He stopped fighting, and I could tell he was weary by his shoulders, how they curved inward. His old wounds must be hurting him. "Come here," the Countess said, sharper, and he obeyed. Phelan walked to her in a heavy gait. My father continued to fight the remaining phantoms in the dream, but his attention was now split, divided between what he battled and the sight of Phelan approaching his daughter. "Go on," Lady Raven prompted. "This is yours to vanquish." Phelan stared at Clem, his breaths ragged. He held up his rapier, pointing to her heart, to that promise of gold, the nightmare's fault line. He froze in that stance, but his arm quivered. Gradually, he lowered his sword and said, "I cannot do this." "Yes, you can," his mother encouraged him. "This is just a phantom. Whatever power this girl holds over you, now is the time to break free, Phelan." He took a step nearer to Clem, unable to look away from her. From me, I thought, and a warning rang deep in my bones. I moved silently, drawing closer. Blood soaked the hem of my skirt. It rippled in my wake, and yet no one noticed my approach. No one but my father, who had finished slaying the rest of the dream's phantoms and was sore for breath. I wasn't sure what to expect from Clem, if she would treat Phelan with the same regard as she had Lennox. My stomach clenched when Phelan gently reached out to her. I saw the shift in her expression, the cold glitter in her eyes. There was no love, no forgiveness, no mercy within her. Vengeance had devoured those parts of her, scraped her clean, and she was hollow. So endlessly hollow. I felt an echo of that emptiness as Clem prepared to strike Phelan down, her magic gathering. He stiffened and inhaled a sharp breath, his realization coming a moment too late. I lunged forward and cast a shield. My magic came between them, absorbing the brunt of force that had been directed at Phelan. The shock of my interference rocked all three of us, and we stumbled back a few paces, our surroundings rumbling in response. A crack formed in the floor, and the blood began to drain through it, filling the ballroom with a perpetual trickling sound. I regained my balance and stood a few paces away, my hand aching. I watched as Clem likewise straightened her willowy frame, auburn hair tangled across her face like a net. I remembered that feeling. I could nearly sense it over my own face. Her eyes met mine over the fissure and blood and shadows and firelight, and she smiled, as if she had been waiting all along for me to appear. "Anna!" the Countess cried in relief. "Thank gods, dear one! Finish what my sons cannot. Break this dream, Anna, and I will extravagantly reward you." I hardly paid her any attention. I was focused on Clem. I stepped over the crack in the floor, into her striking range. We circled each other, prey and predator, girl and phantom. I was both, and yet I felt like neither. My emotions were snarled, cold and hot feelings entwined together, radiating a pleasant numbness in my chest. How was I to defeat her? I knew her arsenal of spells, as she knew mine. Clem at last came to a halt. I mirrored her motions. Over the slender slope of her shoulder, I saw the dais behind her, the throne, gleaming like it was carved from bones, and Emrys standing beside it, watching me with wicked amusement. And then the Countess walked into that view, waiting on the dais stairs. She was positioning herself, I realized. As soon as I broke this dream, she would claim the sovereignty of the mountains. And more than anything, I didn't want to bend the knee to her. I didn't want to see her sit on that throne. I held Clem's stare, and I knew she saw the cascade of my thoughts, my desire for her to take victory over the dream. She nodded and lifted her hand toward Lady Raven. Down went the Countess, with a shriek and a tumble. She lay prostrate on the stairs, frozen. Had my phantom just killed her? There was no time for me to wonder. Clem pivoted and shot a spell at Lennox next, even though he was still writhing along the floor, wounded. He went limp as a rag doll, limbs splayed out. Phelan, I thought, and panicked. I took a step toward him, the phantom spell grazing my ear. The enchantment hit him square in the chest, and I watched, wide-eyed, as a trail of blood began to flow from his nose. He sank to his knees, his gaze fastened to me. I was the last thing he saw as he surrendered to the floor. And then my father, who was swift, but not swift enough when the nightmare was his daughter. He could have struck Clem down. He could have broken the dream. But he hesitated, and she took advantage of that moment. Down he went, like a folding house of cards. I stared, stricken at his unconscious form. Blood also trickled from his nose. I tried to convince myself this was just a dream. They weren't dead. But a wave of devastation broke over me, and pain sparked from my chest up to my neck, as if I had been branded. Hissing, I touched my throat. My fingertips traced sleek marks, embedded in my skin. "The throne is yours for the taking," said Clem. "I will concede, but only to you." I stared at her. Before I knew it, I struck her down with a spell, aiming for her heart. She melted into smoke, into oblivion, and I realized on shaking legs that I had just vanquished the nightmare. My eyes drifted to the dais, to the throne, where Emrys continued to wait. He held out his hand, inviting me to take the chair. I took a step closer to it. Suddenly, it was all I could see, all I desired. I walked through blood, stepped over the Countess's body, and I was rising to take it. All the things I could do, all the things I could change. My ambition was broken by Emrys, whose gaze flickered beyond me, as if someone else had entered the hall. I paused on the steps. A warning crept over my skin. Someone was following me. I spun to see who it was, but was met by the blur of a shield, swinging to knock me off my feet. Pain bloomed across my skull, burst behind my eyes, and down I went, deep into the darkness. It was peaceful. The darkness held me like a vice. But when the light started to creep in, I was met by a sea of strange sensations. Cold fingers tracing my face, cold fingers on my neck, covering my throat. A ring of voices calling a name that sparked nothing within me. Anna? Anna! A pant of breath breaking through the watery commotion, saying, "No, let me take her. She's mine." Arms carrying me up into the clouds, down into the depths of the mountain. A soft fur and bed, and the crackle of fire. The smell of pine and meadow grass. Clem. It was Phelan, trying to rouse me. My head felt split open. My chest wept with pain. "Get the dagger out," I whispered to him, but I couldn't open my eyes or show him where I hurt. "Clem." I drifted away from him and his hands, down into a place where not even dreams could reach. 39. When I woke, my memories were scrambled. It was afternoon again, but the light was icy and tinged in blue, as if a storm brewed beyond the windows. I was lying on a bed of furs, Phelan close beside me. I watched his chest rise and fall as he dozed. Slowly, I put the pieces together, and I remembered what had led me here, shut away in his room with a splitting headache. The moment I moved, he woke. "Easy, Clem." "I want to sit forward," I croaked, and he eased me up. The world spun, and I fought a wave of nausea, settling against the wooden headboard. "How long have I been asleep?" "For several hours." Phelan moved off the bed to stir the fire in the hearth and pour me a cup of water. He brought it to me, and I took long, greedy draughts. "It's about noon now, although the snow is making it difficult to tell time." I glanced out the window, struck by the haunting beauty of the snow as it fell. I watched its dance for a moment longer, until I raised my hand to feel the back of my head. There was a tender lump, hidden in my snarled hair. "Who hurt you, Clem?" Phelan asked. "It wasn't the nightmare," I replied. "Someone struck me." I didn't tell him that I had been ascending to take the throne, or that I had stepped over his mother's prone form to do it. I remembered the blur of wood and steel just before impact. I hadn't been struck by a spell, but by a shield, something of the physical world. Had it been the Duke? Or had it been someone like Mr. Wolfe? My suspicions stirred. Whoever had rendered me unconscious didn't want the curse to end. If they had, they would have taken the throne, instead of leaving it empty until the sun rose, and the chair vanished along with Emrys, waiting for evening to reappear. Phelan was quiet. His silence drew my eyes to him, and he studied me with a frown. "What's wrong?" "You're changing, Clem." "How do you mean?" My heart gave a nervous twitch, as if he sensed the shadows gathering within me, but he only sat on the edge of the bed and caressed my hair. "There's more auburn in your hair now, and your neck." His fingers traced my throat. "The gill scars have returned." I swallowed and touched the sleek scars. "I saw my phantom strike you and my father down, and I thought you both were dead." Phelan's hand drifted from me. "Not dead, but in a painful sleep. I don't think I care to encounter your dream form again any time soon." He was teasing me, but my face felt too stiff for a smile. "Did you know that your mother wants to kill me, Phelan?" "No, Clem. I swear that I didn't know she wanted to see you dead. And even if I had known, if she had told me the full extent of her plans, I would have never revealed you to her." My thoughts hung on his words. Revealed you to her. I looked at him, saw the crushed hope and anguish within his eyes. "But you told me to hold my act. You have held my secret as your own, playing this charade alongside me. So you must have come to realize that she planned me harm, or else it wouldn't have mattered if I was Anna." He briefly covered his mouth with his hand, as if deep in thought, but when he met my gaze once more, I saw that I had spoken truth. "Clem." "Tell me the truth, Phelan," I said. "I'm sick of people lying to me, and if you can't be honest, you and I are done being partners." He drew a sharp breath. "Then let there be no more lies between us, Clem. I knew she wanted to keep tabs on you and your father after you left Hearswith. She told me to find you. I didn't know why, and I didn't question her. But I should have. I didn't know she wanted to harm you, not until she told me the entirety of her plans. When you came home and trashed the library. You'll never let me forget it, will you?" he countered with a slight smile. But the mirth faded as he continued. "I couldn't bear to see anything happen to you. Yes, I told you to hold the act, and I've been carrying it alongside you, because I don't care for my mother's plans." His voice held a tremor, one that made me think his heart was beating in his throat. He slid off the bed and sank to his knees. "You told me to get on my knees before you and apologize," he said. "This is me saying, I'm sorry for all that I have done to you, for all the heartache I have caused, for giving you no choice but to resort to the wildest of plans to ease the pain I wrought. I don't deserve your forgiveness, but this one thing I seek, so that I may remain near you." I must have stared at him for a long, excruciating moment, because he whispered my name. I shifted across the mattress, sitting on the edge of the bed before him, my feet touching the floor. I still was afraid to speak. Even his name might break me. And I took his face in my hands. Phelan's arms came around me. "Tell me what you want me to do," he said. "Tell me to leave and I will." My fingers slid into his hair. "Stay," I whispered. He kissed the shine of scars on my neck. His fingers traced the curve of my back as he kissed my collarbones, down to where my heart pounded a stilted dance of flesh, trying to break away from stone, and stone determined to hold fast. Whatever came tonight, I hoped it ushered the end, for I didn't know how much longer I could withstand this veneer. "Why does your mother want to kill me?" I asked, to dampen the embers flaring between us. Phelan leaned back so he could look up at me. His hands drifted to my hips, a warm, possessive touch. "You're a threat to her." "In what way?" "You're Ambrose Madigan's daughter, Emrys Madigan's niece. The blood of the mountains runs through you." He paused, but his dark eyes measured mine. "You're a strong contender for the sovereign claim of Saren." I snorted. "And so are you and Lennox, and so is Olivette." "My mother doesn't see Olivette as a threat." "Are you certain, Phelan? Perhaps you should still warn Nura." He pressed his lips together, but nodded. "Yes, you're right. I should warn them both. But Mr. Wolf is devoted to my mother. She gave him favor and protection in the era before the curse, and I don't see him turning against her now. I have no doubt he will support my mother's claim to sovereignty." "And do you?" I countered. "Do you support your mother's claim?" "No." This is the moment, I thought. The moment I told him what I hoped for, who I wanted to see bring life back to these mountains. There was a knock on the door. Phelan stiffened. He eased my hair forward so that it flowed over my shoulders, concealing the auburn strands as well as the scars in my neck. Reluctantly, he went to answer the door. It was the Countess. She stood on the threshold, holding a platter of roasted hen. "What is it, Mother?" he asked, sounding just as surprised as I felt. Lady Raven glanced at me, her eyes as cold as the snow drifting beyond the window. "I hope you have recovered from last night, Anna." "You're interrupting her rest, Mother." "She has been resting for hours, and in case you forgot, Phelan, all of us suffered a hard night," Lady Raven stated. "I would like to speak to Anna alone." "I don't think—" "It's all right, Phelan," I said. He didn't want to leave me alone with his mother. I read the lines in his brow, the set of his jaw. I noticed how his hands clenched and released as he strode past the Countess, out into the shadows of the corridor. As I felt the draft of his leaving, I wondered if she had discovered my deceit, if she knew who I was beneath my guise. Perhaps the Countess had come to kill me. Lady Raven kicked the door shut. She crossed the chamber to set the platter of hen down on the table. "You shouldn't have troubled yourself, lady," I said. "Oh, this is not for you," she replied. "It is for the troll." I blinked. "The one called Mazarine?" "Yes, Bryn of Stonefall." I hadn't seen Mazarine since the day we'd arrived. She had kept to herself in her chambers. I often forgot about her presence. "The Duke tried to poison me early this morning," the Countess said, brusque. "He did?" "Yes, and so the time has come for me to finally rid myself of him." "Are you certain it was the Duke?" "He is no Duke," she all but snarled. "He is a master of coin, and his greed knows no bounds. It took me nearly 80 years to locate him after the curse. That was the extent of his desire to never be found." "How were you able to find him, lady?" "My sons," she replied, glancing at me. "The Duke, who was close friends with my late husband, treated my boys as his own when they were born. When his wife died and he remained childless, he began to lavish great gifts upon us, particularly Phelan, who needed intensive schooling to amount to anything." I held my tongue, although I burned to give a retort. I thought of Phelan's self-deprecation on the first new moon we had fought together, how he believed himself unworthy of his title and magic, even though he had striven twice as hard as me to earn the illumination. 3 years ago," she continued, oblivious to my ire, "the Duke approached me about naming Phelan as his heir, the future Duke of Bardillis, and I do not know why, but it roused my suspicions. It took me another 2 years to fully understand that this was not Lord Darren, but my old companion from the mountain, and that he must also know where Bryn of Stonefall was hiding herself, for as the spy mistress of Saren, she once wielded the ancient and hazardous magic of guises." "Hold your act." I heard Phelan's voice in my memory. "Hold your act." But how close the Countess was to uncovering me. I felt as if I walked on glass. "So you desire to kill the Duke for vengeance because he evaded and deceived you for so long?" I asked. "I desire to kill him because he is going to oppose the curse-breaking," she said. "He does not want to see the Saren court reinstated. He does not want to see the new moon nightmares come to an end. It is too lucrative for him, this business of taxing dreams." Her words sank into me slowly, like a long knife, and for a moment I wavered, overcome with doubt. The Duke said he would support me as well as Phelan, and yet the Countess believed he would oppose anyone claiming the sovereignty. I felt her gaze, an icy assessment of my demeanor, and I rallied, focusing on her. "So you want to bribe Mazarine with a chicken?" The Countess smiled, as if I were some adorable, dense creature. "No, child. The hen is poisoned, and once Mazarine falls, her magic crumbles. The Master of Coin will lose his guise as Duke, and then he will have nothing. No title, no prowess, no fortune. He will have no choice but to support my plans to end this curse." "Oh," I said. "A brilliant move, Countess." "Indeed. Now deliver the chicken to Mazarine, but do not rush away. Delay and talk to her to ensure she begins to eat it. Trolls are vain creatures, and they like stories and shrewd company. You will do fine, Anna." Lady Raven was obviously scared of Mazarine, and she was sending me in her stead. "I'm not in danger from this troll, am I, lady?" The Countess opened the door and looked at me, another one of her pitying expressions. "No, my dear, so long as you give her the hen." She took a step over the threshold, but then paused. I braced myself, my hand eager to find my dagger, hidden in my boot. "Oh, and Anna?" she added, just before she departed. "Last night you hesitated, and the nightmare got the best of you. See that you don't let it happen again." 40. 10 minutes later, I knocked on Mazarine's door with a headache and a chicken. She had chosen a room in the northern wing of the fortress, where the colder, darker chamber sat with minimal sunshine and an interior view of the mountains. "Who knocks?" she growled through the iron-latticed wood. "It's Anna Nevin," I replied, balancing the platter of hen. I heard her footsteps as she approached the door, the multiple locks turning. And then I stood face to face with her, and a frightening smile lit her face. Her yellow teeth flashed like amber. "Anna," she crooned, "it has been a while. Do come in." I entered, struck at once by the abundance of candlelight and the heavy scent of moss and damp stone that filled her chamber. Her windows were open, and snow was swirling into the room. The temperature was frigid. "Careful," she warned. "The floor is slick in some places, and mortal bones are quick to fracture." I took heed of her warning and set the platter down on the table, which was scattered with chicken bones, all split and sucked dry. I felt her presence trailing me like a shadow. "And what is this?" she asked. "A gift from the Countess," I replied. "Ah, my old beloved enemy," said the troll, bending her head close to the hen. She sniffed it, her nose scrunching in distaste. "It's poisoned," I said. "Any fool could smell it and come to that conclusion," Mazarine said, straightening. "Why does she poison me?" "She wants to use you to strike at the Duke, who I suppose I should begin calling the Master of Coin." "Ah, I see. Her ambition never ceases to amaze me." She studied me closer, one eye smaller than the other. "And you are involved with the heiress?" "For now." "You have surprised and delighted me, mortal girl." "How so?" "You have used your guise to the greatest advantage. You find yourself in a dangerous game to secure a new sovereign, and yet you move effortlessly. Tell me, does your stone heart still hold true, unmovable as this mountain?" "I've guarded it well," I carefully replied, but I could still taste Phelan's lips on mine. I still saw him on his knees before me, captivated. I still heard the way he said my name. "Time will tell, won't it?" Mazarine said, as if she sensed the cracks in me. "May I ask you a question?" "Perhaps." I took that as a yes. I held her beady gaze and asked, "Can I trust the Duke, the Master of Coin?" She drummed her fingers on the table, her long nails clicking on the wood. "Can you trust him, you ask? He often says one thing and does another in secret. Who do you think spread rumors of how great the cruel Duke was a century ago? And yet, who bribed the guard at the Duke's door the night of the assassination? The Master of Coin. But who promised the Master of Coin an endless cave of jewels and gold once she reigned? The heiress, who you call Countess." Her answer did nothing to bolster my reassurance. The Duke might be playing me, or he could be genuine, eager to see the Countess's ultimate plans dashed. "Does that answer your query, mortal girl?" "Yes." "But there is another question in your eyes. Speak it, Clementine of Hearswith. I will answer with truth." It was so cold in this room I could see my breath, and the snow was swirling, gathering in my hair. And yet, I had never felt more alive than at that moment. Will you support Phelan if he takes the throne? She must have been expecting this question, because she answered it smoothly. I support you. But I'm not a worthy contender. You are a daughter of the mountain, even beneath the veil of my magic. Mazarine began to walk a circle around me. You have crept into my stone of a heart and softened me, to my immense dismay and utter astonishment. I would support your claim without fail, but if you forego it yourself, I would support your choice of sovereign. She rendered me speechless, and it pleased her. She came to a halt before me, studying my face. I always knew you would help guide us home. What do you mean? I asked. I used to watch the world spin from my third-story windows in Hearswith, Mazarine began. Time does not feel the same to me as it does to you. Minutes are long and empty, and seasons feel endless. Yet, I was patient. I was waiting for someone to come along to set things in motion. The moment I saw that red hair of yours, you were 8, skipping along the street beside your father. I knew that you would be that change. Ambrose would never want it, of course. I could smell his fear every new moon. He wanted you to lead a normal, safe life, despite the bruise our curse had left on your soul. But fathers often underestimate their daughters, don't they? Her words roused emotion in me. How ironic, I thought. If I crack and crumble right here and now at her feet. The one who had disguised me. She must have sensed it. She took hold of my chin, her fingers frigid against the flush of my cheeks. Her long nails bit into my skin, reminding me to be careful, to bury my feelings. Take care tonight, Clementine. The end draws nigh, and many of us are not as we seem. Do you know who struck me last night? I was not watching the hall, she replied, releasing me. But the smith is wholly devoted to the heiress, in case you did not know. And she picked up the Countess's platter of hen and tossed it out the open window. I walked the fortress corridors after my meeting with Mazarine, finding my way into the Duke of Saren's abandoned chambers, the suite that Anna in the dream had guided me to. It was a different experience to see this chamber in the daylight. The walls were wainscoted with painted oak panels. A massive tapestry dressed one wall, and the marble hearth held a heap of ashes. There were 4 large windows curtained with red damask, and a set of balcony doors that remained wide open, ushering in wisps of snow. The bed was large and sunken in the middle, framed by a grand headboard carved with mountains and moons, and there was a reading chair in one corner, flanked by bookshelves. I stopped before the bloodstain on the floor. I imagined Emrys drawing his blade over the Duke's throat, and the Duke fighting, clawing for life. It had been a nightmare, a new moon, a bewitching, soul-changing hour. A mountain wind sighed through the balcony doors. It touched a wardrobe in the corner, whose carven doors were slightly ajar. Something silver flashed within, and I stepped around the blood and snow to behold the heart of the wardrobe. The knight's armor hung within. I stared at it a moment, remembering it from Elle Fielding's dream, from the nights I had fought beside Phelan. I reached out to trace its steel. A chill raced up my arm. Even now, you are not afraid. The voice took me by surprise. I spun to see Emrys standing a few paces away from me, the stain of blood between us, holding gravity like a hole in the floor. I took a frantic step away from the wardrobe, but I felt trapped. The balcony was at my back, but my uncle was impeding my path to the corridor. Forgive me, I said in a calm voice. I shouldn't have wandered here. I seek no apologies, he replied. Even his voice was like my father's, deep and gentle, a rumble of thunder. You are free to explore this place, niece. I tensed. Emrys seemed to know the cause of it, because he glanced over his shoulder to look at the open doorway, and then said, "Rest assured, no one comes near this suite but me, and now you, I suppose. We can speak freely here." I struggled to believe him. Someone could be lingering just outside the door, eavesdropping. Someone like the Countess, or Lennox. But I drew in a deep breath and calmed the flutter of my pulse. "Do you take delight in harming magicians on the new moon?" He grimaced. I was waiting for you to bring that up. My sincerest apologies, Clementine. I did not know it was you." "It doesn't matter if you knew it was me or not." "Oh, but it does," Emrys countered. "You are my brother's only child. I would long for death if I had inadvertently killed you." I didn't know what to say in response. I glanced around the room, looking at anything but him. My terrible, murderous uncle. "Emily told me a story about you." "Did she?" He sounded amused. "Which one, Clementine?" "I prefer Clem." "Very well, Clem." I met his gaze, for he had not taken his eyes from me, as if measuring the depth of my guise. "She told me how you were abandoned on her doorstep one summer night, how she disliked babies, but she came to love you both. One of you was quiet and intellectual, the other wild and reckless. I take it you have discovered which one your father is?" "Yes, I believe that I know," I said, but I didn't share my thoughts with him. "Have you spoken to your mother yet?" "No. Why should I?" he countered. "Imini fled with all the others and left me to my fate." "A fate you carved for yourself, in this very room." "That may be, but they say a mother's love is unconditional." I fell silent, unwilling to argue with him, but my gaze wandered back to the suit of armor, the bloodstains marring the steel. "You wounded Phelan twice on the new moon," I said. "Why him? Why not Lennox?" "Wounded, yes, but I did not kill him," Emrys replied. "Nor would I have. I knew Phelan was important to his mother as well as the Master of Coin. To strike him would be to strike them both, which was quite effective in getting the court to return home, because here you all are." I was quiet again, pensive. "Clem," he said. "Clem, do you have no compassion for me? I have carried the curse that the entire court deserved to bear, living alone in this place with nightmares, unable to die, unable to leave. I carried it so the others could lead normal lives despite our collective treachery, and so they did for an entire century. Do you fault me for growing lonely here? For wanting to see the end?" "I don't begrudge your loneliness, Uncle," I said, "but nor do I have compassion for you." I began to walk around the bloodstain, my posture stiff, as if I expected him to interfere with my departure. He didn't move, not until I was almost to the door, and then he turned on his heel. "Wait, Clem. There is one more thing I would ask you." I paused. "I understand that you are close to Lady Raven," Emrys began in a careful tone. "Does the heiress plan to harm your father?" "If she did, I think he would have appeared in her dream last night," I said. "As you appeared?" I nodded. "She dislikes him, but she has set her attention on others in this fortress. Besides, I don't think you truly care about what happens to my father." Emrys went rigid. "What makes you say that?" "Have you even spoken to him since he returned?" I asked. "Do you still judge him, resent him for being the one who escaped your fate? So close you and he once were. So close that Imini couldn't even tell the two of you apart when you were boys. She said you would take each other's punishments. That is how deep Ambrose's love for you was. And I don't presume to know what it's like to share a face with another. But whatever it is you're holding against my father, you should see it settled before night falls. Because I think he misses you more than he will ever confess. That's why he became the Warden of Hearswith, to be close to the mountain, to be close to you." I had shocked my uncle into silence, but he laid his hand over his heart and said, "As you say then." He granted me another bow, but I was gone before he could lift his head. I returned to my bedroom and saw another note had been slipped beneath my door. The paper unfolded like wings. I stared at the familiar slant of Imini's handwriting until the words seemed to melt away. Do not trust your eyes alone. 41. Night arrived with a whisper of snow. It seemed like the fortress had carried Mazarine's words from earlier that day, delivering them down the winding corridors and slipping them under doors like notes. The end draws nigh. Because all of us appeared in the hall that night, dressed in our finest and armed for the unknown. Mr. Wolfe was present with Nura and Olivette, who was much recovered, although her arm was still bandaged. Mazarine sat at one of the tables loudly crunching her chicken bones, much to the Countess's chagrin. The Countess sat at a table on the opposite side of the hall, close to the dais, of course. Lennox was at her side, pale-faced and sullen, the wound in his shoulder bound in swaths of linen. His arm was in a sling. A rapier sat on the table between them, in addition to a crossbow. Phelan was pacing, lost in his thoughts. The Duke stood in one corner draped in shadows, as if he was keenly uncomfortable witnessing a nightmare manifest. I caught a glimmer behind him, and realized it was a weapon of some sort, which he must have pilfered from the fortress armory. And then my parents and Imini. Mama and Imini took a seat before one of the hearths, but my father remained standing, his gaze expectantly fixed on the dais, waiting for the throne and his brother to appear. It seemed to take forever, but I suppose when you are waiting for something to happen, the minutes feel as long and heavy as years. I stood between shadows and firelight, looking beyond the windows, where the snow froze like lace. A bittersweet thought crossed my mind. This might be the last waking nightmare I faced. As soon as I came to terms with that truth, time flowed swift and true once more, and the throne materialized, limned in firelight. It quietly beckoned to us all to come and claim me, until a door opened in the wall behind it, and Emrys stepped onto the dais, coming to a rest beside the chair. This dream arrived gently. I smelled it first: sweet mountain wind, summer grass, cherry galettes still warm from the oven. A mountain cottage unfurled around us, the walls made of stacked stone, lichens dangling from the thatched roof. The windows were open, inviting rivers of sunshine into the small, simple chamber. There was a kitchen nook with pots and herbs hanging from the rafters, and a worn table that held bowls of abandoned porridge. A few tattered pieces of furniture sat around a hearth. Books were stacked on a mantel, as was a vase of wildflowers. I heard the sounds of children playing, fighting more like it. One boy laughed, the other began to sob. And there was Imini. She appeared in the kitchen of the house, and she was younger, but that scowl still marked her face. She cursed and set down a steaming pan of galettes, following the sound of distress to the back door. "Boys? Boys inside now!" 2 auburn-haired boys spilled into the house. They were identical, save for the objects they held. One wielded a wooden sword. The other one, the boy who was loudly wailing, held up a book with ripped pages. "He tore the pages out of it, ma'am!" Imini's nostrils flared as she looked at the twin with the sword. Her wild one. Emrys. "Is this true?" she asked him. "Yes," Emrys replied, solemn. "Apologize to your brother, then." Emrys huffed, but he looked at Ambrose and said, "I'm sorry for tearing pages from your book." The apology did nothing to ease the sting in Ambrose's heart. He retreated to the divan by the hearth and lay face down on it, weeping into the cushion until he fell asleep. "You must be gentler, son," Imini said to Emrys. "What do I tell you every night before bed?" "To think before I act," Emrys grumbled. "Give me the sword, then. You will not get to play with it for a week, as punishment," Imini said, and held out her hand. Emrys surrendered his wooden sword to her with a sigh. The scene melted away, instantly replaced with another. The twins were older. They were young men now, the age my father and Emrys were frozen at, and I struggled to identify who was who as they walked a corridor of the fortress. "The time is now," one of them whispered. The shadows danced across his face, but his eyes were luminous, as if he burned from within. "Are you certain?" "Yes." "When?" "Raven deems the new moon will be appropriate." "But what does Laura think? What of your wife?" "She supports me. She supports this plan." Silence fell between the brothers. With a pang, I realized that I couldn't identify whose dream this was, if it belonged to my father or to Emrys. "I will not move forward with these plans, not without you, brother." A long sigh. "Fine. I will join you then. I seem destined to keep you out of trouble." The dream shifted again, pulling us along its currents. We were in the Duke of Seren's bedchamber. Isidore stood near the foot of his bed, reading a letter by firelight. The night was dark, bitterly cold. Emrys was present, dressed in the blue robes of an advisor. He withdrew a dagger silently, but its blade flashed a warning. My uncle sliced Isidore's neck. The Duke gasped his name, a name that rose like a hiss of smoke, the sound of a curse sparking. "Emrys!" Before he sank to his knees, his blood pooling on the floor. Hunched but still breathing, Isidore held out his hand and called to the moon, to nightmares. He cursed his court and died face down in his blood. Emrys ran the halls, his heart beating in his throat. A woman with long brown hair and a scar on her face was waiting for him in the courtyard. The stars bled in the sky as she embraced him, and her voice trembled when she said, "We have to go. We cannot stay here." She took the dagger he had slain the Duke with and threw it over the balcony. It clattered among the rocky slopes. The dream took us to the mountain passage, to the opening in the foothills. 2 wide doors that I had passed through days ago. The court was fleeing. I saw them all. The Master of Coin, the heiress, Mr. Wolf, Mazarine, my father holding the hand of the woman named Laura. His wife, I realized, and my alarm began to swell. The only member of the court who could not pass from the mountain was Emrys. Emrys in his blue robes. "Come, brother!" Ambrose beckoned him, frowning. He stood in the grass and the sun, but his twin remained in the shadows of the passage. "I cannot, Ambrose," Emrys said. "The mountain holds me captive." Ambrose passed over the threshold and took his brother's hand, struggling to draw him out, into the light. A sound of pain rose from Emrys. Steam began to rise from his garments, as if he was catching fire. "Go!" he cried, shoving Ambrose into the grass. "Go and forge new lives! I will hold the curse." The doors closed. Both Imini and Ambrose stood in the foothills for a long while, staring at the wooden doors that had sealed, the place where they had been separated from Emrys. Laura eventually drew my father away, but she had grown old. Her hair was gray, her body withered. She was old, but my father was not, and he wept over her grave when she died. It was Imini who pulled him up and led him to Endelion. "Death follows me, ma'am," my father said to her. "Nothing good comes from my hands." "Then you must determine to make something new with your hands, son," Imini replied. He heeded her, and magic bloomed in his palms. Imini turned away, and my mother appeared, young and bright and alive, her beauty like a flame that my father couldn't look away from. Sigourney tore the fabric from her skirt and wrapped something small within it, a baby, and she extended it to Ambrose. "Your daughter," she said, and my father took me in his arms for the first time. The world grew quiet as he gazed at me, quiet until a tiny flash of gold caught the light, a golden scale just above my small, fresh heart. If I had thought it was difficult to pierce Anna's and Clem's hearts to break a dream, then it was impossible to imagine driving a dagger into my infant form. I stood and trembled at the edges of the dream, my father's dream. I stared at him, how he held me, how he smiled at me. The wonder faded when my real father stepped forward. He approached his phantom, and when he held out his hands, Dream Ambrose surrendered me into his arms. I also moved forward. My father paid me no heed, gazing down at the baby in his arms. With polished confidence, he withdrew his dagger. Both light and darkness danced on the blade as he lifted it, and my breath hung in my throat when a scream split the air. My mother rushed to him, horrified. I didn't know if it was actually my mother or her phantom. The realms bled together, and I was lost between what was real and what was imagined. My father didn't spare my mother a glance. He drove his dagger into the baby's chest, swift and deep, and the baby let out a wail as the dream broke at last. The infant turned into smoke, slipping through my father's arms, and the strange world that had been layering around us melted away. I closed my eyes until the colors had passed, until the only sound I could hear was my breath, whistling through my teeth. The hall was silent, and I opened my eyes to behold my father. He stared at me. He still held the dagger in his hand, and I wanted to ask if he had harbored any doubt before he had plunged that blade into my heart. If it had been difficult for him, even if he had kept his senses straight. I was both relieved and angry. I was grateful the nightmare had broken, and yet I wanted to shout at him. How could you? But his eyes were jaded and cold, a stranger's gaze, and the longer I studied him, I realized he was not my father. It was Emrys, wearing my father's clothes and aging spell, pretending to be him. Do not trust your eyes alone, Imini had warned me. I swallowed the knot in my throat and looked at the dais, where my father stood beside the throne, stripped of his glamour and dressed as Emrys. My father in those blue robes, his cheeks shone with tears. The truth was slow to overtake me, but I felt it sting, and I acknowledged that my father was not who I believed him to be. He knew the taste of blood. Daughter. I glanced back at Emrys, shocked he was speaking to me, continuing with this charade. I heard something buzz by my ear, felt it whoosh and nearly graze my cheek, and I watched as an arrow sank into Emrys's chest. It happened so quickly. I didn't believe my own eyes, not until Emrys's blood began to drip down his chest and he gasped. It was a sound to summon the spirit of death. A mortal blow. He slowly sank to his knees, and I rushed to catch him, easing him to the floor. "Where is my brother?" he rasped, clutching my hand. The aging glamour faded, leaving behind a young yet ancient face, marred in pain. "I'm here," my father replied. He knelt on the other side of Emrys, drawing his brother into his arms. "I was supposed to shield you this time, Em. You fooled me." You fooled me. I dwelled on my conversation with Emrys from earlier that day. He had asked if my father was in danger. I had said no, but Emrys had seen through the Countess. He must have convinced his brother to swap roles to keep him safe. I looked up to see Lady Raven standing nearby with a crossbow in her hands. Her shock seemed to radiate from witnessing someone in the deathless court die. She trembled as Phelan yanked the weapon away from her. "I could not let your life end like this," Emrys whispered to Papa. A pallor was creeping over his skin. I watched his blood continue to flow down his chest and drip onto the floor. "You have so much to live for, Ambrose." He looked at me, and there was tenderness in his eyes. I felt Imini's presence draw near, and when she spoke, her voice was soft, agonized. "Let me hold him." I shifted away and let her take my place on the floor. My father eased Emrys into her arms, and she held him close to her heart. "Ma'am," Emrys whispered. "Let me hold you one last time, my quiet boy," Imini said with a smile, stroking the hair from his brow. "My scholar of dreams." I remembered Imini's story, her words like an echo returning to me after months. Her quiet boy would deceive her, acting as his wild brother to take his punishments, and the wild boy would act as his quiet twin, to avoid her wrath when he strayed too far. I had assumed wrong. I had thought my father was Imini's quiet boy. But all this time, it had been Emrys, the boy who had loved books and school and peaceful spaces, who had wept when my father tore the pages in his book, who had let my father wear his robes to deceive and kill the Duke, who had taken the fall for my father's crime. Emrys closed his eyes. Imini continued to hold him, and he breathed his last in her arms. 42. A wail rose from my father. His brother's blood stained the floor, and Papa buried his face in his palms and wept. It was the sound of a heart breaking. The waves of his grief cut through me. I stared at Papa, at his bloodied hands. He was Imini's wild boy, the assassin, a reckless coward, and I was his daughter. The betrayer's blood ran through my veins like quicksilver. I rose, my feet throbbing with pins and needles. I drew a deep breath to steady myself, my gaze roaming the hall. My mother rushed to Papa's side. Mr. Wolf remained at a respectful distance, but his eyes were wide with shock. Nura and Olivet walked toward me, but I had no time to go to them, to try and sort the tangle of my emotions. Someone was rushing to the dais, their boots clicking over the stone floor. I knew it was the Countess before I turned to look in that direction. She was ascending the stairs, furtively glancing over her shoulder to see if any of us were following her. Because of that action, she didn't see Mazarine emerge from the shadows behind the chair, a crossbow in her hands. The troll shot at the Countess before I could yell an order for her to hold her fire. The arrow sank into Lady Raven's thigh, violently halting her progression, and she emitted a scream that made the hair lift on my arms. The Countess collapsed on the stairs. Lennox stood and watched like he was hewn from stone, but Phelan rushed to assist her, gently easing the Countess up and carrying her to the table. "You'll be fine, Mother," he said, as he briefly examined her wound. The Countess whimpered, and then promptly fainted from the pain. Mazarine continued to linger by the throne, guarding it with her crossbow. The hall fell painfully quiet, and then the troll looked at me. She arched her brow and said, "Clem?" She'd blown my cover. The one who had cast her magic upon me now unapologetically exposed me. And yet, I found that I didn't care. I was relieved. "Clem?" Nura echoed. I glanced at my friends, Olivet's brow wrinkled with confusion, but Nura was furious. The pieces had just come together for her, and I watched the betrayal brighten her eyes. I walked to the dais stairs, expecting someone to protest my approach. For all they knew, I was about to claim the sovereignty for myself. But the silence held and simmered, and I paused on the steps and looked at Phelan. "Phelan," I called to him. I watched his face slacken in surprise. "Phelan, will you join me on the dais?" He slowly left his mother's side, as if he understood my intentions and was resisting. But he ascended as I knew he would, and he stood before me, casting a wary glance at Mazarine. "What is this about, Clem?" he whispered, but his voice carried. Everyone could hear us. "I want you to claim the sovereignty of Seren," I said. "Will you sit on the throne and reinstate a new court? Will you restore the Mountain Duchy and bring her people home?" He stared at me for a long moment, and then he said, "Why not you? I swallowed scathing laughter, but I glanced at my father, who continued to sit on the floor. He had ceased weeping, and now watched the events unfolding on the dais with rapt attention. I returned my gaze to Phelan and whispered, "I'm unworthy." Phelan shook his head. "I've never heard something more ridiculous, Clem. You're not your father, as I'm not my mother." "I don't want it." "Nor do I," he countered. I sighed, weary of arguing with him. "Will you do it for me, Phelan? For Olivet and Nura? For the people whose nightmares you once fought? For those who are lost and displaced and yet dream of the mountains? Who dream of home?" He closed his eyes, and I knew my words had stirred something in him. I waited, and when he looked at me again, my worry and my fear began to slip away. "I will do this, Clem, but only if you are there beside me." "Where else would I be?" I teased with a smile. He reached out and traced my face, and I knew that he would do this for me. I knew that he was the one to bring life back to these mountains. Mazarine stepped aside, and Phelan turned to the throne. He began to close the distance between himself and the chair. I watched at first, eager to see this curse come to its end. But then I felt a prickling at the nape of my neck, a warning that someone was staring at me, which seemed absurd, as everyone in the hall was beholding this moment. But the past 2 nights I had been attacked from behind. I had not guarded my back. I spun to study the hall. Everyone was just as they had been. Imini held Emrys. My parents sat on the floor beside a puddle of blood. Nura and Olivet and Mr. Wolfe stood 3 tables away, transfixed. The Countess lay unconscious on a tabletop with Lennox at her side, and Mazarine remained close with her crossbow. And then I realized I was missing someone. The Duke. The Master of Coin. I had not seen him since the beginning of the night. The fires in the hearth continued to cast light, but there were endless pools of shadows. And from one of those shadows, the Master of Coin stepped forward, a crossbow braced against his chest, aimed at the throne. His avarice was so keen that he had no qualms in killing his own investment. The Countess is right, I thought. The Master of Coin didn't want to see this curse broken. It would ruin the life he had built for himself in Endelion, all the money that dreams brought into his hands. He let the arrow fly. It sang in the air. I only had a breath to react. I was the only one who saw him, my eyes trained upon the arrow's path. All my spells disintegrated in my memory. I couldn't summon a single shield. And so I didn't think. I merely reacted. I let my body respond, and I stepped between Phelan and the Master of Coin. I took the arrow in my chest, hoping it would find the stone of my heart. The arrow met me with startling force, blowing me off my feet. I slid along the floor and then came to a stop, gasping. I gazed down at myself like this body belonged to someone else, with this shaft of wood that protruded from my chest, and the blood that began to spill like wine. The pain surged when I tried to breathe, when I felt the sting of my wound. And then the screams rose. My mother's, Olivet's, Imini's, my father's. Phelan gathered me in his arms, and together we sat at the footstool of the throne. He was saying my name over and over. Clem, 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 like it was a prayer, like it was an answer, like he didn't know what to do without me. "Phelan," I managed to say, and I must have sounded like my old self because it calmed him. He quieted, caressing my face. Fear burned in his eyes like embers. I tried to breathe and felt the excruciating pinch in my lungs again. A pressure sat on my chest, and pain crackled between my ribs. My parents hovered, as did Mazarine. They were frantically speaking. Their words rushed over me like a river. I wanted to tell them to be quiet, and I closed my eyes, clenched my teeth, ordered myself to keep drawing breath even though it was agonizing. And then the silence came, and it was beautiful and cold and calm, like resting under water. I knew why the words had faded, because a shiver raced across my skin, and I began to change. I opened my eyes. My guys started to crack along my arms, up my neck, across the planes of my face like ice. Phelan continued to hold me against his chest. His warmth seeped into me, and I could hear his heart pounding, hummingbird swift in his breast. I watched the wonder in his face. It eclipsed the terror, the agony. And I breathed, and I broke, and I transformed in his arms. Mazarine's ancient magic relinquished me. I watched Anna Nevin crumble and fall away, and she lay in fragments around me, like pieces of stained glass. My hair was long copper waves once more. My 2 inches of height, and my full lips, and the dimples in my cheeks, and my brown eyes all came back to me, just as I remembered them. And yet, I could not explain why I felt like a different girl. Until I breathed again, and felt my heart struggle to beat. The arrow had not broken the stone within me. A wound had not ushered my breaking. It had been my decision to take an arrow for Phelan, for I couldn't imagine a world with him gone. And the last stone of my heart turned into dust. "Mazarine," my father said in a ragged voice. I felt his hand touch my hair. "Mazarine, can you do something?" Mazarine gazed down at me. I saw that her eyes had started to crack as well. Half of her face was human, and half of her face was troll. She was breaking, and I wondered why. Wondered until she laid her hand upon my chest, as if sensing the state of my heart. And I knew she had come to care for me. "Her heart is weakening," she said. When she drew her hand back, her fingers were drenched in my blood. "And the curse still stands. Perhaps." She had no chance to finish her statement. Phelan rose with me in his arms. I wanted to ask him, "What are you doing?" But my voice, I couldn't find it. Yet he seemed to know my thoughts, because he said, "I don't want to do this without you." I released a tremulous breath. "All right, as you wish." And he walked us to the throne. He claimed the sovereignty with me in his arms. We sat together as one, and the curse came undone. A wind tore through the hall. It was violent at first, the makings of a storm, and it extinguished the fires and made the shadows twine and dance. The windows shattered one by one, raining glass and lead. The snow swept in. I thought that we would all be torn apart, blown into pieces. But sometimes, things must break before they can be made whole again, so that they can be forged into something stronger. The wind died, escaping out the open windows, and the snow gathered on the floor. It was a quiet, peaceful night, a night for dreams, and magic teemed, thick and cold in the air. I looked at Phelan only to discover he was already gazing at me. The pain in my chest was relentless. I couldn't draw a breath, and I made a sad, gurgling sound. Blood filled my mouth, and I knew I had reached the end of myself. And yet, I wasn't afraid. I began to let go. It was a sweet surrender, to not have to hold on to things so fiercely as I had before. To open my hands and my heart, and be who I wanted to be. "Clem," Phelan whispered. It was the last thing I heard. Mazarine suddenly appeared before us. In one swift stroke, she yanked the arrow from my heart. I closed my eyes and surrendered to the rush of darkness. 43. One does not expect to wake after their heart has stopped beating, after they have slipped into the cold, quiet dark. One also does not expect to return to the light only to be greeted by a troll. Mazarine sat beside me, her human form gone, shed like scales. She was just as I remembered from that fateful September day months ago. A jagged face like rocks, teeth overlapping her lips, stained with old blood. Coarse hair that shone silver, threaded with leaves and sticks and thorny vines. Her twin horns gleamed like bones. She noticed my stirring and smiled, which roused a tiny flame of fear in me. "My mortal girl awakens," she said. "Sit forward and drink." I didn't tell her I felt weak and shaky, and that my chest smoldered with pain. I didn't think it wise to oppose her, even if her love for me had made her disguise break, and she helped me sit forward in my bed. I blinked against the streams of sunlight that flooded in through the balcony doors. I didn't recognize this room. It was far grander than the one I had originally chosen for myself, and I frowned, rubbing the ache in my temples. "Mazarine, where am I?" "The fortress in the clouds," she answered, lifting a wooden cup of cold water to my lips. "The Duchy of Seren, the realm of Azenor. Drink, Clementine." I sighed, exasperated by her replies, but began to sip the water. It washed through me, trickling into the parched places of my soul, and I felt refreshed. And then Mazarine added, "My Duchess." I promptly choked on the water. "What did you call me?" I rasped, coughing. The pain flared in my chest, and I groaned, laying my hand over my heart. I could feel linen bandages wrapped snugly around me, beneath my chemise. But my wound was still bright and tender. I wondered how long it would take before I could breathe without feeling that pinch of pain. "I called you Duchess," the troll replied. "Why? I'm not your Duchess." She cocked her gnarled brow at me. "You do not remember, Clementine?" I traced through my memories. Bloodstains, darkness, wind, shattering glass, breaking and breathing, and arrows and dreams, and the rhythm of Phelan's heart against my cheek. "I remember, but Phelan is the one who claimed the throne," I said. "You both did. You sat as one. You broke the curse as one." Mazarine paused, watching the emotions ripple across my face. "You are not pleased, child?" I didn't want this." "Nor did he, which means the two of you are perfect for this task." "So he is Duke?" "Aye." "And I am Duchess?" "That's what I said, wasn't it?" I swallowed a hysterical laugh. "But how can you call us that? We aren't married." Mazarine shrugged, utterly unperturbed. "You and Phelan are still bound by commitment and magic of your own making. You are partners." I was quiet, overwhelmed. "The two of you are like iron, sharpening each other," Mazarine said. "I sense that he could not do this without you, and you would not want to do it without him. Together you are stronger. A balance. You will both lead the duchy into a new era." I groaned again and covered my face with my hands. But I couldn't deny that I felt a small thrill when I imagined this new path before me. The door opened. I glanced up to see it was Imini, and my heart lifted at the sight of her. The lines on her face eased when she beheld me awake and sitting in bed. But then she looked at Mazarine, and her scowl returned with vengeance. "You've upset her," Imini stated. "I have kept this extraordinary yet fragile mortal alive," Mazarine replied smoothly. "I believe gratitude is in order." Imini huffed, but she nodded. "You have my eternal gratitude, Bryn of Stonefall." Mazarine made a smug noise, but she set down my water cup and rose.
"I will be just outside the door if you need me, Your Grace."
It took me a moment to realize she was addressing me, and I cleared my throat and nodded. "Thank you, Mazarine, Bryn." The troll left, shutting the door behind her. Imini quietly took her place, her eyes never leaving my face. "How are you feeling, Clementine?" she asked. "I've been better. How long have I been asleep?" "For a week." "A week?" Imini nodded. "Your parents and I have been worried sick, but that troll would only let us visit you once a day." She reached forward to take my hand, a rare display of affection from her. I smiled and squeezed her fingers with what strength I could find, which was still faint. "Can I get you anything, Clementine? Water, tea, food?" My stomach was indeed empty, but I wasn't hungry for food. I leaned back into my array of pillows and said, "Will you tell me a story?" A flicker of surprise passed over Imini's face, but then she smiled and smoothed the wrinkles from my blankets. And my grandmother told me the stories of the mountains. My parents visited not long after Imini departed. Papa brought in a tray of soup, soft bread, and tea, and my mother acted like she was going to feed it to me until I took the spoon. They perched on either side of my bed, watching me eat. "I'm going to be fine," I said, seeking to reassure them. But my hand trembled as I lifted the spoon to my lips. I knew I still had many weeks of recovery before me, and I wondered where Phelan was, but I was too proud to ask after him. "Where is the Countess?" I asked instead. "She's recovering," Papa replied. "She plans to leave the mountains and return to Endelion once she is able to travel. Lennox will accompany her. She'll be under house arrest for a while, per Phelan's wishes." "And what of the Duke? The Master of Coin?" My parents were silent, provoking me to look up from my soup. "He fled the hall after he shot you," Mama said. "And after Mazarine removed the arrow intended to you, she hunted him down. He was hiding in one of the lower levels of the fortress." "Is he dead?" I asked. My father nodded. "I didn't pity the Master of Coin, not after seeing the extent of his greed. But I would certainly need to speak to Mazarine about how I wanted to dole out punishment in the days to come." "Mazarine has taken up her service to you with unfaltering allegiance," my mother stated, as if she had read the trail of my thoughts. "I believe she has appointed herself as your guard." "And let her remain that way, Clem," my father pleaded. "She is stubborn and frightening, but she will protect you." "Yes, I think I'll keep her." I set down my soup, feeling nauseated. After a week of being asleep, I had filled my stomach too swiftly. I reached for the teapot, but my father beat me to it, pouring me a cup. He even knew how much cream and honey to stir into it. And then I realized there was tea, when there had not been before, and I whispered, "Where did the tea come from?" "Phelan has opened the fortress," Papa replied. "He has been busy while you slept, traveling and gathering resources and people. This place has returned to life." I fell quiet, listening, and while the walls around me were thick, I caught a faint trace of laughter, a rumble of furniture being shifted, the clang of something like pots, doors opening and closing. My unworthiness rose. My fears and worries nipped at my thoughts, and I suddenly felt very small and very unprepared. I looked at my parents and said, "Will you both help me? Will you both stay with me? I don't know what I'm doing." Papa made a sound, and I think he was swallowing his tears. He leaned close to me and dropped a kiss on my brow, and I knew he would walk beside me, that he would be with me for the hard days as well as the good days. My mother took my hand in hers, a hand full of magic and love and gentleness. We will help you, Clementine. Whatever you need, we will be here for you. She exchanged a glance with my father, one that made my breath catch. I thought about the different paths we had each taken, vengeance and fear and anger and solitude and pain, and yet how all three of us had ended up here, in this strange moment of new beginnings. I'd once believed that magic and secrets and beliefs had torn us apart, but in the end, I think it wove us back together with stronger threads. The next day, Mazarine said it was time for me to get up and walk. I bathed and dressed with her assistance, and then I stood beside the hearth, holding on to the back of a chair. My head swam, and my legs felt like pudding, but I was not about to say such things to the troll. I think I need a cane, I said. Will we do? I glanced up to see Nura and Olivet enter my chamber. I hadn't dared to hope that they had remained in the fortress after the curse's breaking. I hadn't dared to hope that they would want to see me, speak with me. But here they were. Olivet was broadly grinning, her face flushed, and ribbons braided into her blonde hair. Nura was far more reserved, dressed in a sleek black dress, and I still sensed her pain over my deceit. But her eyes were gentle when they met mine, an invitation to make things right between us. They each offered me an arm, and I walked between them, through the winding corridors of the fortress. We passed people I had never seen before, people who were carrying crates and bags of produce and stacks of linens, working to transform this place into home. All of them paused to curtsy or bow to me, and I thought I might die from the embarrassment. Here, Nura suggested, guiding us to the courtyard doors. Let's walk the gardens. You need fresh air. We stepped outside. The snow was ankle-deep on the ground, hiding the plants in white, but the sky was cloudless and ached a vibrant blue. We walked a stone path that had been cleared, through icy rose bushes and a trellis of vines. I soon grew sore for breath, and my friends guided me to a stone bench that overlooked the city of Ula. The three of us sat, their legs close to mine, and I swallowed the lump in my throat. I had hurt them, and I hated myself for it. "How are you feeling, Clem?" Olivet asked, flustered. "I should probably call you Your Grace, actually, shouldn't I?" "Don't be silly," I said, and nudged her. "Call me Clem." An awkward lull encompassed us. What comes next for the two of you? Nura glanced at Olivet. Should we tell her, Ollie? "Tell me what?" I demanded. "We should," Olivet agreed with a wily grin. "Phelan asked us to be part of your new court." The news was a pleasant surprise, one that buoyed my spirits, but Olivet gave me no time to respond. "I'm not sure what we will be yet," she continued. "Perhaps your advisor?" "Or your spy mistress," Nura added. "Or even the mistress of coin?" "Or your guard?" "All of this to say, we want to join you in the restoration," Olivet concluded. "If you will have us." I laughed, which drummed up the ache in my chest, and slipped my arms around them. "You can both be whatever you desire. I'm thrilled you're staying." I fell silent for a moment, and then added, "And I'm sorry for deceiving you both for so long." "We have questions," Nura said. "We want to know why and how you did what you did." I let out a shaky breath. Where do I even begin? Olivet leaned closer to me. "Begin at the beginning." My mind wandered back to that moment in Hearswith when I sat in Mazarine's library, drawing her 12th portrait by candlelight. And so that was where I began. It took me most of the day to tell them the story. We shared a pot of tea and a tray of cold cuts and cheese and fruit in the afternoon, before Mazarine called me back to rest in bed. I heeded her, because only a fool wouldn't. My slumber was deep, full of flashes of dreams that I struggled to remember when I woke. My room was dark, lit by the fire in my hearth and a few candles. I slipped from my bed and gingerly reached for a robe and my boots, walking to the door. Mazarine was in the corridor, on guard, but she allowed me to walk, and she followed me to the courtyard doors. She stood watch as I walked the gardens alone, savoring the quiet splendor of night, how the snow crunched beneath my steps, how the world looked different beneath the moon and stars. I found a bench and sat, shivering and cold, and feeling more alive than I ever had before. I don't know how long I was there before he came, but I soon heard his quiet tread on the snow, and I felt his presence draw near. "Her Grace looks well rested," said Phelan. I glanced over my shoulder to see him standing beneath the trellis of glittering vines. He wore simple clothes, just his boots and trousers and a white shirt, and his hair was loose, dark as raven wings. A woolen cloak was fastened at his neck. "And His Grace looks the same," I said wryly, and he joined me on the bench. "How are you truly, Clem?" he asked, and then noticed what I was wearing, a thin robe. "And why aren't you wearing a cloak, for God's sake?" He unbuckled his and draped it over my shoulders. I sank into the cloak's warmth, hiding a smile. "I grow stronger every day. And you? I hear you've been busy." "To the uttermost, but it's given me something to do while I waited for you to wake." We fell quiet, content to simply sit beside each other. Phelan whispered, "May I hold you?" My heart stirred, beating a heady song within my blood. But I said, "Someone might see us," which was ridiculous, as I could only dimly discern him in the dark. Phelan laughed. "I really don't care." Once, he had been afraid of what others thought of him. Once, I had been bent by revenge and coldness, and believed myself stronger alone. I shifted toward him, and he drew me onto his lap. Our fingers entwined, and I rested in his embrace. We sat like that for a moment, admiring the starlit sky, until I turned to face him. "What do you dream of, Phelan?" I asked. "What do I dream of?" he countered, amused. "By night or by day?" Of course I wanted to know the things he beheld at night, the dreams that rose from his darkest places. But more than that, I wanted to know what he wanted. "By day," I said. He glanced beyond me, where the mountains rested in the moonlight, glazed in ice. "I used to dream of being someone worthy, and so I became a magician. And then I dreamt of finding somewhere I belonged, where I could use my magic for the good of others. I never thought I would find it in Saren. But the past couple of days have proven to me that purpose can be found in unexpected places." He paused, his gaze tracing me. "What about you, Clem? What do you dream of by day?" I closed my eyes, as if I could see my desire, resting just beyond my reach. "I dream of finding a new home, of bringing something broken back together, and not just with magic, but with stories and friendship and good food." When I looked at Phelan again, I caught a glimmer in his eyes, as if he dreamt the same things as me. I leaned closer to him until our lips met, polite and cautious, and then hungry and familiar, and my heart was suddenly racing. But for the first time in months, there was no pain. "I have something for you," he said with a smile, drawing away from me. Intrigued, I listened as he reached for something in his pocket, how it crinkled in his hands like parchment. "What is it?" I asked warily. He set something long and square in my palms, hidden beneath paper and twine. There was a hint of joy in his voice when he told me, "Open it later." 44. I opened it later that night, when I was alone in my bedchamber. I pulled away the parchment and twine, and for a moment, I merely stared at what rested within. And then I touched it, hesitantly, as if it might bring me pain to remember. a sketchbook full of empty pages, 3 sticks of sharpened charcoal. I slowly began to draw again. It didn't take long until I craved to draw a portrait of myself. My skill was raw, nothing as it had once been when I'd surrendered it for a stone heart. But whenever I had a spare moment, I was in my room, drawing, eager to regain what I had lost. Eventually, I had a mirror brought into my bedchamber. I arranged myself before it, sketchbook open to a fresh page, charcoal ready in hand, the window drapes parted to welcome winter sunshine. I studied my face in the mirror and began to render it on paper. But with each glance from the paper to the glass, I realized that I was drawing someone I didn't recognize. A girl with gleaming teeth and fallen stars in her long red hair. A girl with cold, determined eyes. My hand shook. I stopped and set down the charcoal, staring at my reflection. Mazarine's words rose to memory. Your true reflection will always shine brightly upon a mirror. Perhaps one day I would draw what was reflected. Perhaps one day I'd be ready to acknowledge what truly dwelled on the other side of the glass, what I was becoming. But it was not that day, and I closed my sketchbook with a snap. I rose and turned away from the mirror. This is Chloe DeLandis. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Dreams Lie Beneath by Rebecca Ross, presented by Quilltree Books and Harper Audio. This program was produced by B Audio Limited. Executive producer, Almeda Bainan. Text copyright 2021 by Rebecca Ross, LLC. Production copyright 2021 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.